Chapter 531. No matter, the emperor said without care, Xian'er is still young. He wouldn't argue with a child. Otherwise he would have been angered to death by his own little fatty many times over. Not to mention, the emperor's gaze fell on Huang Fuxian's legs. His body wasn't well, so it was inevitable for him to be angry. Lian, take Xian'er out to bask in the sun, Princess Ning said to Lian. Yes, Lian respectfully responded. She cautiously went behind Huang Fuxian and pushed his wheelchair out. Your Majesty, Princess Ning explained, Xian'er has been spoiled by me. Please forgive him. Do you still call me your Majesty? The emperor stared at her. Princess Ning smiled bitterly and changed her words, Imperial brother. Eunuch Qin walked over and reported with a smile, Empress Dowager Princess Ning and the young master's chambers have been prepared. Imperial mother. Princess Ning looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in astonishment. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, the Baixia Hall before you were married has been reserved for you. You and Xian'er can live there for the time being. Princess Ningyan's eyes moved. She lowered her eyes and asked, can I still live in the palace? There was no reason for a married princess to live in the palace. In fact, ordinary princesses didn't have their own chambers. They lived with their imperial mother. Princess Ning was an exception. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor doted on her too much and built a Baixia Hall just for her. She had been married to the frontier fortress for so many years, but Baixia Hall had never been used for other purposes. The emperor hurriedly said, since it's imperial mother's wish, you can live there. The emperor also hoped that Princess Ning could live in the palace. This way it would be easier for him to take care of the mother and son. The emperor had many things to say to Ning, and he guessed that his imperial mother did too. However, when the three of them were together, some things were difficult to say. Zhen will accompany you to Baixia Hall, the emperor said. Princess Ning nodded and bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Ken will come pay respects to imperial mother later. Empress Dowager Zhuang nodded and watched as the emperor and Princess Ning left Rinshou Palace. Eunuch Qin came over with a cup of tea. Seeing Empress Dowager Zhuang's sad face, he couldn't help but sigh and persuade, the princess has a hard life. If she had listened to your words, how could it be like this? But fortunately she came back safe and sound. From now on no one will make the princess suffer. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes and turned her head. A tear slid down her cheek. The emperor and Princess Ning walked side by side towards Iridescent Clouds Hall. Lian pushed Huang Fuxian and followed behind at a distance. Princess Ning turned to look at the indifferent Huang Fuxian and sighed helplessly. The emperor sensed her gaze and asked softly, what happened to Xian'er's leg? Were you injured in the war? Princess Ning shook her head with difficulty and said, it was when I was young. When Xian'er was 5 years old, the frontier fortress encountered a great snowstorm. The emperor nodded thoughtfully. I have an impression of this. The court also sent disaster relief funds to the frontier fortress. Jing. Concubine Jing had personally made clothes for Princess Ning to keep out the cold and asked the imperial envoy to bring them to the frontier fortress. The emperor didn't want to mention this name now. He hated her to the core, but she was Ning An's birth mother. It was very awkward. Princess Ning An smiled faintly. Yes, mother gave me clothes to keep out the cold. What does this have to do with Xian'er's leg? At that time, his father and I went to help the disaster victims. He slipped out of the princess manor alone. The child was naughty and couldn't stop for a moment. The guards couldn't keep an eye on him and successfully lost him. We found him after a day and a night. He fell down from the mountain and lay in the cold snow. His legs were frozen to death. To save his life, the doctor had to amputate his legs. Princess Ning An tried to appear calm as she said this, but her breathing and clenched fingers still revealed her emotions. The emperor's heart clenched. He couldn't say whether he cared more about Huang Fuxian or Princess Ning An, whose son had suffered such a fate. He took Princess Ning An's hand like he did when he was young. I didn't know something like this happened to you and Xian'er. Why didn't you say it in the letter? Princess Ning An said in a low voice, this kind of thing is hard to say. Every time it was mentioned, it felt like a knife was cutting into her heart. Every time she was comforted, it felt like a knife was cutting into her heart again. When a person was truly in extreme pain, it wasn't to seek comfort everywhere, but to cut oneself off from the outside world. The emperor naturally understood this, so he felt even more sorry for Princess Ningyan. He secretly swore that he would never let Princess Ningyan leave his side again, nor would he let her and Xian'er suffer any grievances. Xian'er Princess Ningyan wanted to say something but stopped. The emperor was her brother. Even though they hadn't seen each other for so many years, he could still guess what she was most worried about. He stopped and looked at her solemnly. No matter who Xian'er's father is, he is still your child and my nephew. I will do my best to protect him. Not many people objected to Princess Ningyan's return to the capital, but that might not be the case for Huang Fuxian. After all, the blood of the previous dynasty flowed through his veins. Those radical civil and military officials would probably use Huang Fuxian's bloodline as an excuse. Princess Ningyan said in shame, "I'll have to trouble you, royal brother." "It's no trouble," the emperor said. If Huang Fuxian had a healthy body, perhaps it would indeed be a little troublesome. However, what was there to be afraid of with his damaged body? Those officials had nowhere to vent their anger, so they wanted to make fun of a child. Once the truth was revealed, the controversy would lessen. The emperor said, "Ningyan, I still want to talk to you about concubine Jing's matter." Princess Ningyan smiled faintly. "Royal brother, there's no need to say more. Ningyan understands. Mother, she is a spy from the previous dynasty. From the moment she worked for the previous dynasty's imperial family, her fate was sealed." "Do you resent her?" the emperor asked. Princess Ningyan said, "There's no point in talking about this now." The emperor said, "She sent the Dragon Shadow Guard to the frontier fortress to find you. Did she want to kidnap you?" Princess Ningyan shook her head. "They wanted to take me away. They came with a shadow guard. That shadow guard said that something had happened in the capital and that the frontier fortress might not be safe, so he wanted me to leave with them first. But they couldn't beat Huang Fuzhang's men of sacrifice and were all injured in the end. That shadow guard even died." The emperor hadn't expected Du Zheng. No, Du was a fake surname. His real name was Huang Fuzhang. He hadn't expected him to have such a powerful fighter. Fortunately, Princess Ningyan was fine. Otherwise, the emperor would be filled with regret. Princess Ningyan had lost count of how many times she had expressed her guilt today. "I'm sorry. I caused the Dragon Shadow Guard to be injured. They will recover," the emperor said. The Dragon Shadow Guard had followed the army back to the capital and was recuperating in a special place. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel pained, but this had nothing to do with Ningyan. It was all concubine Jing's idea. Princess Ningyan continued forward. "I think mother must have guessed that she couldn't hide it for much longer. Prince Yi and Huang Fuzhang's methods were outrageous. She was worried that I would be in danger if the matter was exposed, so she sent someone to save me. She used me my whole life and only realized that she wanted to do something for me now." At this point, Princess Ningyan laughed self-deprecatingly. The emperor's expression was complicated, but he didn't say anything. The group soon arrived at Iridescent Clouds Hall. The people of the Imperial Household Department were used to bowing to the powerful and trampling on the weak. Princess Ningyan might be a widow, but she was doted on by the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang. Everything they bought for her was the most luxurious, exquisite and priceless. To say nothing of other things, even the bed curtains were made of shark silk. Even Empress Xiao and Princess Xinyang didn't receive such treatment. The servants serving her were also carefully selected by the Imperial Household Department. There was a manager eunuch, a manager nanny for senior court ladies, 10 junior court ladies and 10 junior court eunuchs. This was no longer a standard that a princess could enjoy. Imperial brother. A complicated look flashed through Princess Ningyan's eyes. She sighed. "I don't need such expensive things and I don't need so many people." The emperor's face darkened. "You are my most beloved sister. If I say you need it, then you need it." Princess Ningyan wanted to say something but stopped. The emperor held her shoulder and stared fixedly at her weather-beaten face. He said with heartache and self-blame, "I didn't protect you well back then and caused you to suffer for so many years. I will make it up to you in the future. You don't have to worry about anything. Just leave everything to me. No one will dare to criticize you. If there is, I will cut off their heads." Princess Ningyan wanted to say something, but before she could refuse, a child's chattering came from outside Iridescent Clouds Hall. A trace of confusion appeared on Princess Ningyan's face. The emperor smiled and said, "It's little Qi and his little classmate." Little Jing Kong had just entered the palace. He was a child, so he didn't know who had come to the palace. He had come purely for the rent increase. That day he had asked his brother-in-law for a rent increase, but his brother-in-law had said that his request was unreasonable. So he wanted to ask his great-aunt how to reasonably increase the rent. Unfortunately, his great-aunt's mood seemed to be a little down. He was an understanding child, so he decided to temporarily put aside the matter of the rent increase. He tried his best to act cute for a long time, but in the end he was thrown out by his great-aunt with an expressionless face. It was too noisy. Then he went to find Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu had recently raised a puppy. The two chased the puppy everywhere. The puppy probably smelled the emperor's scent and ran to Iridescent Cloud's hall. When Qin Chuyu and little Jing Kong arrived outside Iridescent Cloud's hall, they happened to see Huang Fuxian sunbathing at the entrance. They had never seen a wheelchair before, so they were quite curious. Little Jing Kong walked over, looked at Huang Fuxian's wheelchair and said, "Wow! What kind of chair is this? And it has wheels." Compared to the strange chair, Qin Chuyu's attention was more on the person. He asked in confusion, "Who are you? How come I've never seen you before?" The palace was Qin Chuyu's home. He might not know all the maids and eunuchs, but he should know this person who obviously had some background. Huang Fuxian sneered at the little kid and the little bean in front of him. "Who are you?" Qin Chuyu introduced himself seriously. "I'm Qin Chuyu and he's my classmate, Jing Kong." Huang Fuxian looked Qin Chuyu up and down, then looked at little Jing Kong with a sneer. He said sarcastically, "You're already so old, but you still go to school with such a young child. Are the princes of the Zhao kingdom so stupid?" Qin Chuyu's hair stood on end. "Who are you calling stupid? I'm not stupid. I'm in the prodigy class of the Imperial College." Huang Fuxian sneered, "You stuffed it in, right?" Qin Chuyu's face turned red. Little Jing Kong was completely attracted by the big wheels of the wheelchair, so he didn't pay attention to their conversation. He squatted down, tilted his head and carefully looked at the big wheels in front of him. Qin Chuyu put his hands on his hips and stomped his feet. This was little Jing Kong's habit. After spending so much time with little Jing Kong, he unconsciously picked up some of the little Jing Kong style. He said angrily, "How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? I'm the 7th prince of the Zhao kingdom. If you continue to be so rude, I'll get someone to beat you up." Huang Fuxian wasn't scared by his words. Instead, he coldly reached out his hand and pushed Qin Chuyu to the ground. Unfortunately, little Jing Kong was squatting on the ground looking at the wheels. When Qin Chuyu fell, he was knocked down as well. Ouch! Little Jing Kong cried out in pain. His little foot was squashed by Qin Chuyu's butt. When the emperor and Princess Ning'an walked over, they saw the two children fall to the ground. Eunuch Wei also came out. He quickly walked forward and pulled up Qin Chuyu, who was on top, and little Jing Kong, who was on the bottom. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" he asked worriedly. Little Jing Kong's right foot hurt a little. Qin Chuyu had a lot of meat, so he didn't hurt, but he was very angry. He turned around and was about to pounce on Huang Fuxian. "Stop!" the emperor shouted. Eunuch Wei immediately held Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu immediately complained and pointed at Huang Fuxian. "Father, he pushed me." The emperor looked at Huang Fuxian in the wheelchair. Huang Fuxian slowly leaned against the back of the wheelchair and raised his eyebrows. "I didn't push you. You fell down yourself." Qin Chuyu widened his eyes. "Nonsense. I wouldn't fall down myself. It was you who pushed me. Jing Kong, you saw it, didn't you?" "Huh?" Little Jing Kong was confused when he was suddenly called out. He was too focused on studying the big wheel and didn't see anything. At this moment, Lianer came back with a bouquet of flowers. She didn't know what happened and handed the peony flowers to him. "Young master, here are the flowers you wanted." These flowers were planted by Princess Xinyang in the imperial garden, and each flower was worth 100 gold coins. Lianer casually plucked out 5 flowers. Huang Fuxian took them and said in disdain, "There are so few of them. Didn't I tell you to pick all of them?" Liana wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "The others haven't grown yet. Only these 5 flowers look the best. I don't like them." After saying this, Huang Fuxian threw away the 5 peonies that Princess Xinyang had painstakingly cultivated without a second thought. The emperor could already imagine Princess Xinyang's expression when she found out that her flowers were gone. Xian. Princess Ningyan's face darkened. The emperor's throat was dry. He weakly took in a cold breath, coughed and said calmly, "It's okay. It's just a few flowers. Xianna likes peonies. I'll ask the greenhouse to send a few more to Iridescent Clouds Hall." As he spoke, he turned to Qin Chuyu and said in a low voice, "Why aren't you here to greet your aunt and cousin?" Qin Chuyu asked, "Who's my aunt? Who's my cousin?" Princess Ning, and walked towards him and patted his head. "I'm your Aunt Ning, and he's your cousin." As she spoke, she pointed at Huang Fuxian behind her. Qin Chuyu pushed her hand away. "He's not my cousin." The emperor's eyes darkened. "How dare you?" Qin Chuyu angrily pointed at Huang Fuxian. "He pushed me." Huang Fuxian said calmly, "I didn't push you." Qin Chuyu was furious. "You pushed me. You pushed me. You pushed me." Princess Ning, and looked at Huang Fuxian and asked seriously, "Did you push His Highness or not?" Huang Fuxian looked straight into Princess Ningyan's eyes and said, "No. I didn't." "He did." Qin Chuyu was about to explode. "Enough." The emperor stopped Qin Chuyu and said to Eunuch Wei, "Send His Highness back to Qiankuan Palace and Jing Kong back to Rinshou Palace." Eunuch Wei bit the bullet and said, "Yes. Let's go, His Highness." Jing Kong. Eunuch Wei gently led the two of them forward. The moment he turned around, Qin Chuyu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. "I'm not lying. He pushed me. Father, why don't you believe me?" Little Jing Kong held Qin Chuyu's chubby hand comfortingly and looked back at the young man in the wheelchair. At this moment the young man also looked over. Little Jing Kong saw the young man give him a malicious and provocative smile. "Fuck off." The young man sneered and said silently. Chapter 532. Iridescent Clouds Palace was closer to Rinshou Palace, so Eunuch Wei sent little Jing Kong back to Rinshou Palace first before taking the aggrieved Qin Chuyu to Cunning Palace. As soon as Qin Chuyu saw Empress Xiao, he couldn't help but cry as a little man. Seeing his tears fall down, Empress Xiao didn't understand. She hugged her son and wiped his tears with a handkerchief while asking, "What's wrong?" Qin Chuyu cried until he was out of breath. Empress Xiao looked at Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei had no choice but to tell the whole story. The seventh prince said that young Master Xian pushed him, but young Master Xian said that he didn't push him. That child had just lost his father and was disabled. He even lost both his legs. His Majesty couldn't bear to scold him, so he let this servant bring the seventh prince back. Eunuch Wei said this skillfully, making people feel that it wasn't that His Majesty didn't believe Qin Chuyu, but that the child was too pitiful and was a guest, so His Majesty didn't hold him responsible. Empress Xiao sighed. "Okay, stop crying. He pushed me. I didn't lie." Qin Chuyu cried miserably. He pushed you. Mother believes you." Empress Xiao comforted her son. After Eunuch Wei left, Qin Chuyu cried for a while and fell asleep. Empress Xiao asked Eunuch Su to go to Iridescent Clouds Palace to give some gifts to Princess Ningyan and check on the child. "The bottom part of his trousers is empty," Eunuch Su reported. Empress Xiao looked at her son who was sleeping soundly, touched his forehead and slowly sighed. "I know, you may withdraw." Empress Xiao had a good relationship with Princess Ningyan in the early years, even better than with Princess Xinyang. Princess Ningyan was innocent and lively. She was a girl whose smile warmed people's hearts. However, after not seeing each other for so many years, they had grown distant. Empress Xiao might still be Empress Xiao, but Princess Ningyan was no longer the naive and childish princess. Now Ningyan was just a poor woman who was betrayed by her husband, and her only son was a cripple. If Empress Xiao argued with them, it would be beneath her dignity, not to mention that it would make His Majesty and Empress Dowager unhappy. Empress Xiao frowned and said, "Keep a close eye on the seventh prince in the future. Don't go to the Iridescent Clouds Hall anymore. Take the dog with you and don't let the seventh prince see it again." Eunuch Su replied, "Yes." After little Jing Kong returned to Rinshou Palace, he said goodbye to his grandaunt and planned to go back. Because he was a year older, he firmly believed that he could come and go as freely as his bad brother-in-law, so he came here in Lu Quan's carriage. On the way back he rode in Lu Quan's carriage. He was an independent little man now. "Great aunt, goodbye." He waved his little hand. "Hold on." Empress Dowager Zhuang grabbed the little fellow and placed him on a chair beside her. She asked, "What happened to your foot?" "Little Jing Kong, even this has been discovered? I clearly walked very well." "It's nothing. Just hurts a little." Little Jing Kong waved his little hand and said. Empress Dowager Zhuang took off his shoes, revealing a swollen little instep. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned and said, "What happened?" "It's all swollen." Little Jing Kong was naughty. It was common for him to bump and bruise his body, but it was rare for him to get swollen. Little Jing Kong seriously and honestly told her what happened just now. In the end, he added his own opinion. "That little brother doesn't seem to like to play with others." Eunuch Qin looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang worriedly. Empress Dowager Zhuang put down little Jing Kong's trousers and put on his shoes for him. She said, "It's okay if you don't like it. You can play by yourself in the future." "But why does his chair have wheels?" Little Jing Kong was still thinking about the big wheels. Empress Dowager Zhuang felt sad when she mentioned these things. Eunuch Qin hurriedly said, "Jing Kong, I'll take you to sit on the swing outside." "Okay." Little Jing Kong jumped on the ground and hopped away with one foot. A few clever maids stayed in the yard to play with him. Eunuch Qin came back and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang, who seemed to have aged a few years overnight. He comforted her with heartache. "Empress Dowager, don't take it to heart. That child's body is like this. It's inevitable that he has a strange temperament. Plus he just lost his father. It's inevitable that he'll be emotional. Besides, with his broken body he'll feel sad when he sees a normal man." Eunuch Qin could empathize with Empress Dowager Zhuang on this point. He was a eunuch and his body was crippled. At this age he had naturally thought through what he should have thought through and accepted what he should have accepted. However, in his early years when he saw normal men he would feel jealous, hateful, unwilling and inferior. Huang Fuxian was the same. They both knew whether Qin Shi was lying or not. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes and said, "I'm tired. Remember to ask someone to send Jing Kong back." "Yes." Eunuch Qin agreed. Blue Cloud's Hall. The emperor returned to Pure Flower's palace first. Princess Ning and Huang Fuxian sat in the spacious bedchamber. Princess Ning had dismissed all the palace servants, leaving only Lianer at her side. Huang Fuxian sat in his wheelchair and absent-mindedly played with a fresh flower in a vase. Princess Ning sat down across from him and stared at him. "Xian, why did you do this?" "I like it." Huang Fuxian looked at the flower in his hand. Liana looked at her princess in fear. Princess Ning took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. She said seriously, "Huang Fuxian, this isn't the border fortress. This is the imperial palace. Even the smallest thing can make you lose your head." Huang Fuxian pinched a petal. "Is that so? Who dares to go past His Majesty and the Empress Dowager to chop off my head?" Princess Ning stared at him for a long time. "Huang Fuxian, no one owes you anything. His Majesty and the Empress Dowager won't always favor you. It's best if you put away your bad temper. Don't be ungrateful for your good fortune." Huang Fuxian looked at Princess Ning mockingly. "And if I don't? Will you send me back to the border fortress? Or will you just treat me like a remnant of the previous dynasty and deal with me? I almost forgot. You are the princess of Zhao country. You can place righteousness above family and abandon your husband. What is a crippled son in your eyes? Why don't you get rid of this burden as soon as possible so that you can find a husband to marry?" Slap. Princess Ning slapped him across the face. Huang Fuxian's head turned to the side from the slap. Lian paled in fright. She rushed over to hug Huang Fuxian and said to Princess Ning, "Princess, don't be like this." Huang Fuxian didn't appreciate her kindness and pushed Lianer away. Lianer staggered a few steps and bumped into the table behind her. Her back was bruised. Huang Fuxian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his slender fingers. He looked at the drop of blood and his lips curled. A trace of mockery flashed through his eyes. "That was a good hit, my mother." Gu Jiao went to the medical hall today. When the second master saw her, his tears almost fell. He didn't care about the many doctors and patients in the hall. He held Gu Jiao's hand tightly and looked her up and down for a while. "Little Gu, are you really okay?" "I'm fine," Gu Jiao said. "You're lying. You didn't tell me that you had such a serious illness. You were also kidnapped by the prince consort. The people from the medical hall also went to the border fortress so they could bring back some news about Gu Jiao. For example, after Gu Jiao came back from Lingguan City, she isolated herself for 7 days. Dr. Song knew that she had contracted an epidemic. Dr. Song would not hide it from the second master. But Dr. Song didn't know that she was kidnapped by the prince consort. She didn't say anything. Gu Chongqing also didn't say anything. She didn't say anything because she was too lazy to say anything. Gu Chongqing didn't say anything because he was considering her reputation. Gu Chongqing only reported everything truthfully in a letter to the emperor. Other than her and Gu Chongqing, only Princess Ning and her servant and Dr. Tong knew about this matter. Gu Jiao's gaze crossed the medicine table and fell on a certain person who was filling medicine for a patient. Probably feeling Gu Jiao's gaze, Dr. Tong turned around and smiled brightly at Gu Jiao. He waved his hand and said, "Dr. Gu." Dr. Tong was one of the people who saved Princess Ningyan. This time he came to the capital because the emperor wanted to reward him in person. But he didn't live in the imperial courier station. He came to the medical hall to do odd jobs for free. Dr. Gu. After he finished filling the medicine for the patient, he walked over with a smile. "You left the army that day. I was worried about you." Gu Jiao faintly replied, "It's been hard on you." She was referring to the fact that he didn't receive a monthly salary for doing odd jobs. Dr. Tong hurriedly waved his hand. "It's not hard at all." He glanced behind Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao knew what he was looking at and said, "It's in the basket." Dr. Tong's eyes lit up. Gu Jiao said again, "I won't let you touch it." Dr. Tong was speechless. There weren't many patients who came to see the doctor during the new year, and there weren't any difficult diseases that Gu Jiao needed to deal with. Gu Jiao went to Lu Yixing's house in the afternoon. She didn't go on New Year's Eve. She went on the first day of the new year, but Lu Yixing wasn't there. Anu and the old mama were also not there. Gu Jiao knocked on the door of the Lu family again. Surprisingly, there was still no response. No one? Did they go out again, or has no one been here these days? Gu Jiao quietly listened to the noise inside. Lu Yixing had a special identity and too many people in the capital wanted to bully him. Gu Jiao wasn't sure if something had happened to him. She grabbed the trunk with her left hand and pulled it over the wall. The yard was covered with snow and there were no strange footprints. The gate of the courtyard was bolted from the inside and was not locked from the outside. However, if one went through the central room to the back door, one would find that the back door was locked from the outside. So they really went out. There was a little dust in the room, but there were no traces of fighting. Gu Jiao basically ruled out the possibility that Lu Yixing was kidnapped. Gu Jiao thought for a while, took out a small notebook and left a note for him, asking him to find her in the clinic when he came back. She had something for him. After Gu Jiao left Lu Yixing's house, she went to the Qinghuan chess club. She wasn't going to play chess but wanted to see the old beggar nearby. She left in a hurry and didn't say goodbye to the old beggar. She didn't know how he was doing recently. She looked around the street where the old beggar used to be, but didn't meet the old beggar. Suddenly, a scholar came out from the Qinghuan chess club across the street. She stopped him and said, "Brother, have you seen the old beggar playing chess across the street?" Gu Jiao was used to dressing as a man in the frontier fortress, so she also dressed as a man today. After being with Gu Qingfeng for 3 months, she had learned some skills in falsetto. It wasn't very pleasant to hear, but her juvenile voice could still fool the layman. The scholar was quite knowledgeable and wasn't scared by the young man's face. He said kindly, "Oh, you mean that person?" He left. Left? Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. "Yes, I haven't seen him for more than 2 months. If he didn't leave, what did he mean?" It's also possible." The scholar covered his mouth. He probably realized that he shouldn't say anything inauspicious during the new year, so he skipped the last few words and said directly, "He's old and it's snowing so heavily in the capital this year. You know." Yes. Gu Jiao understood. The weather was cold and the ground was frozen. An old beggar who had no one to rely on might freeze to death on a cold night on the street. This was the scholar's guess. It wasn't Gu Jiao's guess. The old beggar could earn money so he wouldn't starve or freeze to death. Of course, it didn't rule out that he was killed or accidentally. "He shouldn't be so unlucky, right?" Gu Jiao murmured. "What did you say?" the scholar asked. Gu Jiao said, "Nothing. Thank you. Goodbye." "Hey," the scholar didn't stop Gu Jiao. He scratched his head in confusion. It's so strange that someone would come to inquire about the whereabouts of a beggar during the new year. Anyway, that beggar seems to know how to play chess. He even won against Mao Shun Hermit of the Qinghuan Chess Club. Hey, what does this have to do with me? The scholar shook his head, wrapped his cotton-padded jacket tightly, and walked through the snow-covered street. Coincidences in the world were so bizarre. They were either there or not, as if they had made an appointment. Gu Jiao walked unhurriedly on the quiet street. The capital was the most prosperous place in the whole Zhao country. However, the streets were still deserted during the new year. Gu Jiao only saw 1 or 2 carriages pass by after a long time. Gu Jiao didn't care and kept walking forward. However, when she passed by an alley, there was a lot of noise coming from the other side of the alley. Gu Jiao looked over and saw that it was coming from the direction of Immortal Music House. Gu Jiao wasn't very familiar with Immortal Music House. She had only been there a few times to investigate some things. Old concubine Jing was most likely the owner of Immortal Music House. After the old concubine died, Gu Jiao didn't keep an eye on Immortal Music House. But what could have happened to Immortal Music House? Gu Jiao paused for a moment but still walked toward Immortal Music House. Chapter 533. The outside of Immortal Music House was crowded with onlookers. To be able to attract so many people during the new year, it could be seen that something big had happened inside. Nearby, there were several carriages from the government. Looking at the insignia, there were some from the capital governor and some from the Ministry of Justice. To be able to alarm the 2 big government offices, Gu Jiao's evaluation of this matter was 1 level higher. Hey, this old man, what happened to the Immortal Music residence? A young man who came to join in the fun around the same time as Gu Jiao politely asked the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man stretched his neck to look inside Immortal Music House. Seeing nothing, he sighed disappointedly and turned to the young man. I heard that someone died. Someone died. The young man was shocked. During the new year, this word was too unlucky. The young man took a long time to utter a complete sentence. The young man asked. After saying the first time, the second time didn't seem so difficult. Gu Jiao originally didn't pay much attention to their conversation until she heard the middle-aged man say, Immortal Music House's top courtesan. If she remembered correctly, Immortal Music House's top courtesan seemed to be Mo Qianxue. Gu Jiao and Mo Qianxue had only met a few times. The first time, Mo Qianxue told her where the emperor's assassin was. The second time, Mo Qianxue told her that the owner of Immortal Music House was a woman. After that, when she went to Immortal Music House, she was told that Mo Qianxue had been ordered to leave. After that, she was no longer in the capital. Did something really happen to Mo Qianxue? She had only left for 3 months, but the capital had a feeling that things had changed. Gu Jiao went to the side door of Immortal Music House and easily jumped in. The walls of Immortal Music House were higher than ordinary walls. If it was 3 months ago, she would have to use a bit of effort. Now it was as easy as blowing off dust. It seemed that the 3 months of fighting at the border weren't in vain. Especially the battle with Sirius, it stimulated a lot of her potential. She was sure that she had recovered more than 30% of her strength. Gu Jiao walked through a corridor hung with red lanterns and followed the sound to the back door of the lobby. The lobby was crowded with people from Immortal Music House as well as the officials who came to handle the case. Gu Jiao looked at the parasol tree beside her and climbed up without any change in her expression. She found a spot with an excellent view and sat down. She saw a corpse covered with a white cloth on the ground, and a few servant girls were kneeling beside the corpse, sobbing uncontrollably. Gu Jiao had seen one of the servant girls crying the most before by Mo Qianxue's side. Gu Jiao couldn't remember her name, but she was sure that she was Mo Qianxue's confidant. Miss. She lay on the corpse and wailed. The capital governor frowned and said, all right, don't cry. Hurry up and cooperate with us to investigate the case and find the murderer of your young miss as soon as possible so that your young miss can rest in peace in the underworld. Hearing this, the maidservant lifted the undulating body on top of the corpse, waved her hand and pointed towards the girls of Immortal Music House. It's her. It's her who killed my young miss. From Gu Jiao's angle, she couldn't see who the maidservant was pointing at, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Gu Jiao heard it. You can eat anything you want. Don't talk nonsense. When did you see me kill Sister Qianxue? It was Hua Xiao. A girl who also had some status in Immortal Music House, but could never be compared with Emo Qianxue. Gu Jiao remembered that once Hua Xiao took her to her room and gave her an aphrodisiac that actually had no effect on her. As a result, Emo Qianxue arrived and slapped Hua Xiao in public. The maidservant complained in a tearful voice, "It's you. I heard it with my own ears." Hua Xiao didn't even lift her eyelids. "What did you hear?" The maidservant angrily glared at her. "I heard you say that you wanted to kill my young miss. Not only did I hear it, Hong Yu and the others also heard it. If you don't believe me, let the official ask them." The capital governor and Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice looked at the other girls pointed at by the maidservant. The girls all pinched their handkerchiefs and looked like they couldn't refute. It seemed that they heard it. The two officials couldn't help but exchange a look. Hua Xiao snorted and said, "I was just saying. Can't I do that?" The maidservant turned to look at the capital governor and Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice. "Darren. It's really her." The capital governor asked, "Did you see her kill your young miss with your own eyes?" The maidservant lowered her head. Hua Xiao laughed wantonly. The capital governor frowned. An official shouldn't handle a case with emotions, but this Hua Xiao's attitude was really arrogant. He looked at Hua Xiao. "When did you say that and why did you say that?" Hua Xiao looked at the handkerchief in her hand and said lightly, "About 2 days ago, Emo Qianxue has always liked to bully people. Relying on her identity as the top girl of Immortal Music House, she was domineering in front of the sisters." The maidservant shouted, "Nonsense. My young miss didn't." Hua Xiao looked at her with a sneer. "Darren is asking me a question, not you." The maidservant was so angry that her face and neck turned red. Hua Xiao continued, "Emo Qianxue took a fancy to my rouge and asked me to give it to her. I didn't give it to her, so she snatched it. I warned her that the owner of the house was no longer here. Did she still think that someone would support her? As a result, she hurt me. If you don't believe me, you can take a look." Hua Xiao said as she lifted up her left sleeve, revealing her white wrist and arm. There were a few bruises on it. The officials didn't look at indecent things. The examination of injuries should be done by a special coroner and doctor. But the coroner hadn't arrived yet. Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice and the capital governor pretended to be calm and quickly withdrew their gaze. The capital governor cleared his throat and waved his hand. Okay. Hua Xiao slowly put down her sleeves. "She beat me like this, so I said 2 ruthless words saying that sooner or later I will kill her one day. But Darren, before I had time to do it, she died." The maidservant couldn't listen anymore. "You are still quibbling. You have always been at odds with my young miss. Not only did you kill my young miss, but you also smeared her reputation. My young miss doesn't like your rouge." Hua Xiao said fearlessly, "If you don't believe me, you can go and find it. Is there a box of Yulon Pavilion rouge in your young miss's makeup box? I went to Yulon Pavilion to buy it myself. The owner of Yulon Pavilion knows which color I bought. You can take the rouge and ask if it's the one I bought. Don't say that your young miss bought it herself. You know better than me whether she bought it or not. The owner of Yulon Pavilion also knows it." The maidservant couldn't refute at once. She stammered, But except for you, who would hate my family enough to destroy her body?" Hua Xiao shook the handkerchief in her hand and said sarcastically, "Then how do I know who your young miss has offended outside?" The maidservant was so angry that she almost rushed up and tore her apart. The governor looked at Hua Xiao again. "You just said that the owner of Immortal U residence is gone. What's going on?" Hua Xiao's expression paused for a moment. "Our lodge master is dead." Gu Jiao came out of Immortal Music residence. It was already dark and there were sporadic light shui floating in the sky. The bustle of Immortal Music residence didn't spread all over the streets of the capital. Gu Jiao walked in the echoing alley thinking about Emo Qianxue's matter. She always felt that something was wrong. "Oh," a suppressed cry of pain came from a dark corner. Gu Jiao's steps paused. As an assassin, her intuition told her that the other party didn't pose any threat to her. She wasn't a nosy person. If there was no threat, she was going to leave. However, she didn't take 2 steps before she came back with a frown. She walked into the dark corner and saw a thin figure curled up in the snow. Under the figure was a pool of blood that had already solidified. Gu Jiao knelt down on one knee and pushed aside the hair covering the other's cheek to take a look. "Emo Qianxue?" Medical center. The last patient also left and the second boss was about to close the door. But at this moment, a small figure in green strode in carrying a woman covered in blood. The second boss was almost hit. He hurriedly dodged and looked at the person who came. Then he let out a surprised voice. Little Gu? Who is she? Prepare hot water. Gu Jiao only left this sentence, and then carried the dying Mo Qianxue back to her small courtyard. Wait. The second boss looked in the direction she left in confusion. What kind of patient is she? And she brought her to her own courtyard? When the second boss asked someone to boil hot water and bring it over, Gu Jiao had already put Mo Qianxue on the operating table in the side room. Do you need help? The second boss asked. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box, took out a pair of gloves and put them on. Is Dr. Song here? She needed an assistant. The second boss said, no, he went back. Should I call him over? Gu Jiao looked at the rapidly falling blood pressure on the blood pressure monitor. It's too late. The blood loss was serious, accompanied by tension pneumothorax. She could die at any time and had to be operated on immediately. I'm here. Dr. Tong jogged over and stood outside the door. May I come in and help? Gu Jiao nodded, took out a thick needle and touched Mo Qianxue's chest with the tip of her finger. She found the second intercostal collarbone and inserted the needle. Chapter 534. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Dr. Tong was shocked. He knew that Gu Shijiu had done this for people, but she didn't do it raw. She didn't even have any drugs. However, in the next second, a stream of gas leaked out from the other end of the needle. Dr. Tong saw the patient's swollen chest slowly collapse. It wasn't appropriate to call it a collapse but a return to normal. Then the patient's breathing, which had been very difficult, became smooth. Dr. Tong couldn't believe it. Sure, Yi had seen this kind of disease when he was practicing medicine at the frontier. Some were caused by injuries and some were caused by spontaneous causes. The doctors at the frontier were all helpless and could only watch the patient die. So, a single injection was enough? It's not a needle, it's a puncture to release the gas in the chest cavity. Gu Jiao had just finished when Mo Qianxue suddenly coughed. She was injured all over and a small cough could be fatal. As expected, Gu Jiao heard a small crack. Her ribs were broken. Or rather, they were already broken. However, this cough affected the broken ribs and made the situation worse. Her chest swelled again and her blood pressure continued to drop rapidly. Dr. Tong had seen Gu Jiao use a blood pressure monitor in the casualty barracks, and he knew that this was a very dangerous sign. He was stunned. What happened? Suddenly, acute hemopneumothorax. Gu Jiao took out a negative pressure water bottle from the small medicine box, poured in saline and inserted a drainage tube. Lower the bottle 2 feet, she said to Dr. Tong. Okay. Dr. Tong put the bottle 2 feet below the bed and found a stool that was just right. Gu Jiao pulled out the puncture needle from Mo Qianxue's chest. After local infiltration anesthesia, Gu Jiao used a scalpel to cut a small window and inserted the other end of the drainage tube into Mo Qianxue's chest. If the drainage process didn't go well, Mo Qianxue would have to perform a thoracotomy. She had lost too much blood and another major surgery would likely kill her. The water bottle didn't move for a full 30 seconds. Just as Gu Jiao took out the anesthetic and prepared to perform the thoracotomy, the water bottle finally began to bubble. Gu Jiao's expression was as calm as ever, but Dr. Tong still felt the change in her aura. Is this enough? Dr. Tong asked in a low voice. It's a good sign. Gu Jiao looked at the wound on Mo Qianxue's thigh and said, prepare for the suture operation now. Dr. Tong put on the patient's chest. In addition to her broken ribs and blood pneumothorax, Mo Qianxue also had 2 fatal wounds. One was a broken artery in her thigh, and the other was a knife wound on her abdomen. She had lost too much blood. Gu Jiao didn't know how she was still alive. She needed a blood transfusion, but after testing the blood type of everyone in the clinic, only Gu Jiao's blood matched hers. I'll leave the final suture to you, Gu Jiao said to Dr. Tong. Dr. Tong nodded solemnly. Gu Jiao sat on the chair next to Mo Qianxue, installed a white filter on the foretube, and transfused her blood into Mo Qianxue's body. Dr. Tong didn't know how much blood Gu Jiao had given to the patient. He just watched as Gu Jiao's ruddy face turned pale little by little. But he couldn't be impatient. If he was impatient, he would make mistakes, and if he made a mistake, Dr. Gu would have to give more blood. Dr. Tong forced himself to calm down. If it was Dr. Gu, how would she do it? Thinking of this, his trembling hands gradually calmed down. When the last wound was sutured, Gu Jiao had already fallen asleep on the back of the chair. The white snow outside the room reflected a large amount of light, making it hard to tell if it was dawn. Dr. Tong was soaked and exhausted, but he didn't rest immediately. He strictly followed Gu Jiao's instructions after every operation and dealt with all the medical supplies. In fact, Gu Jiao had never taught him anything. He observed everything on his own. He was very attentive and Gu Jiao trusted him. Otherwise, Gu Jiao wouldn't have fallen asleep. When Dr. Tong could finally breathe a sigh of relief, Emo Qianxue slowly woke up on the operating table. Emo Qianxue only woke up for a very short moment. She saw a young man wearing a mask and strange clothes sitting on the chair next to her. Their arms were connected to something and the young man's blood flowed into her body. Dr. Tong didn't notice that Emo Qianxue had woken up. When he closed the small medicine box and turned to check on Emo Qianxue, she had already fallen asleep again. Dr. Tong took Emo Qianxue's blood pressure. She was in good condition. He stopped the blood transfusion. He called Gu Jiao twice. Dr. Gu, Dr. Gu. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao didn't respond. She was probably exhausted or weak from blood loss. Dr. Tong couldn't bear to disturb her any longer, so he found a blanket and covered her. Next he moved Emo Qianxue to the bed. Although he was a man, he was weak, so he had to call for help. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a tall and slender figure standing in the corridor. He was very tall and wore a light green cloak. The light from the snow reflected on his face, revealing his jade-like exquisite appearance. Dr. Tong had never seen such a handsome man before. He was stunned. The man spoke first. "Is the operation done?" His voice was slightly magnetic, cool and low. It was a voice that matched his appearance. Yes, it's done," Dr. Tong stammered. "May I go in?" the man asked again. Yes. Actually, he couldn't. Outsiders couldn't enter the operating room. Dr. Tong didn't know what he had said. He had lived for most of his life, but this was the first time he had seen a godlike person. He was allowed to be stunned. Xiaoheng stepped into the room. As he passed by, Dr. Tong noticed that his shoulders were covered with snow. It seemed that this young man had been waiting for them in the snowy night for as long as they had been in the operation. Xiaoheng came to Gu Jiao, bent his tall body and called softly, "Jiao Jiao." Gu Jiao's breathing was even and long. Xiaoheng took off his leather gloves. One hand went around Gu Jiao's back, the other around Gu Jiao's knees and carried her up. Gu Jiao was wrapped up tightly and not even her small head was exposed to the wind and snow. Dr. Tong was dumbfounded as he watched the young man carry Dr. Gu out of the operating room. Dr. Gu was covered from head to toe. The only reason he could recognize her was because of the shoes on her feet. This. Dr. Tong couldn't believe his own eyes after witnessing God-Killer Gu's massacre of the heavens and earth. Had killing God Gu ever been so obedient? Although he was asleep, his aura was not the same as usual. Xiaoheng carried Gu Jiao to the next room. He had lit the brazier early, so the room was still warm. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao had given too much blood. Her hands and feet were cold and her body temperature was very low. Xiaoheng gently placed her on the bed, took off his cloak with snowflakes and took off her shoes and outerwear. He pulled the quilt over her, but she was shivering from the cold. Xiaoheng covered her with 2 quilts, but it still didn't help. Xiaoheng's eyes darkened. "Why would you risk your life for anyone? Have you ever thought about your own life?" He was like this. If someone treated her well, she would treat them very well. Xiaoheng wasn't like that. When he was young, there were too many people who treated him well. He was used to it. He wouldn't let them down, but he wouldn't be too grateful either. Had she not been treated well when she was young? So much so that if someone treated her well, she would repay them many times over? Xiaoheng's heart suddenly hurt. He took off his cold outer clothes, pulled open the quilt and lay down, wrapping his arms around her small body that was shivering from the cold. He hugged her tightly, his lips kissing her cold forehead. His body was burning hot and Gu Jiao's body was no longer cold. She stopped trembling and laid quietly in his arms. Xiaoheng untied her hair tie and gently spread her soft hair on the pillow, not bearing to break a single strand. The room was very quiet, so quiet that only their even breathing could be heard. Xiao Heng's back was already covered in sweat. This temperature was a bit hot for him, but it was just right for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao snuggled into his arms, finding a comfortable position. Xiao Heng was burning hot, but he couldn't bear to let go of her. He also didn't sleep all night, and now he was a little sleepy. He closed his eyes, intending to fall into a deep sleep. All of a sudden, a small, restless hand reached over. He was hugging her tightly, so it was normal for her hand to have nowhere to rest. At first, the hand was only on his waist, but after a while it moved to his chest. Because he was hugging her, the corner of his shirt was slightly lifted, revealing his attractive abdominal muscles. The hand used 2 fingers to sneak in, and as it walked, it slipped in. Xiao Heng didn't move. The hand became bolder, touching and pinching, and after pinching his chest, it went to his abdominal muscles. Xiao Heng watched the hand slide all the way down, and his eyes narrowed. "You're awake." Gu Jiao closed her eyes. "I'm not." Xiao Heng. Chapter 535. No. Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow and gritted his teeth as a muffled sound came from between his teeth. However, the person who had been caught didn't seem to have a guilty conscience. Her cold fingertips continued to move downwards. Xiao Heng was so angry that he laughed. Who was the person with the thickest skin in the world? It was none other than this girl. Xiao Heng was a shy person. Normally, just holding hands would cause his face to blush and his heart to beat for a long time. However, he couldn't stand a certain someone taking advantage of him again and again. Moreover, she was taking advantage of him so confidently. Did this girl really think that he didn't dare to do anything to her? He pinched her smooth little chin and said with a hint of threat, "You don't want to sleep anymore, do you?" Gu Jiao's little hand paused. Her eyes were still closed as she said, "I want to." "Oh, you don't want to." After Xiao Heng said this, he flipped over and put his elbows on both sides of her body, gently pressing her under his body. She was the one who teased him first, so she couldn't blame him for not letting her sleep properly. He lowered his head and covered her soft lips. From the moment she rushed back in the snow and appeared in front of him to say, "Happy birthday, official Xiao," to him, he had wanted to do this. He tried hard to restrain himself. This girl didn't know how hard it was for him to restrain himself, but she easily broke through all of his restraints. After resting at home for a few days, his lips that had been cracked by the wind and snow were moist and soft again. His breathing was disorderly and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He briefly let go of her before the last bit of him collapsed. "Your face is red," Gu Jiao said. "Don't talk." He buried his head in her neck. "Your ears are also red," Gu Jiao said again. "Gu Jiao Jiao." His voice was hoarse. Gu Jiao tilted her head slightly and whispered into his red ears, "Your voice isn't even your own." Xiao Heng's breathing stagnated. "Gu Jiao Jiao Jiao." "Yes," Gu Jiao replied obediently. This answer melted Xiao Heng's heart. The flames of shame and anger were instantly extinguished by a basin of ice water. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the person beneath him. A certain someone was still sitting there with his eyes closed. Xiao Heng moved his elbow inwards and hugged her even tighter. Then the corners of his lips curled up. He laughed and said, "Aren't you still asleep? Why can you still see? Try being stubborn again." Xiao Heng saw that under her tightly shut eyelids her eyeballs were moving. Xiao Heng couldn't help but laugh. He pressed his forehead against hers and whispered in an extremely bewitching voice, "You can't speak, hmm?" His voice was so pleasant that Gu Jiao's ears melted. Gu Jiao paused for a moment. "You're really delicious." "Xiao Heng, how did the topic change so quickly? Alright, come, let's talk about a few coins today." Xiao Heng looked at a certain someone who refused to open her eyes. He was amused. "Is that so? I didn't even get to eat, how can I be delicious?" "I ate." Gu Jiao blindly raised her hand and touched his cheek. Then she touched his lips. Xiao Heng was convinced that she could still close her eyes and act like she hadn't woken up even in this state. In ancient times there were thieves who covered their ears to steal a bell. Today there was Gu Jiao who played with her eyes closed. Xiao Heng wanted to laugh. He whispered in her ear, "Gu Jiao 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 Jiao, this isn't eating." He spoke quickly and regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. His words were a bit too rash. As if he was afraid that she would feel awkward when she realized what he said, he quickly changed the topic. How old is the girl over there? Since he knew that she wasn't the real Gu Jiao's mother and she also admitted that she wasn't Gu Jiao's mother, there was no need for him to pretend that he didn't know anything. Although there were indeed many things that he didn't know. For example, her origin and why she became Gu Jiao's mother. Gu Jiao didn't know that so many things flashed through his mind in such a short time. She answered honestly, a girl reaches adulthood at 18 and gets married at 20. Reaching adulthood was being of marriageable age. Getting married was getting married. Xiaoheng understood this. Xiaoheng stroked her hair and asked softly, then you want me to wait for you to grow up? Do you want me to wait until you're 20 or 18? Gu Jiao closed her eyes and was about to speak. Xiaoheng said in a hoarse voice, 18. Gu Jiao, I didn't say that. Xiaoheng, you said it. I heard it. Gu Jiao, you cheated. Xiaoheng chuckled softly and gently touched her cheek. Yes, I cheated. But Dr. Gu, are you sure you can wait until you're 18? Gu Jiao said seriously, of course I can. Xiaoheng looked at her with a smile. Do you want to take out your hand first before saying this? Gu Jiao tilted her head. I fell asleep. Xiaoheng chuckled softly. Okay, I got it. He lowered his head and covered her lips again. It was lingering and restrained, domineering and gentle. Gu Jiao fell asleep in great joy. When she woke up, she felt indescribably refreshed. Xiaoheng was no longer there. He left a note on the bedside table saying that he went to the Ministry of Justice to help with the case. The words were full of business and there was no ambiguous tone. However, Gu Jiao's favorite snacks and dried meat were placed on the table. Gu Jiao tasted a snack. Oh, it's so sweet. After Gu Jiao finished tidying up, she went to Emo Qinshue's ward next door. Speaking of which, the reason why this room was changed into a ward was thanks to Gu Qinglin. During the days when Gu Qinglin stayed here, Gu Jiao simply remodeled the room and added an operating bed. At the same time, she kept the original bed. Dr. Tong stayed up all night and Dr. Song came over to change his shift. At this moment, Dr. Song was in the room. Dr. Song was not idle while taking care of Emo Qinsue. He was looking through the medical records sorted out during this period, hoping to improve his medical skills as soon as possible. Gu Jiao entered the room. When Dr. Song heard the movement, he got up and greeted Gu Jiao. Dr. Gu. How is she? Gu Jiao asked. Dr. Song said, there is no serious problem for the time being. There is no postoperative infection. The drainage of pleural effusion and gas is also good. During the war in Yuegu City, Dr. Song followed Gu Jiao to perform several pneumothorax surgeries, so he knows what to pay attention to. Gu Jiao nodded. You go and rest for a while, I'll watch. Dr. Song didn't refuse. Gu Jiao doesn't like superficial skills, such as deliberately pretending to be diligent. A person's diligence is reflected in his medical skills and medical ethics, not in these trivial matters. I'll come back after having a meal. Dr. Song said. Gu Jiao, okay. Emo Qinshue's case spread throughout the capital overnight. After all, she was the most popular courtesan in Xianle House and died so miserably. Hua Xiao was the biggest suspect, but all kinds of evidence finally showed that Hua Xiao was not the murderer of Emo Qinsue. Because of Emo Qinshue's case, the tea house, which was supposed to open after the 15th day of the month, started to open in advance. There were a lot of people sitting in the tea house to listen to the gossip. Regarding Emo Qinshue's murderer, there were many different theories. Some said it was a vendetta, some said it was a crime of passion, and some said it was a competition between people of the same trade. Soft Fragrance Pavilion and Cool Breeze Brothel, whose reputation was second only to Immortal Music Abode, suddenly became the target of public criticism. It's been 3 days, but I heard that the murderer hasn't been found yet. In Gu Jiao's small courtyard, the second boss and Gu Jiao were sitting in the corridor and drinking tea. The one who spoke was the second boss. These days the medical center was not busy, so he came to find Gu Jiao to gossip. The second boss said, the murderer is too cruel. Not only did he kill but also cut her face 17 or 18 times. How much hatred and resentment is there? Not 17 or 18 times but 5 times. An arrogant woman's voice came from the ward. The second boss was stunned and looked back. Who's talking? Your grand aunt. The second boss. Is that girl awake? The second boss asked Gu Jiao in a low voice. Should be. Gu Jiao put down the teacup, got up and opened the door of the ward. The drainage tube on Emo Qinshua's body had been taken off, and she was neatly dressed. Of course they were all Gu Jiao's clothes. Gu Jiao was taller than her, but the loose clothes were just right for her to wear as a hospital gown. How do you feel? Gu Jiao came to the bed, picked up the stethoscope and listened to her heart and lungs. Emo Qinshu blocked her hand, looked her up and down and said angrily, "It was you, wasn't it?" This question came out of nowhere. Gu Jiao seemed to understand. She did not deny it. "Yes, it's me." Emo Qinshu said coldly, "You're a woman?" Gu Jiao answered honestly, "Yes." Emo Qinshua's tone became colder. "You're not a mute?" Gu Jiao continued to answer honestly, "Yes, I'm not." Emo Qinshu gritted her teeth. "Liar." Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao pushed away Emo Qinshua's hand. Emo Qinshu struggled, but she was seriously injured and was no match for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao grabbed her wrist. "Listen to me, don't move or the wound will open again." Emo Qinshua's lips moved a few times, then she snorted coldly and turned her face away. Gu Jiao's stethoscope went into Emo Qinshua's clothes, only a thin doo-doo between them. Gu Jiao listened carefully without any distracting thoughts. Emo Qinshu blushed. Her eyelashes trembled and she said, "Aren't you going to ask me how I found out?" Gu Jiao listened to the first part, then put the stethoscope on Emo Qinshua's back. "Oh, how did you find out?" Emo Qinshu felt an itch on her back and her whole body tensed up. She bit her lip. I don't want to talk about it." Gu Jiao. Are all women so fickle? Gu Jiao did not intend to ask further, but Emo Qinshu said, "I recognized you that night." She was referring to the night Gu Jiao picked her up. Gu Jiao was wearing a mask, but it was different from wearing a mask. But Emo Qinshu was very familiar with her green clothes. Emo Qinshu was not in a coma all the time these days. She would wake up occasionally, and when she woke up she could hear the commotion in the yard. After listening for a while she naturally guessed Gu Jiao's identity. "You're recovering well." Gu Jiao put away the stethoscope. "It's not a big problem for now, but pneumothorax is prone to recurring attacks, so you have to be careful in the future." "Be careful of what?" Emo Qinshu asked angrily. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "Don't be angry." Emo Qinshu. The second boss did not enter the room but waited outside. Gu Jiao came out after examining Emo Qinshu. "Why do you look like you have a headache?" Just as the second boss finished asking, a vase smashed against the door and broke. Emo Qinshu's teeth were clenched. "You little liar, when I recover I'll teach you a lesson." Gu Jiao sighed helplessly. "Well, that's what happened." The second boss. She looks just like my wife when she's angry." "But who is that girl?" the second boss asked in a low voice. "I'm your aunt." Emo Qinshua's voice was heard. The second boss trembled. "No." She could hear that. "Gu Jiao, do you know martial arts?" Emo Qinshua's anger flowed like the Yellow River. "Also, didn't you want to know who the murderer of Immortal Music House is? Why can't the authorities catch the murderer?" It's me. That person wanted to kill me, but I killed her in the end. Then I ruined her face and escaped like a cicada." The second boss looked like he was struck by lightning. "You ruined her face and she escaped." "Wait, you are, Emo Qinshu smiled coldly. "Yes, I'm the dead courtesan of Immortal Music House, Emo Qinshu." The second boss pinched his philtrum and fainted again. Emo Qinshu's situation was a bit special. Gu Jiao told her family that she would be staying at the clinic for the next few days. Xiaoheng came over for the first 2 nights. On the third night there was a murder case in the capital. The suspect was Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice. Assistant Minister Li was one of the officials in charge of Emo Qinshu's case. His character was trusted by the Ministry of Justice. In order to get first-hand evidence, the Ministry of Justice took Xiaoheng out of the capital to investigate the case. In the clinic, Emo Qinshu's anger had not subsided. She wanted to quarrel with Gu Jiao, but Gu Jiao was not someone who could quarrel with people. She did not even show any expression and never got angry. She did not give people the pleasure of quarreling. Therefore, Emo Qinshu grabbed the second boss and gave him a good beating. The second boss was bald. When women quarreled, they could be compared to thousands of soldiers and horses. That night, after Emo Qinshu gave the second boss a good beating as usual, she closed her eyes and snorted coldly. In the middle of the night, several black shadows quietly sneaked into the small courtyard of the medical center. Chapter 536. There were no patients left in the clinic except for Mo Qianxue. The doctors and staff on duty were all asleep, and Mo Qianxue was no exception. The entire clinic was quiet and only the sound of the wind could be heard. The sound of the wind perfectly concealed the movements of the men in black. Of course, their original movements were very light, which was enough to show the depth of their skills. The group of people jumped over the tall wall and landed silently. Only when their clothes rubbed against each other did they make a small noise, but that was all. A gust of wind was enough to cover it up. When they reached the stairs, the leader stopped and raised his hand to signal for everyone to stop. The others all stopped. The leader went to the corridor first and listened to every room with vigilance. Finally, he settled on the room on the east side. He took out a dagger and inserted it into the gap of the door, intending to pry open the latch. However, he found that there was no latch behind the door. Mo Qianxue was a patient, and the doctor had to check on her at any time. Naturally, she wouldn't lock the door. The black-clothed man put away the dagger and gently pushed open the door. He gave a look to the black-clothed men behind him. Everyone understood and rushed towards the room. Mo Qianxue was sleeping. She was so angry that she woke up from her dream When she opened her eyes, she felt a cold light flash past her eyes. She frowned and rolled to the side. A cold, sharp blade pierced into the place where she was originally lying. The man in black saw that she had dodged and his eyes turned cold. He raised his sword and slashed at her again. Mo Qianxue took out the silver needles under her pillow and shot them at the man. However, she was seriously injured and both her internal energy and speed were greatly reduced. The black-clothed man clearly saw the silver needles that she shot out. He waved his sword and blocked all the silver needles. Mo Qianxue felt a pain in her chest. She tried to grab the dagger on the bedside table, but her hand was kicked away by the man in black. Mo Qianxue was shaken by his inner energy. She tasted blood in her throat and unconsciously spat it out. The man in black aimed at her head and swung his sword down. At that critical moment, a dagger flew through the air and stabbed the man in black in the back, piercing his heart without the slightest deviation. The black-clothed man's eyes suddenly widened, and his body stiffened in disbelief. In the next second, the sword in his hand fell and he also fell straight to the bed. Mo Qianxue looked at the man in black beside her with disgust. She wanted nothing more than to kick him off the bed. At the same time, the other 3 black-clothed men in the room quickly reacted. They hurriedly drew their swords from their waists. Unfortunately, before the sword could leave its sheath, it was pressed back by a cold hand. With a clang, the sharp blade returned to its sheath. Before they could react, they were knocked down one by one. Gu Jiao was clear-headed. She stepped on the other party's chest with one foot and looked down at him. She said indifferently, "Who sent you?" That person gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. "They have poison sacs in their mouths. We can't get anything out of them," Mo Qianxue said, panting. Gu Jiao calmly removed her foot. She stepped over the black-clothed men on the floor and came to the bed. She grabbed the black-clothed man's body and dragged it out like a sack. Then she wiped her hands and returned to the bed. She looked at Mo Qianxue with a calm expression. Mo Qianxue spat out blood. The blanket was stained with blood. Gu Jiao handed her a handkerchief. Mo Qianxue was stunned. "What?" Gu Jiao handed it to her. Mo Qianxue still didn't understand. Gu Jiao held the handkerchief in her hand and bent down to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Gu Jiao came in a hurry and was only wearing a thin nightgown. Her aura immediately enveloped Mo Qianxue. Mo Qianxue looked at her calm eyes. Unlike the gentleness of ordinary women, her eyes revealed a heroic spirit. Of course, they were also very exquisite. If it wasn't for the birthmark on her face, this would be a face that both men and women would be captivated by. Gu Jiao was focused on wiping Mo Qianxue's blood and didn't notice Mo Qianxue's fixed gaze. Nightgowns were different from formal undergarments. They were spacious and she happened to be leaning over. Mo Qianxue didn't do it on purpose but accidentally looked in. This figure was such a seductive figure. How many corsets did she wear to turn herself into a man? Little liar. Mo Qianxue gritted her teeth. Gu Jiao. Why was she a little liar again? Mo Qianxue snorted. "I don't want to sleep here anymore. That stinky man touched my bed." Mo Qianxue was the top courtesan in Immortal Music House, but she had never been touched by another man. Gu Jiao was the first. No, to be exact, the second. That's not right either. She wasn't a man. Emo Qianxue was angry again. She glared at Gu Jiao angrily. Gu Jiao was confused. This room was indeed unsuitable for people to live in. Gu Jiao decided to bring Emo Qianxue to the next room. Since Emo Qianxue couldn't walk, Gu Jiao could only carry her over. There was still Gu Jiao's scent and warmth in the quilt. Emo Qianxue didn't feel cold after lying down. He even felt a little warm. Gu Jiao went to call the servants and asked them to throw the men in black out of the courtyard. There was no need to report it to the authorities. They wouldn't be able to find anything. Gu Jiao went back to the room, closed the door and lay down next to Emo Qianxue. Emo Qianxue couldn't sleep. She stared at the top of the bed for a while and then suddenly turned to look at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's eyes were slightly closed and her breathing was calm. Emo Qianxue opened her mouth to speak but stopped. Gu Jiao opened her mouth. Who are they? Emo Qianxue knew that the moment she said that they had poison sacs in their mouths, she had exposed the fact that she recognized them. Emo Qianxue lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "People from Immortal Music House." Gu Jiao wasn't surprised by this answer. She still asked in confusion, "Why did they want to kill you?" Emo Qianxue said, "I don't know. I went out for a while and then came back. I was killed for no reason." Gu Jiao asked, "Where did you go?" Emo Qianxue was silent. Gu Jiao said again, "Okay, I'll change the question. Is the owner of Immortal Music House really dead?" Gu Jiao didn't wait for a response. She opened her eyes and turned her head. She saw that Emo Qianxue had fallen asleep on her side. Under the quilt, Emo Qianxue's fingers were carefully pinching a section of her sleeve. Gu Jiao didn't speak again. She turned her face away and soon closed her eyes and fell asleep. In the following few nights, Emo Qianxue encountered several waves of assassins. With Gu Jiao around, they were all scared but not in danger. Those people seemed to have learned their lesson. They didn't fight Gu Jiao head-on and only restrained Gu Jiao from attacking Emo Qianxue. Gu Jiao dealt with the first two waves of assassins with ease. However, by the third wave, Gu Jiao could clearly feel that the opponent's strength was not on the same level as the previous assassins. 3 men in black, all of them were men of sacrifice. Are they also from Immortal Music House? Gu Jiao asked while holding Emo Qianxue in her arms to avoid the ambush. Emo Qianxue shook her head. "I don't know. I don't know them." She really didn't know them and had never seen them before. Emo Qianxue's expression was complicated as she watched Gu Jiao fight with the 3 men of sacrifice. These 3 men of sacrifice were slightly weaker than the Dragon Shadow Guards. With Gu Jiao's current strength, she could deal with them. However, the prerequisite was that they had to fight Gu Jiao properly. However, their target was Emo Qianxue. This made the battle even more difficult. When the 3 men of sacrifice were finally dealt with, Gu Jiao's arm hurt a little. Emo Qianxue sat in the snow, her ankle swollen and painful. Gu Jiao knelt down on one knee and checked her ankle. Emo Qianxue's gaze fell on the bloodstains on her sleeve. Her expression changed. "Your hand is bleeding." Gu Jiao didn't mind. She lifted Emo Qianxue's swollen ankle. "It's not dislocated. It's just sprained. It'll heal in a few days." As soon as she finished speaking, a cold arrow shot out from the darkness. In fact, Gu Jiao could have dodged it herself. That would have been much safer. However, Gu Jiao didn't do so. She suddenly turned around and blocked Emo Qianxue with one hand. With the other hand, she grabbed the dagger on the ground and shot it at the arrow. The arrow was unbelievably fast. It met the arrow almost at the same time the dagger was shot out. If she had been a little slower, she wouldn't have been able to block the arrow. Emo Qianxue looked at Gu Jiao, who was blocking in front of her. Her eyes flashed slightly and a trace of complicated emotions flashed past her eyes. The archer didn't stop there. He shot another arrow at Gu Jiao. This time Gu Jiao caught it directly. Gu Jiao had to deal with the assassin in the dark, so her back was completely exposed to Emo Qianxue. Emo Qianxue stared at Gu Jiao's defenseless back. She silently took out the silver needle hidden in her sleeve. The needle was dipped in poison. The tip of the needle was black. A single needle could kill a person instantly. Emo Qianxue clenched her fists. Her eyes flashed with hesitation, confusion, and struggle. Then she gritted her teeth. Her eyes turned cold as if she had finally made a decision. She suddenly shot all the silver needles in her hand in the direction of Gu Jiao. The silver needles carried all her internal energy. They brushed past Gu Jiao's neck. A few muffled groans came from the dark night, and 3 black-clothed men fell from different directions with a clatter. Chapter 537. The novel will be updated faster. Gu Jiao thought there was only one man in black. Who would have thought there were 2 more hiding in the dark? Emo Qianxue was already severely injured, and this attack with all her strength had almost drained her of all her energy. The moment the 3 men in black fell from above, she couldn't hold on any longer. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Gu Jiao bent down and carried Emo Qianxue back to the room. The clinic's manservant would clean up the place. Emo Qianxue was covered in snow. The wound on her leg was slightly torn. Blood seeped out and dyed her nightgown red. Gu Jiao took off her clothes and stuffed them under the blanket. Then she opened the closet door and found a clean set of nightgown for her to change into. In a daze, Emo Qianxue felt someone touch her body. Her face turned pale and she grabbed the other person's hand. "It's me," Gu Jiao said. Emo Qianxue let go of her hand. She leaned her head against Gu Jiao's chest and fell into a deep sleep. In fact, several groups of people had already come to the clinic. However, Gu Jiao clearly felt that Emo Qianxue's mood had changed. Maybe it was because tonight was especially serious. In the latter half of the night, Emo Qianxue even had nightmares. She was afraid. Her face was pale and her body trembled slightly. It was as if she had fallen into an endless nightmare. Emo Qianxue, Emo Qianxue. Gu Jiao tried to wake her up. Emo Qianxue opened her eyes and looked at Gu Jiao in fear. She did not know if she was still in a dream. She did not respond and only held Gu Jiao's hand tightly, like a drowning person holding onto the last piece of driftwood. "Are you so scared?" Gu Jiao murmured. She didn't pull her hand back. Gu Jiao took the time to go back to Clearwater Alley. Little Jing Kong hadn't seen Gu Jiao for a few days. He felt wronged and teared up. "Jiao Jiao." He rushed over and hugged Gu Jiao. Although he was 5 years old, he looked just 1 year younger than his peers. Gu Jiao easily lifted him up. Little Jing Kong sat in Gu Jiao's arms and shook his little head. "Jiao Jiao, is the medical center done?" Little Jing Kong asked. "Not yet." Gu Jiao entered the room and greeted Yao Shi. Yao Shi had just finished bathing Gu Xiaobao. "You're back. There's no need to go to the clinic, right?" Yao Shi warmly asked. "We still have to go over tonight," Gu Jiao said. Little Jing Kong thought for a while and got down from Gu Jiao's arms. He moved a chair for Gu Jiao and said, "Jiao Jiao is tired. Jiao Jiao, take a seat." Gu Xiaobao, "Wow." Yao Shi heard her son's voice and laughed. "Did Xiaobao speak? Does Xiaobao want sister to sit down?" Gu Xiaobao widened his big round eyes and looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao walked over and poked Gu Xiaobao's face. Gu Xiaobao chuckled. A 3-month-old child could laugh, but Gu Xiaobao was a baby who did not cry, make a fuss, or like to laugh. Other than a chuckle on the day he turned 3 months old, he did not make a sound after that. Gu Jiao found it amusing and gently poked his chubby little face again. Gu Xiaobao laughed again. Gu Jiao poked him again and Gu Xiaobao laughed again. Little Jing Kong clapped his hands excitedly and jumped up and down. "Younger brother is laughing. Younger brother is laughing." At this moment, Marquis Gu came over from the newly renovated residence. It snowed heavily a few days ago and the finishing work was delayed. Now that the weather was better, he led the workmen from the Ministry of Works to rush the work day and night. Today he was here to transport materials and took a detour to see his wife and son. When he reached the door, he heard little Jing Kong's voice. He held his breath and really heard his son's laughter. His son knew how to laugh. Marquis Gu walked into the house in high spirits. "Son, father is here to see you." He did not look at Gu Jiao and went straight to his wife, Yao Shi, and carried Gu Xiaobao over with fatherly love. Then Gu Xiaobao stopped laughing. Marquis Gu teased him. "Son, give father a smile." Under his father's expectant gaze, Gu Xiaobao calmly took out his little finger, put it in his mouth and fell asleep in a second. Marquis Gu, Emo Qianxue slept until the afternoon. Midway, Dr. Tong came to check on her. He took her pulse and checked on her wound. Everything was fine. Because of the accident at Xianlu House, the tea house reopened early. There were more people on the streets and more headaches, fevers and drunkenness. Today, a wave of drunkards and injured patients came to the clinic. There were not many doctors and they could not take care of them all. However, this had nothing to do with Imo. She did not need any additional treatment and only needed to quietly recuperate in the room. A maid brought food over. Imo ate a little. Her leg was injured and her ribs were broken. She could not walk and could only lie on the bed in boredom. She sat on the bed and clutched the handkerchief in her hand. She snorted, "Where did the little liar go?" Suddenly a figure flashed through the door. Imo eyes flashed with vigilance. "Who is it?" The unlatched door was gently pushed open from the outside. First, an exquisite embroidered fan reached in from the crack of the door. Then the owner of the fan walked in with light steps. It was a pair of brand new pink lotus embroidered shoes. They were made of real gold and were extremely expensive. In the whole capital, only the courtesans of Xianlu House could afford to wear such shoes. The vigilance in Imo eyes dissipated and was replaced by a faint disgust. "What are you doing here?" Imo asked coldly. Hua Xiao smiled brightly. "I'm here to see my elder sister." Hua Xiao closed the door behind her and walked toward Imo bedside. Imo said with disdain, "Who is your elder sister? Don't randomly recognize relatives here." Hua Xiao covered half of her face with the fan and laughed. "We are all girls in the brothel. Who is more noble than who? Don't make it sound like your elder sister is a daughter of a good family." Imo impatiently said, "If you have something to say it quickly." Hua Xiao laughed. "I haven't seen you for a few days but you are still so vulgar. Does that little Gongzi also know your character? Is it hard for you to pretend in front of him? Ah, I forgot, he is not a little Gongzi but a little girl. Elder sister, your infatuation has been misplaced." Imo looked at her coldly. "Hua Xiao, do you have nothing to do so you came to tell me this?" Hua Xiao removed the round fan in front of her face, revealing an innocent look. "Of course not, I came to remind elder sister, don't forget your identity, don't be a traitor of Immortal Music House." Imo turned her face and said lightly, "I didn't." Hua Xiao sneered and took out 3 silver needles from her arms. "So you didn't kill those 3 people? These silver needles are made by imitating the Tang sect's Tang flower needle. In the capital except for you, it seems that no one else uses this kind of silver needle." Imo hand holding the handkerchief tightened and said without changing her expression, "I don't need to explain to you what I do." Hua Xiao threw the 3 silver needles on Imo quilt. "Young master asked me to come." Imo eyes moved slightly and she said seriously, "I killed those 3 people in order to gain her trust." Hua Xiao sat down on the edge of Imo bed and looked into Imo eyes with a smile. "She doesn't trust you enough?" Imo blinked lightly and looked up to meet Hua Xiao's eyes. "Not enough, I didn't have a chance." Hua Xiao smiled, stood up and went to the wardrobe. She opened the door and brushed Gu Jiao's clothes with her fingertips. "You slept in the same room and didn't have a chance? Who are you fooling? Then why don't you do it?" Imo asked. Hua Xiao closed the wardrobe door. "I don't have sister's luck. Casually hooking up with a young master can become a big fish." Imo glanced at her and said, "It's good that you know you don't have the ability. Go back and tell young master that I will kill her. But I need time." 3 days. Hua Xiao stretched out 3 fingers. Imo looked at Hua Xiao coldly. Hua Xiao smiled charmingly. "Young master only wanted to give you 1 day, but I fought for 2 more days for sister. Sister, don't waste your sister's kindness." Hua Xiao. Imo called out to Hua Xiao who had turned and walked out. Hua Xiao stopped and looked back with a smile. "Sister, is there anything else?" Imo suddenly shot out a silk thread and wrapped it around Hua Xiao's foot. Then she pulled it coldly and the silk thread twisted off the embroidered shoes on Hua Xiao's foot. Imo was not polite to Hua Xiao at all. If Hua Xiao's martial arts were not good, she would have fallen to the ground. Hua Xiao's face sank and she gritted her teeth. "Imo said indifferently, "Get out." Chapter 538. Clearwater Alley. Being ignored by his son Marquis Gu felt a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat and placed his sleeping son back into Yao Shi's arms. Other than visiting the Yao family and his son, he had come today for another matter. Gu Jinyu's marriage. Gu Jinyu and Royal Prince and were originally scheduled to get married before the new year. Who would have thought that other than the war, the commoners' marriages were not restricted? However, Royal Prince was an official of the court and Gu Jinyu was the daughter of a marquis. The two of them could not get married during a time of national crisis. Therefore it was pushed back to a year later. It's next month. Marquis Gu said to Yao Shi, Jinyu is your daughter. How can a daughter get married without her mother by her side? Why don't you follow me back to my residence for a few days and wait for Jinyu to get married? The conflict between Yao Shi and the Marquis Fu mainly came from the fact that everyone in the Marquis Fu did not welcome her. Old Madame Gu was the leader, followed by Gu Chongqing and the other two. As for the servants, they did not need to care too much. Anyway, they did not dare to cause trouble in front of Yao Shi. Now that all sorts of misunderstandings had been resolved, the Gu brothers no longer had any resentment towards Yao Shi. Marquis Gu felt that it was time to bring Yao Shi back to live. Yao Shi was a little hesitant. She knew that old Madame Gu still didn't want to see her son, who had appeared out of nowhere, and it was impossible for them to have no grudges between them. Moreover, even if she went back, Gu Yan and Gu Jiao would not go back with her. She couldn't bear to part with her children, and she also couldn't bear to part with this large family in Jadewater Lane. But Master Ho was right, Jinyu was also her daughter. Back then Gu Sanlang and his wife treated Jiao Jiao like a treasure. What reason did she have to treat Jinyu harshly? Mother's health hasn't been good recently. She can't manage the household. Marquis Gu looked at her and said. Yao Shi looked at Gu Jiao, who was fixing Kuju's flirtatious eyes in the inner courtyard, and said to Marquis Gu, You've been here for so long. Why don't you talk to Jiao Jiao? Marquis Gu scoffed. She's the one who doesn't want to talk to me. I've been here for so long, have you heard her call me father? Yao Shi said, Jiao Jiao is just not used to it. Moreover, do you treat Jiao Jiao like a father? Marquis Gu hesitated. Yao Shi continued, You even used a whip to hit her. That's. Marquis Gu coughed guiltily. How long has it been? Do you still remember? I didn't know that she was our daughter and thought that she wanted to harm you. At the mention of this matter, Marquis Gu became angry. He had only whipped that girl once, and that girl bore a grudge to such an extent, opposing him at every turn. He even kidnapped his wife and son. 2 sons. Was it because he didn't act like a father? She was clearly the one who didn't act like a daughter. Can't she learn from Jinyu, gentle and generous, delicate and cute? That's how the daughter of a marquis should be. Marquis Gu rolled his eyes and said, If that girl was half as sensible as Jinyu, I wouldn't have doted on her so much. Yao Shi carried the sleeping Gu Xiaobao and stood up, looking at him with a frown. You admit that you don't dote on Jiao Jiao? Marquis Gu was dazed. How could he speak so quickly? Also, how could Madame's angle be so tricky? Yao Shi trembled with anger. So when you said that you dote on Jiao Jiao, you were lying to me. Marquis Gu panicked and quickly said, I didn't lie to you. I'm telling the truth. I dote on Jiao Jiao. I dote on her the most. Yao Shi did not want to wake up her sleeping son, so she suppressed her anger and asked, Then let me ask you, what does Jiao Jiao like to eat the most? Marquis Gu opened his mouth. How could he know what that girl liked to eat the most? You can't even answer this, yet you say that you dote on Jiao Jiao. Yao Shi said this and carried Gu Xiaobao away without looking back. Marquis Gu, sigh. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshun had gone to Master Lu's place in the southern wing and were not at home. Yao Shi also ignored him. Marquis Gu rubbed his nose resentfully. Every strand of hair on his body spoke of the awkwardness in his heart. He was hesitating whether he should go back first. At this moment little Jing Kong walked over. Little Jing Kong was Gu Jiao Jiao's little tail. Wherever Gu Jiao went he would go. But now he did not stick to Gu Jiao. Marquis Gu was quite surprised. He looked at this little kid who seemed to still be so small. For once he asked in a pleasant tone, Why are you here? Little Jing Kong did not say anything. He walked to the front door cutely and stood on the doorstep. With his hands behind his back he blinked and looked at Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu's mouth twitched. Are you chasing me away? Little Jing Kong shook his head. Jiao Jiao said that we must be polite children. Those who come are guests. We can't chase them away just because they don't welcome them. That's the adults' business. We just need to be obedient as children. Marquis Gu, who was rejected everywhere, finally left with his head covered in dirt. Gu Jiao fixed little Jing Kong's romantic eyes. Little Jing Kong could play Kuju happily again. Thank you, Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong stood under the romantic eyes and said cutely. Gu Jiao curved her lips and handed him the Kuju on the stone table. Do you want to finish? Jiao Jiao, will you play with me? Little Jing Kong asked. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Jiao played with little Jing Kong for a while. When the old chancellor came back to check on little Jing Kong's homework, he left reluctantly. Gu Jiao went to the clinic. She brought some candied fruits and hawthorn cakes made by the young master. When she entered the room, Emo Qianxue was leaning against the bed and sulking. When she saw her, she snorted coldly and rolled her eyes. She turned her body sideways and showed Gu Jiao the back of her head. Gu Jiao had always been right about people and not about things. She could indulge the people she accepted to do anything. Emo Qianxue's little temper was like a drizzle in her eyes, the kind that wouldn't even get her clothes wet. How do you feel today? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Dr. Gu asked routinely. Emo Qianxue grabbed the handkerchief and said angrily, not good. I feel uncomfortable everywhere. Gu Jiao put the snacks on the bedside table and reached out to check her pulse. Really? Let me see. Emo Qianxue pulled back her hand. I won't show you, you little liar. She was so lively. It seemed that she had nothing to do in the afternoon. Gu Jiao was a doctor, so she naturally had to care about the patient's diet. She asked the maid and found that Emo Qianxue didn't eat much. There were 2 dishes and 1 soup and she only ate 1 or 2 mouthfuls. Gu Jiao opened the food box and took out a stack of glittering hawthorn cakes, saying, "This is my granduncle's hawthorn cake. Try it." When one person cared about another, the focus would become very strange. Emo Qianxue sneered, "Your grandfather doesn't have a sister. How can you have a young master?" Gu Jiao paused and looked at her. "You investigated me." Emo Qianxue's eyes flashed. Oh no, she spilled the beans. Emo Qianxue was saved by Gu Jiao and brought back to Immortal Music House. Only then did she recognize Gu Jiao as the mute youth who had taken liberties with her. Moreover, Gu Jiao had never said who she was or who her grandfather was. In other words, before she recognized Gu Jiao, she, Emo Qianxue, had investigated the daughter of Marquis Ding in Fu. This was very thought-provoking. Why did Emo Qianxue investigate her? Emo Qianxue composed herself and said in a normal tone, "Is there a need to investigate this? The fact that the daughter of Marquis Ding in Fu works as a doctor in the medical hall has long been known by everyone." Gu Jiao looked at her without blinking. "So you are so sure that I am that doctor?" Emo Qianxue almost couldn't stand her seemingly casual but hidden sharp gaze. "Isn't your surname Gu?" Gu Jiao indifferently placed the hawthorn cake in Emo Qianxue's hand. "That's true." Emo Qianxue secretly let out a sigh of relief. Luckily she was smart. After Gu Jiao gave the cake to Emo Qianxue, she went out to get medicine for Emo Qianxue. Consolidating one's foundation required proper Chinese medicine. After she left, Emo Qianxue took out a packet of medicinal powder from her chest and sprinkled it on a piece of hawthorn cake. She wiped away the excess medicinal powder and a thin layer blended in with the sugar on the hawthorn cake. Not the slightest bit of it could be seen. When Gu Jiao returned to the room with a bowl of steaming hot medicine, Emo Qianxue was sitting coldly at the head of the bed. On the bedside table next to her was a plate of hawthorn cake. She coldly snorted and said, "What kind of rubbish taste is this? Did your great-aunt make it? If you don't want to deal with me, just say it. There's no need to buy things from a street stall to fool me." "Does it not taste good?" Gu Jiao asked strangely. Emo Qianxue angrily said, "It tastes terrible. If you don't believe me, try one yourself." Gu Jiao picked up the topmost piece of hawthorn cake. Emo Qianxue grabbed her hand and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll poison you?" Gu Jiao asked, "Will you?" Emo Qianxue slowly let go of her hand and said coldly, "Yes. Of course I will. I really want to poison you, you little liar." Gu Jiao tasted the hawthorn cake in her hand and frowned. "Oh, it seems a little too sour. I took the wrong one. This is for my great-aunt. Dr. Gu. There's a patient here who fainted." Xiao Sanzi's voice came from outside the courtyard. "Coming." Gu Jiao put down the piece of hawthorn cake and turned to leave the room. Emo Qianxue looked at the piece of hawthorn cake that Gu Jiao had taken a bite of, then looked at the bird and half of the cake on the snow outside the window. She angrily kicked her feet under the quilt. Next time, Next time I won't be soft-hearted. If I'm soft-hearted again, I'll write my name upside down. Chapter 539. Novels with a deeper meaning that cannot be found online are all available here. On the other side, the Minister of Justice took Xiao Heng out of the city to investigate a case that very night. Xiao Heng was only a scribe in the Ministry of Justice. Logically speaking, he should not be involved in the investigation, but Minister Xing had originally wanted him because of his ability to handle cases. The scribe position was just a cover. The Minister of Justice was surnamed Xing and his name was Xuan. This name did not sound like someone who could be a minister, but Xing Xuan had done it. Xing Xuan was one of the few ministers of the 6 ministries who had come from a humble background. At the beginning he had suffered a lot before finally entering the Ministry of Justice. Because he did not have the support of his family, it was much more difficult for him to rise up the ranks than for those nobles and officials. He had been sent out twice. The first time was because he had offended someone, and the second time was because he had offended someone he should not have offended. But perhaps his life was really tough, for he had managed to survive. His character was upright and his family style was also upright. He met the emperor's standards for using people. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could be noticed by the emperor. Speaking of which, it was actually a coincidence. The second time I was sent out was in a small county near Fengdu Mountain. I handled a case and the victim was someone from the princess's estate, Minister Xing said to Xiao Heng in the carriage. Xiao Heng did not know about this. Before he left the capital, he had not thought that he would enter the 6 ministries, so he had not paid special attention to the movements of the 6 ministries. Princess Xinyang had monitored the movements of the court, so he had occasionally heard of some officials' weakness. For example, the account book of the imperial college's Sai accepting bribes. But it was clear that Minister of Justice was not in the list of weaknesses. He was an honest and upright official. As the carriage bumped along the rugged path, the two of them couldn't help but sway a little. Minister Xing swayed as he continued. To be honest, he was just an insignificant servant who was humiliated by a local squire. That squire had a bit of a relationship with the capital. Do you know what someone else would have done? Xiao Heng understood that he was not asking him a question. As expected, Minister Xing continued, sometimes the lives of the common people are worthless and the lives of the servants are worthless as well. At that time Princess Xinyang asked me, County Magistrate Xing, do you dare to investigate this case? Xiao Heng could almost imagine Princess Xinyang's expression at that time. I asked the princess, I've checked and something happened. Can the princess protect my family? The princess said, I can't. Your case isn't for me to investigate. That's your duty. You can choose to be a good official or a corrupt official. You'll have to bear the consequences. I is so unreasonable. I thought. Actually, when he thought about it now, he still felt that the princess was too cold-hearted. She was a princess. Wasn't it easy for her to protect a few people? She's putting me on the fire and not giving my family a way out. But Lulang, the world is like this. From the day I chose to be an official, I sent my family's fate down an unpredictable path. No one forced me. It was all my own choice. The case spread to the capital. Did you know that the squire was related to the Duke Luo's family? I almost died, but the heavens didn't want me to die. His Majesty heard about this case and transferred me back to the capital. My life was saved. She helped you, Xiao Heng suddenly said. What? Minister Xing looked at Xiao Heng in confusion. Xiao Heng said, Princess Xinyang, she helped you. Minister Xing was stunned. Xiao Heng brushed his wide sleeves. Otherwise, why would His Majesty hear about your case and suddenly transfer you back to the capital? There are so many murder cases in the world. Minister Xing couldn't accept such a huge shock. To be honest, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of this possibility. However, he had seen Princess Xinyang several times after the incident, and she didn't want him to thank her at all. In fact, she didn't even talk to him. How could she do a good deed without leaving a name? What did Princess Xinyang want? Because he was a good official? Because of his face? It was rumored that Princess Xinyang had many handsome men. Minister Xing touched his coarse face. Speaking of which, he was indeed the most handsome man in their county town once upon a time. Sir, we're here. The driver stopped the carriage. Minister Xing had said all this to Xiao Heng in the carriage because he sensed that this matter wasn't simple. The power behind it might be beyond their imagination. He was worried that Xiaoheng wouldn't dare to investigate further, so he wanted to use his own deeds to influence Xiaoheng and make him determined to be a good official who didn't fear power. Even if he didn't have anyone to protect him, he would definitely be able to soar to a high position. However, it seemed that he had failed. Cough cough. Minister Xing cleared his throat. Let's go. This was the residence of the third witness they had found. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything. The witness hadn't returned home for the past few days. Assistant Minister Li's case could be said to be both simple and complicated. Assistant Minister Li had left the capital to visit his concubine and concubine's son. Along the way, he had encountered a group of robbers. Assistant Minister Li's accompanying bodyguards had promptly chased the robbers away. Two of the robbers had seriously resisted and injured Assistant Minister Li. The bodyguards had no choice but to kill them. However, who would have thought that when they were sent to the local yamen, one of the victims turned out to be a good citizen. The family of the good citizen came to the door and said that Assistant Minister Li had killed their son. The identities of the rest of the robbers were also ascertained. Their eyewitnesses at the time were not at home. Based on Minister Xing's many years of experience in handling cases, this was a premeditated framing. The goal wasn't Assistant Minister Li but the case in his hands. Xiaoheng was a trustworthy person. Minister Xing didn't beat around the bush in front of him. The Xianlu House case is of great importance. The capital government and the Ministry of Justice are investigating this case. Xiaoheng nodded and said, "Then why are the people from the capital government fine?" Minister Xing thoughtfully said, "There's only one possibility. The capital government had already been bribed." Xiaoheng also guessed this possibility. He sternly said, "If Assistant Minister Li continues to investigate, there will be danger." "It's your danger, Darren." Assistant Minister Li was only following orders. The decision was in Minister Xing's hands. Therefore, the other party was actually targeting Minister Xing. The above was a guess based on the clues they currently had. Whether this was the case or not still needed to be confirmed later. Since they couldn't find a witness, Minister Xing took Xiaoheng to the carriage to return to the capital. The carriage hadn't gone far when an arrow shot into their carriage and nailed itself to the wall of the carriage between Xiaoheng and Minister Xing. Because the force was too great, the arrow had already pierced into the wall. The tail of the arrow was still shaking violently. It could be seen that if this arrow had shot into either of them, it would have killed them instantly. Minister Xing's eyes turned cold. Assassinate an official of the imperial court? Fortunately, I was already prepared. After he finished speaking, he took out a bone whistle and blew it forcefully. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings passed. The expert who should have appeared didn't appear. Minister Xing was stunned. What's going on? This official spent a lot of money to buy an expert from the Jianghu. He's gone. Xiaoheng lightly said. It can't be. Minister Xing's eyes widened. Another arrow shot in. This time it hit Minister Xing's crotch. Minister Xing only felt that his little minister was a bit cold. Get out of the carriage, Xiaoheng said. Minister Xing lifted the curtain and grabbed Xiaoheng's hand before jumping out of the carriage with him. Just as the two of them fell to the ground, a whole row of arrows covered the sky and covered the earth, and shot the carriage into a sieve. Minister Xing held his breath. If he and Xiao Lulang hadn't jumped out of the carriage in time, they would have become sieves by now. Too hateful. Who did this? Don't let this official find out. Otherwise, this official will definitely find out who did this. Whoosh. Another arrow was shot, and it almost hit Minister Xing's butt. Ah! Minister Xing suddenly jumped, grabbed Xiaoheng's hand and ran. At first, Xiaoheng thought that the group of people came for Minister Xing. However, when they entered a forest and Minister Xing fell down the hill, the group of people didn't chase after Minister Xing. Instead, they attacked Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng finally understood that shooting Minister Xing was a mistake. Their target was him from the start. They didn't want to use Assistant Minister Li's case to warn Minister Xing to stop. They wanted to use Minister Xing to take him out of the capital to investigate the case and kill him on the way. What a good plan. It seemed that Mo Qinshua's case was a trap from the start. Xiaoheng looked at the 5 men in black approaching him and asked coldly, "Who is your master?" The leader of the men in black said coldly, "You're going to die anyway. What's the use of knowing our master?" Xiaoheng said calmly, "You have to let me know before I die." The leader of the men in black sneered. Fine, I'll tell you. The person who wants to kill you is our young master. Xiaoheng looked at him coldly. Who is your young master? Chapter 540. Big brother, don't talk nonsense with him. He's going to die anyway. What's the point of knowing so much? That's true. This guy doesn't deserve to know young master's name. The leader of the black-clothed men smiled and said to the black-clothed men beside him, kill this brat. Do it cleanly. Big brother, don't worry. We know what to do. This brat doesn't know martial arts. We have the final say on how to kill him. Several people roared with laughter as they disdainfully pressed towards Xiaoheng. In front of Xiaoheng were the black-clothed men and behind him was a huge slope. He had two choices. One was to be killed by them and the other was to jump down the slope and die. Jump. One of the black-clothed men smiled provocatively. This height was nothing to martial artists, but it was a death sentence for a Hanlin official. They didn't believe that Xiaoheng would jump. In fact, Xiaoheng didn't jump. The few of them sneered as they approached Xiaoheng. When they were about 10 steps away, Xiaoheng suddenly fished out something from his money pouch and threw it at the few people's feet. They thought it was a hidden weapon and hurriedly took a step back. Unfortunately, it was useless to take a step back. The black thing exploded after it landed on the ground. Several people were blasted into a sorry state. The leader of the black-clothed men was startled. When he reacted and was about to attack Xiaoheng, Xiaoheng was one step faster and took out the remaining black fire pearls. Not good. Bang. He didn't have time to escape and was knocked out by a series of black fire pearls. Gu Jiao mixed a small amount of knockout drug into Xiaoheng's black fire pearls. The power of the explosion was not as strong as the pure black fire pearls, but it could quickly knock out the opponent. After knocking out the group of people, Xiaoheng quickly left and went down the small path to find Xing Shongshu. Minister Xing had just fallen down the hill. The place where he fell was not so high. If he was lucky, he would not die. When Xiaoheng found him, his arm was dislocated, but he could still walk. Xiaoheng helped him up, looked around, found a direction and said, "Let's go." Minister Xing covered his dislocated arm and cursed in pain. What kind of people are they? I'm not sure, Xiaoheng said. Xing Shongshu said angrily, Good, good, good. How dare he set his sights on this official? When we return to the capital, this official will investigate his background. His courage was commendable. Minister Xing said earnestly, Luing, don't be scared. As officials of the imperial court, how can we not encounter any problems? Don't back out just because of this little disturbance. Xiaoheng supported him and accurately identified the direction of the capital. Yes, he won't. What was this little disturbance? What's more, they were targeting him. It had nothing to do with him being an official of the imperial court. They had set up such a situation to deal with him. From the beginning of the murder case at Immortal Music House, this game had started. All of them were chess pieces on the chessboard. He just didn't know who the young master was, and what relationship did he have with Immortal Music House. Xiaoheng said, Darren, after returning to the capital, I want to go to Immortal Music House again. I'll listen to you. I also feel that there's something wrong with this Immortal Music House. Minister Xing was so angry that he cursed. Regarding the background of Immortal Music House, the people in the capital had many guesses. Unfortunately, no one had gotten a handle on Immortal Music House. It was not good to close it down or destroy it. Moreover, so what if they destroyed Immortal Music House? Was the main point Immortal Music House? It was the people behind Immortal Music House. Minister Xing had a toothache. After the two walked for a while, Minister Xing suddenly asked, That's right, I seem to have heard a strange sound. Are you okay? After Minister Xing fell down, he was dizzy for a while. In addition, he was far away, so he couldn't hear clearly. He didn't know if he had misheard or what happened. I'm fine. Xiaoheng didn't mention the gunpowder. Only Yan country had gunpowder. God knows how Gu Jiao had it. It was better to have less trouble. Since Minister Xing wasn't sure, then he must have misheard. That's right, what about that group of people? Minister Xing asked again. Xiaoheng said, We've shaken them off for the time being, but they may catch up in a while. We have to leave as soon as possible. But where is this? Minister Xing was completely lost. Xiaoheng pointed to the front and said, Go east for another li and you'll reach Xiaohe village. After passing through the village, there'll be a relay station. We'll hire a carriage there. Minister Xing nodded blankly. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. That group of people still caught up with them, but Xiaoheng was too familiar with the terrain around the capital. He was able to shake them off no matter what. After the carriage passed through the city gates, Minister Xing suddenly realized something. Aren't you from Yuzhou? How come you're more familiar with the capital than me? Those who didn't know would think that you grew up in the capital. That group of people didn't seem to want to make a move in the capital. After entering the capital, the two's journey was much smoother. They didn't have to hide anymore and walked faster. Minister Xing was injured, so Xiaoheng sent him to the Miracle Hall. Lulang is here. The second master smiled and greeted him. You're here to look for Xiaogu, right? She's treating a patient. She'll be fine in a while. Xiaoheng nodded and turned to introduce him to the second master. This is Lord Xing. His arm is injured. I'll have to trouble you to find a doctor to treat him. Minister Xing was wearing an official's robe. Although the second master didn't recognize which yamen he was from, he could tell that he was a third-rank official. The second master hurriedly cupped his hands. My apologies, my lord. Please come this way. I'll go get a doctor for you. The second master invited Minister Xing to a room upstairs. Xiaoheng went to Gu Jiao's courtyard. Xiaoheng knew that there was a female patient living in the courtyard. He never interfered with Gu Jiao's medical practice, but he didn't know that the patient had moved into Gu Jiao's room. He pushed the door open and entered. He was caught off guard and bumped into the other party. After Gu Jiao left, Mo Qianxue tried to sneak off the bed. She had just walked to the table when Xiaoheng came in. Xiaoheng saw her and she saw Xiaoheng. She was wearing Gu Jiao's clothes. She was dressed neatly without any disrespect or inconvenience. However, she still caught him off guard. Her walking posture was different from normal people. Xiaoheng quickly realized that she was a patient. He quickly looked away, nodded slightly and turned to leave. At that moment, Mo Qianxue called out to him. Stop. Xiaoheng paused. He hesitated and looked at Mo Qianxue. In all fairness, Mo Qianxue was beautiful. It was hard to find a woman in the capital who was more beautiful than her. Even the second master and the doctors in the clinic were shocked speechless when they saw Mo Qianxue's clean face for the first time. Xiaoheng was very calm. There was no surprise or admiration in his eyes. It was purely the look of someone looking at a stranger. It was no different from looking at a commoner on the street. Mo Qianxue frowned. Is this your reaction when you see me? Xiaoheng was confused. What was wrong with his reaction? What kind of reaction did she think he would have when he saw her? Xiaoheng looked at Mo Qianxue puzzled. Mo Qianxue endured the pain of her wound and moved step by step toward Xiaoheng. When she was 3 steps away from Xiaoheng, he unconsciously took a step back. It was obvious that he wanted to avoid suspicion. Mo Qianxue frowned even more. What's wrong with you? If the first sentence made Xiaoheng confused, the second sentence made Xiaoheng realize that something was wrong. She didn't sound like a stranger to him. You recognize me? Xiaoheng looked at her suspiciously. Mo Qianxue pointed at his right eye. Do you think I won't recognize you just because you don't have that mole? Although your appearance has changed a little from a few years ago, I can still recognize you. Xiaoheng frowned slightly. He did have a mole under his right eye. Had she really seen him before? Mo Qianxue saw that he was silent and her face darkened. Don't tell me you don't remember me? Xiaoheng didn't say anything. Mo Qianxue's almond eyes widened. You really don't remember? I was wondering, when I saw you near the Hanlin Academy, I asked my maid to look for you, but you didn't pay any attention to her. Near the Hanlin Academy. Maid, Xiaoheng remembered. There was indeed such a thing. It was even seen by Cin Xiu, who spread rumors in the Hanlin Academy that he had an affair with a brothel girl. Xiaoheng stared at her. You were the one that day? Mo Qianxue nodded. Yes, it was me. I purposely dropped a token on the ground. Who knew that you didn't pick it up, but it was picked up by a random person. After that, that person dared to go to the Immortal Music House to look for me. Xiaoheng's eyes flickered. Immortal Music House? Cin Xiu had indeed met with an accident near the Immortal Music House. At that time, the result of the investigation was that Cin Xiu was bold and reckless. He coveted the girls in the Immortal Music House, but he didn't have a token to enter. So he tried to sneak in by climbing over the wall but was killed by the guards. So he wasn't killed by a thief but by the woman in front of him? Qianxue didn't realize what kind of impact her words had brought to the room. She said calmly, "Didn't I tell you before that if I saw you again I would tell you who I was?" Xiaoheng looked at her, his eyes cold and probing. "Is that so? Then who are you?" Qianxue raised her eyebrows and smiled. "I am the top courtesan of the immortal music house, Qianxue." Chapter 541. Novels with hidden meanings that can't be found online are all available here. The dead courtesan of Immortal Music House actually appeared in front of his eyes. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? If she was Qianxue, then what was up with the female corpse lying in the yamen? Also, Xiaoheng was very sure that he had never seen Qianxue before. Then who did Qianxue mistake him for? In an instant, countless doubts flashed through Xiaoheng's mind. A string in his heart tightened. He felt that he seemed to have inadvertently approached a certain truth. When Xiaoheng didn't want others to see his emotions, no one could break through. He instantly collected his thoughts and entered the state of knowing Qianxue. "But I heard that the courtesan of Immortal Music House is dead." "It's just a scapegoat," Qianxue said carelessly. This was supposed to be a secret, but Qianxue didn't seem to have any fear in front of him. Xiaoheng looked at her calmly. It hurts, it hurts. Help me." Qianxue gasped and reached out her hand. Xiaoheng didn't move, but Qianxue thought of something and quickly pulled her hand back. "I'll do it myself." She endured the pain and moved to a stool by the table. She sat down and said to Xiaoheng, "Oh right? Why are you here? Last time I saw you, weren't you an official of the Hanlin Academy? You're not wearing the uniform of the Hanlin Academy today." Xiaoheng said, "I'm on duty at the Ministry of Justice today." Qianxue snorted. "Ministry of Justice?" Xiaoheng said calmly, "And I'm investigating your case today. If I knew that you faked your death I wouldn't have bothered." Qianxue waved her hand. "Just investigate casually, don't be too serious. Otherwise I'm afraid you'll get into trouble." Xiaoheng seemed to ask casually, "What kind of trouble will I get into?" Qianxue sighed. This is a long story. Even I don't know much about it. I don't know how to explain it to you." Xiaoheng's eyes moved. "Is it the young master behind you?" Qianxue looked at him in shock. "You know our young master?" Xiaoheng said calmly, "Today the Minister of Justice and I went to investigate a case. On the way we encountered a group of people who wanted to kill us. That group of people accidentally mentioned something about the young master." Xiaoheng didn't lie, but he didn't tell the whole truth. For example, those people were actually targeting him, and it had nothing to do with him investigating the case. Xiaoheng was testing Qianxue. He wanted to know what role she played in this case and how much she knew. "Are you hurt?" This was Qianxue's reaction. Xiaoheng's eyelashes drooped as he faintly said, "I'm fine. Minister Xing suffered some minor injuries." This sentence easily made people think that the group of people were targeting Minister Xing. Qianxue pursed her lips and said, "It must be because you investigated the case too closely. They wanted to give you a warning. Otherwise you wouldn't have come back alive. I know the young master's methods." It seemed that Qianxue didn't know that those people actually wanted his life. In Qianxue's eyes, why did her young master cause a murder case? Xiaoheng temporarily suppressed the urge to ask who the young master was. He poured a cup of tea for Qianxue and asked, "Why did you fake your death?" "To kill someone." Qianxue's mood fell. Xiaoheng was about to put the teapot back when his eyelashes trembled. He took the teapot back and poured himself a cup of tea. Qianxue said in a low voice, "The owner of this clinic." Xiaoheng clenched his fist and spilled 2 drops of tea on the table. He covered it with the teacup and said in a calm voice, "You deliberately got injured to get close to her?" "Yes." Qianxue nodded gloomily. Xiaoheng said indifferently, "You're injured so badly. Aren't you afraid of dying?" Qianxue thought that Xiaoheng guessed her injury from the gauze on her body. She didn't think that Xiaoheng already knew that she almost died that night. She said, "If I wasn't injured so badly, how could I win her trust?" Xiaoheng put the teapot back and suppressed the murderous aura that wanted to kill Qianxue on the spot. He asked indifferently, You've already won her trust. Why haven't you made a move yet? Emo Qianxue was silent. Do you still want to make a move? Xiaoheng asked. I don't know. Emo Qianxue said. Xiaoheng took a sip of tea and said, You said that your young master's methods are impressive. Aren't you afraid that you'll be punished by him if you don't listen to him? Emo Qianxue sighed incomparably. Forget it, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. What's your current identity? Hanlin Academy Attendant, Ministry of Justice Secretary. What's your name? Xiao Lulang. Emo Qianxue responded. She obviously felt that this name wasn't very good. Then, have you done what you said you were going to do here? Xiaoheng's expression didn't change as he said, I'm still doing it. What exactly is it? Emo Qianxue asked nosily. Xiaoheng's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He said seriously, I'll tell you when it's done. Emo Qianxue snorted. Boring. Xiaoheng could only drink tea to hide the fluctuations in his heart. Thinking of something, Emo Qianxue said, Oh right, are you feeling better? Xiaoheng's expression froze. If he wasn't sure that she had mistaken him for someone else, he would almost think that she was asking about his leg. It's done. Xiaoheng said. Emo Qianxue said in surprise, It can be cured? Then why did you choose to commit suicide? Xiaoheng almost couldn't continue. You believed me when I lied to you. Emo Qianxue nodded thoughtfully. I knew it. You didn't look like you were trying to commit suicide. From the lobby came a few shouts from the second boss. Emo Qianxue hurriedly said, Hurry up and leave. The owner of this clinic will be back soon. It'll be bad if she finds out about you. Xiaoheng. She's my wife, thank you. Emo Qianxue continued. Also, you can't tell anyone that you know me. If word gets out and reaches our young master's ears, I'm afraid you'll be killed. Xiaoheng was thinking about how to bring the topic back to this mysterious young master. He didn't expect Emo Qianxue to bring it up herself. He didn't ask before because he felt that it was too sudden and suspicious. Now he could push the boat with the current. Xiaoheng looked at her with a trace of curiosity. You keep mentioning your young master. I'm very curious. Who is he? A trace of fear flashed through Emo Qianxue's eyes. He's someone we can't afford to offend in Zhao country. Let's hear it. Xiaoheng said in an unconvinced tone. Emo Qianxue thought for a while and waved her hand. Forget it. It's not good for you to know too much. Xiaoheng said seriously, If you don't tell me who he is, how will I know how powerful he is? Is he worth the risk of being expelled from the Ministry of Justice to dissuade the Minister of Justice from suppressing this case? Emo Qianxue wanted to say something but stopped. She hesitated for a while. Suddenly, she dipped her finger into the teacup and slowly wrote 3 words on the table. This is the young master's name, she said. Xiaoheng's gaze fell on the name that was not unfamiliar and his eyes were cold. The Imperial College hadn't started yet. Little Jing Kong had a lot of free time every day. The number of times he went out for a chicken walk had also increased. He went out once in the morning and again in the afternoon. When he brought 7 chickens, an eagle and a dog back to the house, he saw his bad brother-in-law standing motionlessly at the door. He stuck his head out and looked into the house. Jiao Jiao wasn't there. In a second he turned into a street bully in Qingshui Alley. He ordered arrogantly, What are you doing? Xiaoheng was both angry and amused. He patted his little mushroom head and said, Do you want to enter the palace? Little Jing Kong, I don't want to. Xiaoheng, no you want to. Then little Jing Kong was taken away with a confused look on his face. Little Jing Kong, who was once again a tool, was dragged into the carriage by his bad brother-in-law. They arrived at the palace with great resentment. The guards stopped the carriage. Xiaoheng lifted the curtain and lifted little Jing Kong up. The guards saw a familiar expressionless face and smiled. So it's the young master of Jing Kong. Sorry for the disrespect. The guards let him go. Sure enough, the little monk's face was more useful than the token. The carriage stopped after entering the palace. Xiaoheng held little Jing Kong's hand and walked forward. Little Jing Kong once again returned to the state of being abducted by the human merchant. He drooped his little head and walked unwillingly like a soulless puppet. However, when he passed by the imperial garden and saw beautiful flowers, he quickly picked one. Xiaoheng turned around. He quickly hid the flower behind him and continued to walk forward with his head lowered. Xiaoheng wanted to laugh. Do you know whose flower you picked? Little Jing Kong said, I didn't pick the flower. Oh, he still knew that he was being tricked. Xiaoheng said, that's the flower planted by Princess Xinyang. It's poisonous. Little Jing Kong threw the flower away. Xiaoheng almost laughed out loud. Chapter 542. The novel was updated faster. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found on the internet. Little Jing Kong was still too inexperienced to fight with his bad brother-in-law. Xiaoheng was just teasing him. It would be a waste to throw it away since he had already picked it. Xiaoheng picked up the flower and handed it to him. Here, I'm just teasing you. It's not poisonous. Little Jing Kong looked at the little flower suspiciously and didn't reach out to take it. His bad brother-in-law had no credibility. Little Jing Kong didn't believe what he said. Thus, Xiaoheng held the flowers for him to prevent this brat from harming other flowers. Little Jing Kong observed his bad brother-in-law all the way. He looked at his hand holding the flower and then at his face. Why do you keep looking at me? Xiaoheng asked. I want to see if your glabella is black, Little Jing Kong said honestly. Xiaoheng was speechless. Little Jing Kong didn't take the flower until they entered Rinshou Palace and found that his bad brother-in-law still didn't show any signs of being poisoned. Xiaoheng was now an official in the Hanlin Academy and also worked in the Ministry of Justice. There were many people watching him, so he couldn't go in and out of Rinshou Palace as willfully as before. He could only use the excuse of sending Little Jing Kong to avoid giving others a hard time. Little Jing Kong said that he didn't want to go to the palace, but he was quite happy when he went in. Hello, Sister Fei Tsue. Oh, Sister Zhenju. He greeted the little maids in Rinshou Palace one by one and then went to find his grand-aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang's condition wasn't good. Maybe she was too worried about Ning and her son. She looked a little haggard, especially after Huang Fuxian left. Empress Dowager Zhuang would be in a daze for a long time. That afternoon, Huang Fuxian had just come over and had something to eat before leaving. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat by the window and looked at the scenery in the courtyard. Suddenly, a small round head grew out from under the windowsill. Grand-aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyelids twitched. Why is it you again? Little Jing Kong stood on his tiptoes and handed Hua Hua in from outside the window. This beautiful Hua Hua is for my beautiful great-aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. Even if you were to change the wording, you wouldn't be so perfunctory. Empress Dowager Zhuang calmly took the peony. You went to ruin Princess Xinyang's flowers again? Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and said seriously, I got it from my brother-in-law. He wasn't lying. He had just taken it from his bad brother-in-law. Even though he was the one who plucked it. How could Empress Dowager Zhuang not understand him? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Looking at the delicate peony, she said, Why are you suddenly so kind to send me flowers? Little Jing Kong sighed. No. My bad brother-in-law said that this flower is poisonous, so I can't give it to Jiao Jiao. Empress Dowager Zhuang was speechless. After Xiaoheng entered Rinshou Palace, he didn't hurry to find great-aunt. Instead, he went to see Eunuch Qin first. The Empress Dowager's condition. Eunuch Qin heard Xiaoheng asking about the Empress Dowager, so he didn't hide anything. It's not good to tell the truth. Princess Ning, and suffered so much in the frontier fortress for so many years. After she came back, she looked so pitiful. The most pitiful is young Master Xian. He suffered so much at such a young age. The more unreasonable he is, the more upset the Empress Dowager will be. After Huang Fuxian moved into the palace, he caused a lot of trouble. On the first day, he bullied Qin Chuyu. Not long after, he scared the two little commandery princesses raised by noble consort Zhuang in the palace. As for not showing respect to the Empress and the imperial concubines, it was a light punishment. The point was that as long as someone complained to His Majesty, he wouldn't admit it. How did a good child become like this? In Eunuch Qin's opinion, Huang Fujing deserved to die 1,000 times over. This child's scheming. Realizing that he almost said something he shouldn't, Eunuch Qin decisively stopped. Xiaoheng pretended that he didn't hear the last sentence and said, Then I'll go and see the Empress Dowager. Xiaoheng went to Empress Dowager Zhuang's study and patted little Jing Kong's shoulder. Go and play. I'll talk to Grand-aunt for a while. Oh, Grand-aunt, I'm leaving. Little Jing Kong waved his little hand and turned to leave. Xiao Heng stayed in the study to talk with Empress Dowager Zhuang, while little Jing Kong went to Qingkuan Palace to find Qin Chuyu. Because of the lesson last time, the two didn't go to Bishao Hall this time. Let's go and feed the fish, little Jing Kong said. There was a tay pond in the palace and there were many koi fish in it. Each of them was fat and cute. Qin Chuyu was not in high spirits. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Little Jing Kong asked with concern. Qin Chuyu sighed as he walked on the path full of flowers. My puppy is gone. Why is it gone? Little Jing Kong was confused. Qin Chuyu said sadly, my mother said it ran around last time and caused me to run into Huang Fuxian. Huang Fuxian bullied me, so my mother won't let me keep it anymore. Little Jing Kong thought about his pets and said, actually my chickens and birds also get into trouble. Didn't little Nine almost peck you last time? But Jiao Jiao didn't forbid him from keeping it. Jiao Jiao was great. Qin Chuyu was so pitiful. He comforted Qin Chuyu. If you like puppies you can come to my house next time. I'll lend you little 8. I just want my dog, Qin Chuyu said sullenly. Little Jing Kong suddenly pulled him to a stop. Listen to what? Qin Chuyu asked strangely. Your dog. Little Jing Kong said crisply. Qin Chuyu looked around. Where? I heard it. Little Jing Kong pointed. Over there. The two children ran in the direction pointed out by little Jing Kong. Behind a rockery, the two of them really saw Qin Chuyu's dog. However, the scene was different from what they had imagined. Huang Fuxian was here too. Huang Fuxian sat alone in a cold wheelchair without any servants around him. His legs were covered with a thick blanket as usual, and Qin Chuyu's dog was lying on the blanket. Its entire body was covered in blood. It was obvious that it had either been thrown to the ground or abused by someone. Huang Fuxian was choking it with one hand and forcing something into its mouth with the other. The puppy whimpered in pain, but Huang Fuxian didn't show any mercy. He forced the dog's mouth open. His expression was ferocious. At that moment he was no longer a disabled young man, but a twisted devil. Qin Chuyu had never seen such a terrifying person. He was so scared that he fell to the ground and even forgot to scream. Little Jing Kong was also shocked. He stared at the man and the dog in the wheelchair with his eyes wide open. Huang Fuxian sensed the movement from the side. He slowly turned his head, revealing a pair of malicious eyes. Qin Chuyu's hair stood on end and he finally screamed. Qin Chuyu was so young that he couldn't bear such a terrifying shock. He trembled and almost crawled forward. Help! Help! Someone is killing the puppy. He ran away. Little Jing Kong didn't run away. Huang Fuxian's malicious eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He asked sarcastically, aren't you going to run, little thing? Little Jing Kong looked at him and then looked at the dying puppy on his leg. He didn't know if he hesitated for a moment, but in the end he turned around and ran away. Ha! Huang Fuxian sneered disdainfully. When it was time for court, the emperor called the cabinet ministers and military officials to the imperial study to discuss the rewards for the meritorious officials at the frontier fortress. Tang Yueshan was already the grand marshal of the world. He couldn't be promoted, so the emperor planned to give him a title. Gu Chongqing, as the heir of Marquis Ding'an, was ordered to reorganize the Gu army and go north to fight the enemy. His contributions couldn't go unnoticed. The emperor planned to promote him to a 3rd-rank northern general. He was promoted 3 ranks from a 6th-rank military officer. He could be considered the fastest promoted general during the emperor's reign. Gu Qingfeng performed well in the Battle of Yuegu City, so the emperor decided to give him the position of military officer of the Yu cavalry. As for the other generals, the emperor also mentioned their rewards one by one. The ministers had no objections. Until now, the imperial study was harmonious. Then the emperor began to reward Gu Jiao and Ning, and Gu Jiao still hadn't acknowledged her identity as the daughter of Marquis Ding'an, so the emperor planned to reward her in the name of the owner of the Miracle Hands Hall. The emperor bestowed the plaque of the number 1 divine doctor and conferred the title of Junju. The title was left to Han Lin Academy to decide. At this time, Su Sifu from the cabinet spoke up. Dr. Gu is only a medical woman. Even if she has performed meritorious deeds in saving the soldiers, she still can't bear the title of Junju, right? Su Sifu was one of Imperial Tutor Zhuang's people. Imperial tutor Zhuang claimed to be ill and didn't come today. The emperor looked at Su Sifu with displeasure. Why can't she bear the title? Do you know how many people she saved? This official does not deny Dr. Gu's contributions. This official only feels that Your Majesty should give her other rewards. Your Majesty bestowing the plaque of the #1 divine doctor is already very generous. If you also give her the title of Junju, it would be inconsistent with the ancestral rules. Su Sifu cupped his hands and continued. Besides, compared to Dr. Gu, this official believes that another person should be rewarded more. The emperor lightly said, Oh? Who are you referring to? Su Sifu sternly said, Princess Ning'an. Princess Ning'an placed righteousness above family and helped second Master Gu save the old marquis. She also helped Gu Shizhi destroy the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty. If it wasn't for Princess Ning'an's wit and bravery, the Gu family's army commander might not have been able to leave the snowy mountains. Princess Ning'an's contributions are great. This official proposes that Princess Ning'an be conferred the title of Princess Protector. Zhao country's princess eldest was not a title that could be casually conferred. That was a princess with real power. Her position was the same as that of a marquis. Chapter 543. Princess Ning'an was very popular among the people. Her action of putting righteousness before family spread all the way from the frontier fortress to the capital. The people all praised her for her loyalty and patriotism. Moreover, she had a son who had lost his legs. People couldn't help but feel pity for her under the praise. Therefore, when the conversation in the imperial study spread, the people received a lot of praise. Of course, the praise came from Princess Ning'an. They all said that she deserved to be the first princess of the protector. Tang Yueshan heard the news in the barracks. His injury had healed, but he still needed to do rehabilitation every day. He was bored at home, so he came to the barracks to train with the soldiers. Today's Tiger Mountain barracks was not the same as before. The Gu clan army was no longer in the Tiger Mountain barracks after being reorganized. They went to the nearby Wolf Mountain barracks, while the soldiers of the Wolf Mountain barracks were transferred here. Tang Yueshan's archers were also there. 500 of them came back from the frontier fortress after fighting in the war. They were trapped in Yi City with the guards of the imperial court. Tang Yueshan used a trick to lure them out of Yi City. On the way they were chased by the Qin army. It was Gu Jiao who stopped the Qin army's pursuit by herself. If it was the duty of a doctor to heal the wounded and save the dying, then it was not her duty to risk her life for the soldiers. But she still did it without hesitation. They didn't forget how she risked her life for them and how she worked hard to treat them. She even gave them the last chance to enter the city. Now that they suddenly heard that she was going to be conferred the title of princess, the soldiers were quite happy for her. Then they heard that Princess Ning'an was going to be the first princess of the protector. The soldiers were a little confused, but they could accept it. After all, she was a princess of the imperial family. The emperor and the empress dowager wanted to spoil her. They just needed to watch. But someone asked, how did she become the protector of the protector? A soldier told him the news he heard. Tang Yueshan's archers grew anxious. An archer asked, when did she work with second young Master Gu to save the old duke? It was clearly Dr. Gu and second young Master Gu who had rescued the old duke. On the way, they met the Grand Marshal and worked together with him to deal with the prince consort. After that, Dr. Gu and second young Master Gu brought the seriously injured old duke to Yuegu City while the Grand Marshal went to Yi City. Save us. The soldier analyzed for him. The old marquis was locked up in the governor's manor. The governor's manor was heavily guarded and filled with experts. Without Princess Ning'an holding back the prince consort and diverting their attention, how could that doctor and second young Master Gu succeed? The archer said angrily, why can't we succeed? You don't know how amazing Dr. Gu is. Back then she alone scared off 5,000 Qin cavalrymen. The soldier waved his hand. Keep bragging. Do you think the Qin state's cavalry is made of paper? The archer was furious. You've never been there, how do you know I'm just bluffing? The soldier chuckled. Is there a need to go? Just think about it and you know it's impossible. Even if that Dr. Gu is extremely capable, it can't be as exaggerated as you say, right? In fact, everyone only had a little doubt about whether Princess Ning'an was qualified to be conferred the title of First Princess Protector. They had no right to comment on it. Now that the conflict had arisen, it immediately aroused everyone's desire to win. Just like that, the two sides began to argue. As they argued, they began to fight. At first it was just two people fighting, but as they fought, it became two rows of people fighting. One row was made up of archers who had been to the frontier fortress, while the other row was made up of soldiers who had just come from the Wolf Mountain barracks. The commotion alerted Tang Yueshan, who also found out about Princess Ning An's conferment. Tang Yueshan was the Grand Marshal. At his current height, he naturally saw the problem from a different perspective than the soldiers below. He knew very well why things would change when they reached the capital. It was because this was the officialdom. It didn't matter whether Princess Ning An had really made those contributions. She was the favorite of the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang, so there would be people rushing to flatter her. Wasn't that what the civil officials were best at? They talked as if they knew more about all the things that had happened in the war than the soldiers on the battlefield. Compared with a little female doctor, it was obvious that the spirit of sacrifice and national integrity of a princess was more convincing. But then again, if Tang Yueshan hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed that Gu Jiao had risked her life like that. How could anyone fight to that extent? She fought on the city tower for an entire night with her own strength, just to keep the flag of the Zhao kingdom from falling, just to protect the border fortress from being broken. Just this alone made Tang Yueshan's chest surge when he thought of it. This didn't mean that the other soldiers didn't contribute, or that whoever contributed more or less had contributed less. Every soldier had done a good job. But the claims about Princess Ning An's contributions were indeed exaggerated. Tang Yueshan wouldn't be so surprised if Gu Chongqing had destroyed the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Forget it, he was an old general. This kind of thing was commonplace. The merits of the subordinates were meant to be taken by the superiors. Besides, Gu Jiao wasn't anyone to him. He wouldn't admit that she was a henchman. He wasn't angry. He didn't care. He wouldn't stand up for her. In the afternoon, Tang Yueshan received a summons from the emperor, ordering him to go to the palace immediately. Tang Yueshan guessed that the emperor wanted to confer the title of Princess Ning An. He was the grand marshal of all the troops and an important minister in the war at the frontier fortress. If he came forward to ask for the title of Princess Ning An, he believed that the title of protector princess would be more justified. But the emperor also asked him to bring his Tang Bao. He couldn't figure out what the emperor wanted to do. He followed the eunuch to the palace and found that the emperor didn't summon him to the imperial study, but to a meadow near the imperial garden. Princess Ning An was there. "Your Majesty, Princess Ning An," he carried the Tang Bao on his back and saluted. There were tables and chairs in the meadow. The emperor and Princess Ning An had already sat down. The emperor pointed to a chair and said to Tang Yueshan, "Minister Tang, sit down." Tang Yueshan sat down in confusion. About 5 feet in front of him, Eunuch Wei and a few guards set up 10 targets. Did the emperor want to see him shoot? "How is Minister Tang's injury?" the emperor asked in an amiable manner. Tang Yueshan belatedly realized that the emperor had changed his title to minister. He was really overwhelmed by this favor. A few months ago he was still a thorn in the emperor's side. He said respectfully, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." What was the emperor trying to do? Just then Eunuch Wei strode over. He greeted Tang Yueshan with a smile. "Lord Tang, you're here." "Eunuch Wei." Tang Yueshan saluted back. Eunuch Wei smiled and turned to the emperor and Princess Ning An. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the targets are ready." "Bring the bow," the emperor said. "Yes." Eunuch Wei walked to the side, took a heavy bow from a guard, and personally handed it to Princess Ning An. Tang Yueshan raised his eyebrows. Princess Ning An grabbed the bow without saying a word. The guard immediately handed her a quiver. She took out an arrow, knocked it on the bow, took aim and shot. She hit the bullseye. Tang Yueshan was shocked. "Good archery, Your Highness." Eunuch Wei praised with a smile. The emperor looked at Princess Ning An lovingly. "You haven't lost your archery skills. In fact, you've improved a little." Tang Yueshan remembered that Princess Ning An had learned archery from him years ago. Otherwise, why would Empress Dowager Zhuang want to marry Princess Ning An to him? It was just his father's voice that broke the silence. He went to tell the Empress Dowager that he and Princess Ning An seemed to be in love with each other. To be honest, he didn't have that kind of feeling for Princess Ning An. He liked mature and gentle women, not a childish girl like Ning'an. Wait, the emperor suddenly called him here and made him watch Princess Ning'an shoot an arrow. Could it be that the emperor wanted to marry Princess Ning'an to him again? He didn't want to marry just any married woman. The emperor smiled and asked, Minister Tang, what do you think of Ning'an's archery skills? It was good enough that an ordinary person could shoot like this. Tang Yueshan wanted to say that, but instead he said, she's terrible. The emperor was stunned. So was Princess Ning'an. She didn't expect Tang Yueshan to be so sharp-tongued. Tang Yueshan broke out in cold sweat. What did he just say? Was it because he had been bickering with Gu Qingfeng in the ward for too long that he didn't know how to control his mouth? Is it terrible? Princess Ning'an asked awkwardly. At this distance it was good enough for a woman to hit the edge of the bullseye. Unexpectedly, Tang Yueshan's head heated up and he vented the anger he had been holding in all the way. Don't you know whether it's terrible or not? Even a blind man can shoot better than you. Fortunately, you don't have to go to war. Otherwise, you'll kill your own people before the enemy dies. And you call yourself the princess protector? Look at you. Do you deserve it? Have you ever killed an enemy or shed blood? Have you ever saved a person or cured a plague? Just because you're a princess you think you can take all the credit? Bah. You're nothing. Chapter 544. Novels with deep content that can't be found online are available here. His words were simply deadly. What was worse was that Tang Yueshan actually said the last two sentences. The entire field fell silent. The sparrows in the forest stopped moving. Tang Yueshan finally realized what he had said. He felt as if a few crows were flying over his head. Tang Yueshan had never been so sharp-tongued. It wasn't that he was big-hearted or that he was a general. It was just that there weren't many generals who were sharp-tongued. He wouldn't lose a fight and he couldn't win an argument. However, ever since he became Gu Qingfeng's roommate, he had been getting scolded from time to time. After getting scolded so many times, he had gotten used to it. Just now he couldn't hold back and blurted out whatever was on his mind. It was all Gu Qingfeng's fault. He would never admit that he was standing up for Gu Jiao. Impossible. Impossible. The atmosphere was so awkward that one could dig out a house with one's toe. Eunuch Wei looked at Princess Ning'an and then at His Majesty. Both of them looked terrible. It's over. Marshal Tang, you're finished. You could have offended anyone, but you had to offend Princess Ning'an. Don't you know that Princess Ning'an is His Majesty's favorite? Tang Yueshan wanted to cry but had no tears. He was telling the truth, but was it too late to regret? What's going on? A cold voice came from behind them. Eunuch Wei turned around in surprise. He bowed to the newcomer and said, Miss Gu? Why are you in the palace today? I'm here to see my grandaunt, said Gu Jiao. She had been so busy taking care of Mo Qianxue that she hadn't been in the palace to see how her grandaunt was doing. She was passing by the imperial garden when she heard the general's roar. She came to see what was going on. The emperor glared at Tang Yueshan coldly. He suppressed the urge to drag him away and beat him to death. He said gently to Gu Jiao, Jiao. Your Majesty, Princess Ning'an and Grand Marshal Tang. Gu Jiao greeted them one by one. Her tone wasn't very enthusiastic, nor was it as polite as Xiao Heng's deliberate attitude after he became an official. It was just cold and cheerless, sounding as if she didn't care. If it was anyone else who said this, the emperor would be angry. But Gu Jiao's personality was like this, so the emperor didn't think she was being rude to him and Princess Ning'an. Are you shooting arrows? Gu Jiao saw a target not far away. Judging from the distance, it was about 50 steps away. Eunuch Wei smiled and said, Yes, Miss Gu, do you know how to shoot an arrow? Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Yes, I know a little, but I'm not very good at it. Eunuch Wei was a shrewd person. He quickly asked with a smile, Miss Gu, do you want to try it? Gu Jiao nodded. Eunuch Wei glanced at Princess Ning'an awkwardly. He had only prepared one bow. Princess Ning'an handed the bow in her hand to Eunuch Wei. Thank you, Princess. Eunuch Wei reached out with both hands and respectfully handed the bow to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was holding the bow in her right hand and an arrow in her left hand. This made Eunuch Wei and the emperor both look askance. Gu Jiao didn't look like a left-handed person, so how could she use her left hand to draw the bow? Could it be that she wasn't very good at it, so she didn't know which hand to use to draw the bow? Gu Jiao, who wasn't very good at it, took 3 arrows from the guard's quiver, knocked them on the bowstring, took aim and shot. 3 arrows were shot at the same time. Each arrow hit the center of the target and went through the center, directly piercing through the bullseye. The emperor was so shocked that he held on to the armrest of his chair and sat up straight. This is called not very good at it? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded and said seriously, the Tang family's archers can shoot 4 arrows at the same time, and each arrow can hit a willow tree from 100 paces away. This bullseye is so big and only 50 paces away. A Tang family archer can hit it with his eyes closed. But she still had to open her eyes. If it were 100 paces away, she wouldn't be able to hit it with such accuracy even with her eyes open. The emperor looked at the target that had been shot through by Gu Jiao, and then looked at Princess Ning An's arrow that had only hit the edge of the bullseye. In a trance, he felt that Tang Yueshan's words, "Even a blind man can shoot better than you," were not offensive words, but an incomparably cruel truth. Is it really that good? The emperor asked Tang Yueshan seriously. I wouldn't dare. Although Tang Yueshan said that he didn't dare, he drew his Tang Bao, knocked 4 arrows and shot them out. He didn't seem to have hit anything. However, when Eunuch Wei brought the guards to retrieve the arrows he had shot, they found that each arrow had hit the root of a flower and nailed it firmly to the branch. This was much more difficult than shooting a willow tree from 100 paces away. At least the leaves of the willow tree were not so thin. Eunuch Wei took the flowers back. The emperor was completely speechless. Princess Ning'an said, Miss Gu and Marshal Tang look very similar when it comes to drawing a bow. Did Miss Gu learn archery from Marshal Tang? No. Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan denied it in unison. In the next second, the emperor and the others saw the two of them take out handkerchiefs to wipe the bows in their hands. Their movements were so synchronized that they even habitually flicked the handkerchiefs on the bowstrings. The emperor was speechless. Everyone was speechless. The emperor was so angry at Tang Yueshan that he almost forgot about the important matter. He only remembered it now when he saw him wiping the bow. The emperor said, Princess Ning'an admires Minister Tang's archery very much. If Minister Tang has the time, please give Princess Ning'an some pointers. Generally speaking, the emperor was a benevolent ruler. This benevolence was a double-edged sword. It allowed him to be loyal to those around him, but it also allowed him to be merciful to those who offended him verbally. If the late emperor were here today, Tang Yueshan would have been skinned alive, no matter how useful he was to the emperor. When Tang Yueshan heard the emperor's words, he knew that his life was saved. He secretly sighed in relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He cupped his hands and said, In response to your Majesty's words, this humble subject is a boor and doesn't know any etiquette. I'm afraid I've offended Princess Ning'an. If Princess Ning'an really wants to learn archery, this humble subject can recommend 1 or 2 candidates. The emperor had just experienced Tang Yueshan's sharp tongue and was worried that Tang Yueshan would offend Princess Ning'an again. He looked at Princess Ning'an unexpectedly. Princess Ning'an didn't mind at all. She said, It's fine. Marshal Tang is straightforward and outspoken. He's much more comfortable with us compared to those petty people who only pretend to obey. Tang Yueshan was very unhappy. The Tang family's archery skills couldn't be taught casually. Years ago, Princess Ning'an went to the Tang family to learn some archery skills because her father drank too much. He was too embarrassed to go back on his word, but he didn't teach her for too long. A few months later, Princess Ning'an finished her apprenticeship. Is Marshal Tang not happy? Princess Ning'an asked. This was a fatal question. Tang Yueshan coughed and said, This humble subject just thinks. He can't teach. Gu Jiao said, He was injured at the frontier fortress and needs to go back to the capital for rehabilitation. Archery will affect the results of his rehabilitation. The atmosphere became awkward again. Eunuch Wei's eyes wandered back and forth between his masters. Princess Ning'an was His Majesty's favorite, but the little magic doctor was also very favored. Who would His Majesty listen to? Would it be his little sister who had been doting on him since childhood, or the little magic doctor who had saved his life? Just as the atmosphere was about to freeze, little fatty Qin Chuyu rushed over, wailing like a ghost. Father! Father! Help me! He threw himself into His Majesty's arms without a care. His chubby little hands grabbed His Majesty's clothes and his body trembled. His behavior was too unbecoming of a prince. His Majesty frowned. but he also felt sorry for his chubby little son. "What's wrong?" His Majesty asked in a deep voice. Qin Chiyu cried until he was out of breath. My dog, my dog." His Majesty frowned. "Speak properly. What happened to your dog?" Qin Chiyu cried out. "Huang Fuxian killed my dog." Everyone's expression changed. Huang Fuxian's strange temperament was no secret in the palace. But killing a dog, especially a prince's dog, was too much. His Majesty frowned and tried to help the chubby little fatty up from his arms. "Are you mistaken? Why would your cousin kill your dog?" Qin Chiyu didn't get up from his father's arms. He buried his head in his father's arms. "I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it in Jingkong too. He's right there. He's right by the supreme liquid pool. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself." Ning'an stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I'll go and see." His Majesty said, "I'll go with you." Qin Chiyu grabbed His Majesty's clothes. "Father, don't go." His Majesty said, "Didn't you ask me to go?" Qin Chiyu cried, "What will happen to me if you go? I'm scared." His Majesty sighed and said, "Let Eunuch Wei send you back to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility." Because of this sudden change, His Majesty didn't have time to deal with Tang Yueshan teaching archery to Princess Ning'an. He went to the supreme liquid pool with Princess Ning, and Tang Yueshan watched them leave and muttered, "These delicate princesses can't be beaten or scolded when they practice archery. Whoever teaches them will be unlucky." After he said that, he suddenly saw Gu Jiao staring at the Tang Bao in his hand. Her eyes were shining. Tang Yueshan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly held the Tang Bao in his arms. "Don't even think about it. I won't let you touch it. If you touch it, I'll be a donkey." Chapter 545. The Emperor and Princess Ning'an quickly rushed in the direction of the supreme liquid pool. Sure enough, they saw Huang Fuxian covered in blood on the grass behind a rockery near the pool. The scene was unforgettable for the Emperor. Huang Fuxian's legs were not covered with a thick blanket as before. His legs were covered in blood. A pair of empty trousers fluttered in the cold wind. His hands were also covered in blood. Even his cheeks, the corners of his eyes, and his neck were all splashed with blood. A drop of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were empty and gloomy. His figure was lonely and broken. The Emperor's heart suddenly surged with an indescribable feeling. Seemed to be cold and also seemed to be horrified. A thought flashed through his mind. How could there be such a terrible child in the world? Huang Fuxian was only 13 years old, 1 year younger than Gu Shaoshan. However, the coldness he showed was not something a normal person should have. The Emperor's eyes fell on his empty trousers and his throat suddenly choked. "Xian, what are you doing?" Princess Ning roared as she ran over. She grabbed Huang Fuxian's shoulders tightly and shook his frail body. "What have you done?" Huang Fuxian expressionlessly allowed her to rock him back and forth in the cold wheelchair. Princess Ning'an said with red eyes, "Speak. What have you done? Why did you do this?" The Emperor came back to his senses and walked forward to pull Princess Ning'an away. Princess Ning'an covered her face and cried in the Emperor's arms. "It's all my fault. It's my fault." The Emperor looked and didn't see the dog's body. He didn't know if the child threw the dog into the supreme liquid pool. Thinking that a 13-year-old child could be so cruel, the Emperor couldn't help but close his eyes and gasp. Because he was Ning'an's son, he had to endure. Ning'an had suffered too much. He couldn't let her suffer any more harm. "You go back first. I will talk to him," the Emperor said to Princess Ning'an. Princess Ning'an cried and looked at Huang Fuxian. The Emperor patted her shoulder comfortingly. "I won't do anything to him. I just want to have a good talk with him." With the Emperor's words, it would be inappropriate for Princess Ning'an not to return. Princess Ning'an sobbed and said to Huang Fuxian, "Don't make your uncle angry." Huang Fuxian leaned lazily against the back of the wheelchair, looking as if he didn't care about anyone. Princess Ning'an turned and returned to Iridescent Cloud's hall. The Emperor looked at Huang Fuxian and hesitated for a moment before taking 2 steps towards him. He stopped beside his wheelchair and sighed. "Xian, I know you're suffering. You've lost your legs and your father. I understand your pain." Huang Fuxian sneered disdainfully. He snorted at the Emperor's words. Ever since the emperor ascended the throne, no one except Empress Dowager Zhuang dared to speak to him like this. He didn't want to argue with a child. Yes, I didn't lose my legs. I can't understand all your pain. But I also lost my father. I understand the pain of losing a father. Huang Fuxian said sarcastically, Your Majesty's situation is different from mine. Your Majesty's father died of an illness, while mine was killed by someone. The emperor frowned. Your father betrayed the court. Huang Fuxian said calmly, His court is the Li dynasty. The emperor clenched his fists and gasped again. He couldn't be angry at his nephew. The emperor looked at him and said, If you want to blame someone, blame me. Don't blame your mother. Don't do these things to make your mother angry. Huang Fuxian didn't look at the emperor. Instead, he looked at the calm surface of the imperial liquid pool and said coldly, She betrayed my father. I want to blame her. I will never forgive her. Of course, I won't forgive your Majesty either. Your Majesty better kill me as soon as possible. Otherwise, when I have the power, I may continue my father's great cause of restoring the country. I am a member of the imperial family of the Li dynasty. My father's blood flows in my body. As long as I am alive, the Li dynasty will not perish. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei's voice sounded from afar. The emperor's consciousness returned. He realized that he had returned to the imperial study and had been in a daze for a long time. He had almost strangled the child's neck. He had almost killed him. It was the child's appearance that was too similar to Ning An's that pulled him back to his senses. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer he would give an order to cut off his head. So he left him alone. Your Majesty, are you okay? Eunuch Wei looked at His Majesty worriedly. The emperor wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and shook his head. I'm fine. How is little Qi? Eunuch Wei said embarrassedly, I sent the 7th prince to the palace of earthly tranquility and handed him over to the empress. The empress doesn't seem to be happy. Who would be happy about this? The empress was bullied twice and it was by the same person. Empress Xiao was not a weak person who could be bullied. The palace of earthly tranquility and the palace of earthly tranquility had become enemies. The emperor pinched his sore eyebrows. Send someone to the palace of earthly tranquility and tell them that I will be there for dinner tonight. This meant that he was going to appease Empress Xiao. Eunuch Wei understood. Yes. Eunuch Wei left. However, the emperor's worry did not dissipate. It was easy to appease Empress Xiao, but it was not so easy for him to get over the hurdle in his heart. His mind was full of Huang Fuxian's words. As long as I am alive, the Li dynasty will not perish. The remnants of the previous dynasty were too good at causing trouble. They even left a terrible shadow in the emperor's heart. In fact, Huang Fuxian was only a 13-year-old cripple. How could he restore the country? However, another voice floated in the emperor's mind. He had the blood of the previous dynasty in his body. He had inherited his father's wisdom and means. He was a child without any sympathy or pity. If he grew stronger, there would be endless trouble in the future. There was a memorial on the table requesting to confer Princess Ning in the title of Elder Princess Protector. The emperor had made up his mind. No matter how the court objected, he must confer the title of Elder Princess Protector to Ning In. But now he was not so sure. Was he really going to confer Ning In the title of Duchess? In that case, after Ning In passed away, her fief and dukedom would be inherited by Huang Fuxian. Would Huang Fuxian, who had real power, not become the second King Yi or the emperor's son-in-law? There were two choices in front of him. First, he could confer Ning In the title of Elder Princess Protector, which was the same as that of Duchess. But he had to kill Huang Fuxian to prevent future trouble. Second, he could not confer Ning In the title of Elder Princess Protector. Let Ning In be an ordinary princess and Huang Fuxian would be an ordinary playboy. He would never have the capital to restore the country. On the other side, Huang Fuxian pushed his wheelchair back to iridescent clouds hull. Princess Ning In was waiting for him in his room. When she saw him, she dismissed the servants. Only the mother and son were left in the room. Princess Ning In looked at his legs darkly. Where's your blanket? It's dirty, so I threw it away, Huang Fuxian said lightly. Princess Ning In took a deep breath. Huang Fuxian smiled and interrupted her. Don't you want to know what I said to His Majesty? What did you say to His Majesty? Princess Ning In asked. Huang Fuxian smiled. I said I hate you and I hate him. You killed my father and I will avenge my father one day. As long as I don't die, the Great Li dynasty will not perish. Slap. Princess Ningyan gave him a cold slap with the back of her hand. This slap was merciless. Huang Fuxian fell to the ground with his wheelchair. He rolled out of the wheelchair, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked at her with a cold smile. Mother, is this all you've got? Princess Ningyan's chest rose and fell violently. She angrily glared at him and even her body was trembling. Huang Fuxian laughed so hard that he was shaking. The dried blood on his cheeks and the fresh blood on the corner of his mouth merged into one, making him look very strange. Mother, take a guess. With a son who wants to rebel, will His Majesty still let you be the elder princess? Princess Ningyan's nails dug into her flesh. From today onwards, you're not allowed to take a step out of your room. After saying this, Princess Ningyan turned and left. No one went into the room to help him up. Huang Fuxian lay paralyzed on the cold floor, staring blankly at the carved beams above him. The world seemed to be silent. Cold wind poured in through the cracks in the window. Huang Fuxian was so cold that he lost all feeling in his legs. He didn't move or make a sound. Suddenly, there was a squeak on the windowsill as if a large bird had landed. Huang Fuxian didn't care. He just lay there like he was waiting for death. Then a cute little figure climbed in from the windowsill and fell to the ground with a thud. Huang Fuxian raised his eyes. Unfortunately, he was frozen and couldn't move his eyes, so he couldn't see anything. Until that small figure ran over and came face to face with him on top of his head. Little brother. Little Jing Kong greeted him. What are you doing here? Huang Fuxian closed his eyes and asked angrily, is this a place where you can come? Little Jing Kong ignored his coldness and went to him. He asked curiously, why are you lying on the ground? Huang Fuxian said sarcastically, ha, for fun. Little Jing Kong also lay down beside him. Huang Fuxian was speechless. Little Jing Kong lay for a while and crossed his little hands on his belly. But I feel so cold. Huang Fuxian thought, isn't that obvious? Little Jing Kong sat up and took out a small porcelain bottle from his purse. For you. Huang Fuxian asked calmly, what is it? Little Jing Kong explained, golden sore ointment. It's for healing injuries. Huang Fuxian said coldly, the dog is dead. Little Jing Kong said, it's for you. Isn't your hand injured? Huang Fuxian's eyelashes trembled slightly. His hand was indeed injured, but no one noticed it. They all thought that the blood on his hand was from the dog. Little Jing Kong saw that he didn't take it, so he grabbed his hand and tried to stuff the ointment into his hand. Little Jing Kong grabbed his hand and found that his hand was frighteningly cold. Your hand is so cold. You can't lie on the ground anymore. Huang Fuxian said, it's none of your business. Little Jing Kong looked around and saw that his wheelchair was overturned. He thought for a while and said, did you fall? Huang Fuxian said coldly, I said it's none of your business. Little Jing Kong got up and used all his strength to straighten the wheelchair that was bigger than him. Then he went to help Huang Fuxian up. Huang Fuxian was frozen, so it was not easy to help him up. Little Jing Kong thought for a while, then he grabbed one of Huang Fuxian's hands and began to rub it. He rubbed it and exhaled, it won't be cold anymore. It'll be warm soon. Huang Fuxian hated being close to people ever since he lost his legs. Even Princess Ningyan couldn't touch him, but the little guy was rubbing his hand? Huang Fuxian was angry. Let go of me. Little Jing Kong rubbed Huang Fuxian's forehead like how Gu Jiao usually did. It'll be warm soon. Don't worry. He even rubbed his head. Huang Fuxian was about to explode. Little Jing Kong rubbed his left hand and then rubbed his right hand. Soon his right hand was warm. Next he was going to rub his legs. It was a taboo that he couldn't touch. It was incomplete and ugly. Even his biological father would feel disgusted and instinctively avoid it. Don't touch there. He would go crazy. Huang Fuxian stared at little Jing Kong. Fortunately, little Jing Kong didn't touch his legs. After warming his hands, little Jing Kong tried to help him sit up again. He didn't know if it was because of the excitement at that moment, but his body was not as stiff as before. He sat up. Little Jing Kong pushed the wheelchair in front of him. He grabbed the armrests of the wheelchair with both hands and gritted his teeth to sit on it. Are you in pain? Little Jing Kong asked him. This time he was referring to his legs. Huang Fuxian's Adam's apple moved and he said calmly, "Not really." Little Jing Kong bent down. Huang Fuxian thought he was going to lift up his trousers and his face changed. Unexpectedly, little Jing Kong just stopped above his broken leg and blew gently with its little mouth. "It won't hurt anymore after I blow." There was no fear or disdain in his clean eyes. Chapter 546. Master. Leonor pushed the door open and entered. "Why are you sitting by the window alone? The wind is so strong you'll catch a cold." Huang Fuxian stared at the scenery outside the window and didn't answer Lian. Little Jing Kong was no longer in the room. There was no trace of him being here. Leonor quickly walked over and closed the window across the table. "Don't close it," Huang Fuxian said. Leonor's hand paused in the middle of closing the window. She turned to look at her master in confusion. "But it's cold." "I'm not cold," Huang Fuxian said indifferently. "Then okay, I'll turn it down a little." Leonor closed the window halfway. Huang Fuxian looked out through the gap in the window. His expression was indifferent and gloomy. It wasn't Leonor's first day serving Princess Ning'an, so she wasn't surprised by Huang Fuxian's appearance. However, she still felt sorry for him. She looked at Huang Fuxian, whose blood had already dried up. She didn't ask how he did it because she had already heard that her family's young master had killed the seventh prince's dog. She said in a low voice, "I'll go get some water for you to wash your face." Leonor quickly fetched hot water. It took her 2 basins of water to wash Huang Fuxian's face. When she washed Huang Fuxian's hand, she was surprised to find that the back of his hand was scratched and there was a long cut. Her face turned pale. "Master, you're injured. Why didn't you say anything? This blood on your hand, don't tell me it's yours?" Of course, it wasn't all Huang Fuxian's. That cut couldn't have bled that much. Huang Fuxian frowned impatiently. "You're so annoying. Get out, I don't want to see you." Leonor said, "I'll tell the princess to call the imperial physician." Huang Fuxian said, "I don't want to see the imperial physician." Leonor said worriedly, "But," Huang Fuxian said coldly, "if you say any more nonsense, get out." Leonor could only shut her mouth resentfully. Perhaps it was because this wound caught Leonor's attention. She looked at Huang Fuxian again. This time she found a few faint finger marks on Huang Fuxian's cheek. "Did the princess hit you?" Leonor asked weakly. Huang Fuxian ignored her. Leonor lowered her head sadly and continued to wipe Huang Fuxian's hands. "Sir, can you not make the princess angry in the future? It's hard for the princess to be alone." Huang Fuxian mocked. "What's so difficult about her? Is it hard to raise a useless son like me?" Leonor was rendered speechless. After that, Leonor didn't dare to say another word. She wiped the blood off Huang Fuxian's face, hands, and neck and helped him change his clothes. However, she had only helped Huang Fuxian change his shirt. Huang Fuxian had changed his pants himself. Ever since his crippled leg scared a servant to the point of vomiting, he no longer allowed anyone to change his pants for him. When Princess Ning'an arrived, Huang Fuxian was already dressed and sitting quietly in the wheelchair by the window. "I heard that your hand was injured." Princess Ning'an walked over and closed the window. She wasn't Leonor, who had to listen to Huang Fuxian's orders. On the contrary, Huang Fuxian was her son. He should listen to her. "Let me see," she said to Huang Fuxian. Huang Fuxian didn't move. Princess Ning'an picked up his left hand. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Such a long cut." Huang Fuxian turned his face away and ignored her. Princess Ning'an opened the wound medicine she had brought. She dabbed a little with her fingertip and applied it to the wound. After that, she applied it to his swollen cheek. Huang Fuxian tilted his head slightly and avoided her hand. "You still don't like others touching you." Princess Ning'an's fingertips still landed on his cheek. After applying the medicine to Huang Fuxian, Princess Ning'an said, "I'll come and apply it again before bed. I'm going to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Do you want to come with me?" Huang Fuxian's lips curved and he sneered. "Are you sure you want the Empress Dowager to see my swollen face?" Princess Ning'an pinched her fingers and took a deep breath. She placed the wound medicine on the table and turned to leave. Rinshou Palace. Xiao Heng had official business to attend to. After visiting his grandaunt, he left the palace. When he arrived, it was only him and little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao also came later. Little Jing Kong already had Jiao Jiao. How could he still remember his bad brother-in-law? He waved his little hand and sent his bad brother-in-law away. Then he began to uncover the roof tiles in Rinshou Palace. As he grew older, his energy became more vigorous and his destructive power became stronger. However, Gu Jiao would basically fix it for him. When Princess Ning walked into Rinshou Palace, she happened to see Gu Jiao repairing little Jing Kong's swing. Princess Ning had seen this swing many times. She just didn't ask about its origin. Prince Ning had 2 young princesses. Naturally, people who didn't know would think that the swing was prepared for the 2 young princesses. Jiao Jiao, is my swing ready? Little Jing Kong stood behind the swing and asked Gu Jiao cutely. Gu Jiao said, not so fast. The seat is worn and the rope needs to be reinforced. Little Jing Kong thought for a while. Then I'll go find my grandaunt first. Gu Jiao nodded. Okay. Grandaunt. I'm coming. Little Jing Kong waved his little arms and bounced away. Gu Jiao squatted down and seriously repaired little Jing Kong's swing. He didn't notice Princess Ning at the door. Princess Ning stopped in her tracks and stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. After entering the palace, Princess Ning wore the gorgeous clothes of a royal princess. Occasionally she would put on makeup. She no longer wore plain clothes and didn't wear makeup like she did in the frontier fortress. Especially today, she even put on the begonia makeup on the scar on her left cheek. At first glance, the red birthmark on Gu Jiao's cheek was similar to her begonia makeup. It was just that the begonia makeup was done by hand. It was small and delicate and the birthmark paled in comparison. Before Princess Ning got married, she was a lively and active princess. However, when she was quiet, Shi Yi had a quiet and gentle side. Gu Jiao's temperament was similar to Princess Ning's when she was quiet. However, it was more otherworldly and cold. Princess. A palace maid saw Princess Ning and bowed respectfully to her. Gu Jiao turned her head. Princess Ning smiled at her. Gu Jiao nodded. None of the palace servants present found it strange that Gu Jiao did not bow to Princess Ning in the imperial palace. Actually, in front of the emperor just now, Gu Jiao did not bow and scrape, and the emperor and eunuch Wei still looked as if they were used to it. Although Princess Ning traveled with Gu Jiao, they didn't interact much. After Gu Jiao fell asleep in the snow mountain, she was protected by Gu Chongqing on his back. When they returned to the army camp, he immediately isolated her. On the way back to the capital, Princess Ning sat in her carriage. Gu Jiao was at the front of the group, riding side by side with the Gu brothers. The 2 didn't know each other well. Princess Ning walked around the corridor and through the drooping flower gate to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. She couldn't help but look back at Gu Jiao. At that moment, a young eunuch rushed over, holding his finger. Miss Gu, my finger is broken. He was a young eunuch with no rank. Let me see. Gu Jiao put down the tools in her hand and took out a clean handkerchief to hold his finger. She examined it carefully and said, It's not broken. How did you do it? Hearing that, the young eunuch was relieved and whispered, Just now. I hit a walnut. The maids who were sweeping nearby covered their mouths and snickered. The young eunuch scratched his head in embarrassment. Gu Jiao said, Wrap it in a handkerchief and ice it. If the swelling doesn't go down tomorrow, apply it again. 2 days later, apply a hot compress. The young eunuch quickly thanked her. Thank you, Miss Gu. I will remember. Princess Ning looked away and continued to walk towards Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. She didn't expect to meet the young eunuch again. The young eunuch was new and didn't know the rules. He rushed out from behind the corridor and almost bumped into Princess Ning. Princess Ning didn't say anything, but he was scared out of his wits. He knelt on the ground and said, Princess, spare me. Spare me. Princess Ning said calmly, Get up. I don't blame you. Yes. Thank you, Princess Ning. The young eunuch stood up, trembling. He didn't dare to look up to peek at his master's face. Princess Ning said slowly, I don't remember you being so scared in front of Dr. Gu. I don't eat people. The young eunuch said respectfully, You are a princess. You are the Empress Dowager's favorite princess. I dare not offend you. Princess Ning said, Isn't Dr. Gu the favorite of my mother? The young eunuch said, Of course Miss Gu is, but what? Princess Ning and looked at him and asked. Miss Gushik. The young eunuch stuttered and didn't know if he should say it. Princess Ning, and smiled faintly. She is more approachable than me. You like her more than me. The young eunuch trembled in fear. I didn't mean that. Chapter 547. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found online are available here. Fortunately, Eunuch Qin came over at this time. Little Deng, why are you still standing here? Didn't I tell you to smash walnuts? Eunuch Qin scolded the little eunuch, then saluted Princess Ningyan with cupped hands. Princess, did this useless servant offend you? Princess Ningyan said gently, no, you're called Little Deng, right? I like it very much. Little Deng was flattered. Eunuch Qin hurriedly said to Little Deng, quickly thank the princess for her favor. Yes, yes. Little Deng knelt and kowtowed to Princess Ningyan, thank you for your favor, princess. You may leave. Princess Ningyan said. Yes. Little Deng retreated. Eunuch Qin smiled at Princess Ningyan. Princess, you've come a bit late today. Are there too many affairs at Iridescent Clouds Hall? If there aren't enough people to serve you, this servant can send you a few capable servants. Princess Ningyan said politely, no need. We don't need that many servants. Eunuch Qin said, this servant watched the princess grow up. If the princess needs anything, there's no need to be polite with this servant. Princess Ningyan faintly tugged at the corner of her lips. Princess Ningyan used to be a lively little girl who liked to laugh, but all her happiness seemed to have disappeared after returning from the frontier fortress. Eunuch Qin rarely saw her smile. Even when she did smile, there was a sense of helplessness and bitterness. Eunuch Qin sighed inwardly. What a sin. If concubine Jing hadn't used the prince consort to set up a handsome trap, Princess Ningyan wouldn't have fallen so low. Eunuch Qin. Princess Ningyan suddenly spoke. Princess, please give me your orders. Eunuch Qin said respectfully. Princess Ningyan said bluntly, did you notice that Dr. Gu resembles me? I did. Their backs are very similar. Their temperaments are also somewhat similar. Eunuch Qin smiled awkwardly. Princess Ningyan finished for him. Then I have a scar on my face and I always wear begonia makeup. She has a birthmark on her face and it's very similar to my begonia makeup. Eunuch Qin laughed dryly. Ah, that's how it is. Actually, Eunuch Qin didn't think it was very similar. It was just that at first glance, there was something on the left side of her face. Princess Ningyan walked forward. Imperial Mother, how did you meet Dr. Gu? Eunuch Qin stepped forward to catch up. When the Empress Dowager and Miss Gu met, this old servant was in the palace and was not by the Empress Dowager's side. I'm afraid that you will have to personally ask the Empress Dowager about the situation. Eunuch Qin was indeed not by the Empress Dowager's side, but after that Eunuch Qin had learned the ins and outs of the matter from the Empress Dowager. He didn't tell Princess Ningyan because he felt that he shouldn't be the one to tell her. Princess Ningyan said, if Dr. Gu asked Qin Gonggong how Imperial Mother met me for the first time, would Qin Gonggong also let Dr. Gu personally ask Imperial Mother? Eunuch Qin choked. Princess Ningyan smiled faintly. I was just joking. Ah. Eunuch Qin secretly broke into a cold sweat. He thought that her joke was a bit too much. Princess Ningyan said again, would Miss Gu pretend to be me to make Imperial Mother happy? Eunuch Qin choked again. He smiled and said, Princess, you are of noble birth. How can Miss Gu really be like you? She can't pretend to be you and she can't pretend to be you. Princess Ningyan said softly, it seems that she can't. I thought that Imperial Mother spoiled her so much because she saw the shadow of my past in her. Eunuch Qin. Princess, don't tell this servant everything that's in your heart. This makes this servant feel very pressured. Fortunately, Princess Ningyan didn't say anything that would make Eunuch Qin speechless for the rest of the journey. Eunuch Qin sent Princess Ningyan to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedchamber. Little Jing Kong couldn't stay any longer. He didn't sit for long in his grey tant's bedchamber before he ran out of sight. At this time the bedchamber was exceptionally quiet. Eunuch Qin pushed open the half-closed door. A little palace maid walked out quietly. She bowed to the two and whispered, Princess Eunuch Qin, Empress Dowager Zhuang is resting. Princess Ningyan asked worriedly, so early? Is Imperial Mother not feeling well? The little palace maid shook her head. Dr. Gu just checked the Empress Dowager Zhuang's pulse. She's fine. He's just tired. Princess Ning An's expression cleared a little. She nodded and said, then let Imperial Mother rest well. I won't disturb her. I'll come back tomorrow. The little palace maid curtsied. See you off, Princess. Princess Ning'an turned and left Rinshou Palace. On the other side, Gu Jiao finished fixing the swing and went to the bedchamber to say goodbye to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Princess Ning'an looked back and saw Gu Jiao enter Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedchamber as if there was no one around. She didn't need to report and wasn't stopped. Eunuch Qin looked at Princess Ning'an and then looked at Gu Jiao, who just entered the bedchamber. He was embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain that he didn't treat the two masters differently. It was the Empress Dowager who didn't use the palace rules to restrict Miss Gu. Miss Gu was the same here as she was in Bishui Alley. When she was with Miss Gu, Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't the powerful Empress Dowager. She was just a grand aunt in Bishui Alley. Unlike when she met Ning'an, Ning'an was the princess and she was the empress. The rules were set from the beginning. Princess Ning'an murmured, it seems that Imperial Mother really loves Dr. Gu. Eunuch Qin hurriedly said, the Empress Dowager loves you the most. You follow the rules. Dr. Gu grew up in the countryside and doesn't understand some palace rules. The Empress Dowager is old and doesn't like to argue with little girls. Princess Ning'an smiled faintly. Eunuch Qin doesn't need to rush to explain. I won't make things difficult for her. Eunuch Qin smiled. That's right, that's right. You're a princess. You're magnanimous and won't argue with a little girl. Princess Ning'an nodded. Eunuch Qin, please. Eunuch Qin bowed. Princess, take care. After Princess Ning'an disappeared into the night, Eunuch Qin returned to the small pond where he raised the tortoises. Empress Dowager Zhuang had been extremely benevolent to him. She even dug a pond for him to raise tortoises. In the palace, no one's mouth could be trusted. If he had anything on his mind, he would only tell this pond of little tortoises. He touched the little tortoise on the edge and sighed. Why do I feel that the princess is a little jealous of Miss Gu? He had a tortoise on his left hand. Miss Gu. He had a tortoise on his right hand. Princess Ning'an, they were all little masters that he had to be loyal to. He had to be fair and not be partial to anyone. He looked at the tortoise on his right hand. I watched you grow up. When you peed your pants, I changed your clothes for you. He looked at the tortoise on his left hand. You saved the Empress Dowager's life. The Empress Dowager doesn't have to live so tirelessly with you. You take care of everything for the Empress Dowager. He looked at the tortoise on his right hand. Since you were young, the Empress Dowager loved you the most. She didn't let you suffer any grievances. He looked at the tortoise on his left hand. Thank you for protecting the Empress Dowager so well. You let the old lady have someone to rely on. Alas, as a loyal servant, he should be more loyal to Princess Ning'an, who he had brought up single-handedly. But why did he like the tortoise on his left hand more? Jiao Jiao. On the carriage back, little Jing Kong sat beside Gu Jiao obediently and pulled Gu Jiao's hand. Aren't you sleepy? Gu Jiao held his little hand. Little Jing Kong shook his head. Gu Jiao said, that's strange. You didn't take a nap today, but you aren't sleepy. Are you scared by the little dog? No. The little dog was very pitiful, but little Jing Kong was not a child who was easily frightened. He opened his dark eyes wide and his long eyelashes flickered. He pointed at the big trees by the roadside and said, Jiao Jiao, the branches of those trees are broken. Are they in pain? Gu Jiao thought for a while. Maybe, but their branches will grow back in spring. Then, what about Hua Hua? Little Jing Kong asked again, can Hua Hua grow back even if it's cut off? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. Little Jing Kong stretched out his little head and shook it. What about my little head? Can it grow back too? Gu Jiao's delicate body trembled. That's not possible. Little Jing Kong sat upright again. He shook his pair of short legs. What about legs? Jiao Jiao. There are no legs, can they grow back like branches? Gu Jiao touched his little head. It was a pity, but she had to tell him cruelly, they can't grow back. Little Jing Kong lowered his head. He had just met Huang Fuxian and he asked such a question. Of course he was not speaking without thinking. Her Jing Kong was the warmest child in the world. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head. Although they can't grow back, they can stand up again with the help of external forces. Little Jing Kong's dim eyes suddenly brightened. Really? Can he really stand up again? Gu Jiao curved her lips. Yes, as long as he works hard enough. Chapter 548. The novel is updated faster. There are novels that can't be found on the internet. This matter seems easy from her mouth, but it's very difficult to actually implement it. If a person who lost his legs wants to stand up, he must make a pair of prosthetics suitable for himself. Prosthetics are not the most difficult part. The most difficult part is the socket. At present, there is no suitable material for the socket in the small medicine box. After Xiao Heng visited Empress Dowager Zhuang, he went directly out of the palace. He didn't go back to Bishui Alley but went to the clinic first. At this time it was already late at night. The smell of food floated out of the clinic. The girls' school next door hasn't started yet, so it was still deserted. The business of the clinic was good, so people came and went. Xiao Heng entered the lobby and asked the second boss behind the counter, "Is Xing Darren still here?" Yes. The second boss said. He already knew that Xing Darren turned out to be the second-rank minister of the Ministry of Justice. He suddenly felt honored to see him. Xiao Heng was not a doctor, so he didn't know much about the treatment process. Therefore, he didn't think it was strange that Minister of the Ministry of Justice was still here. He went up to the second floor and saw Minister Xing and Dr. Song in the innermost room. Minister Xing's arm has already been reset by Dr. Song. The reason why he hasn't left yet was because Dr. Song found other problems with him. After Dr. Song carefully checked his pulse, he gave him a prescription. He asked him if he wanted to take it back or boil it into a pill. The latter cost more money, but it was less troublesome. With Minister Xing's family background, he doesn't lack money, so he asked the medicine boy to boil it. Is it serious? Xiao Heng asked Dr. Song after learning about the situation. Dr. Song said, the problem was discovered early. It's not a big problem. In the future, pay more attention to your diet and take more walks. The most important thing is, speaking of this, Dr. Song looked at Minister Xing seriously, avoid drinking. Minister Xing cleared his throat in embarrassment. Can't I drink even a drop? He had such a hobby. Not even a drop. Dr. Song said without any refutation. Alas. Xing Shangshu sighed helplessly. I've been drinking it for half my life. Isn't it too cruel to suddenly not let me drink a single drop? Xiao Heng persuaded. Song Dafu is also thinking for Darren. Minister Xing waved his hand dejectedly. Alas, all right, I won't drink it. Dr. Song looked at him and said, don't say that you don't want to drink it. Go back and drink it secretly. I will know if you drink it or not the next time I check your pulse. This was Gu Jiao's catchphrase. I would know if you did it or not. The doctors in the clinic had all learned it and it was quite useful for patients. Minister Xing choked and thought to himself, can I not come to your clinic next time? Dr. Song saw that Xiao Heng had something to say to Xing Shangshu. After telling him all the precautions, he said, I'll go and see how the pills are doing. Then he turned around and went downstairs. Minister Xing pointed at the table opposite him. Lulang, pour me some water. Xiao Heng poured a cup of hot tea for Minister Xing. Minister Xing drank a large cup in one breath. Again another cup. After drinking a total of 3 cups, Minister Xing felt that his throat was not so dry. Am I the one talking or is he the one talking? Minister Xing thought of being nagged by Dr. Song for the whole afternoon. His head hurt. Xiao Heng didn't answer this question. Minister Xing shook his head and threw Dr. Song to the back of his mind. Then he talked to Xiao Heng about business. You went out just now, what did you find out? Xianla House's Hua Kuei is not dead. On the way here, Xiao Heng had already thought about what information he could say and what information he couldn't say. Minister Xing was shocked. What? That girl named Mo Qianxue is not dead? Then why did they all say? Xiao Heng speculated. The maidservants of Xianla House should have recognized the wrong person. As for Hua Xiao, she should be acting. Minister Xing frowned. Deliberately? So the two of them are in the same group? Xiao Heng, Minister Xing slapped his thigh. I said that there is something wrong with Xianla House. They cooperated to put on such a play. What's their purpose? To deal with me, to deal with Gu Jiao. This trap was set up for him and it was also set up for Gu Jiao. The mastermind behind the scenes could be Immortal Music House or it could be some other power. Xiao Heng didn't tell Minister Xing about this for the time being. Minister Xing asked, where is that Hua Kuei? Xiao Heng said, In the medical center. Medical center. Minister Xing lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Which room? Xiao Heng said, in a wing room in the backyard. She was seriously injured at that time and was picked up by the doctor in the medical center. She is an important witness, so we shouldn't alert the enemy for the time being. Minister Xing was puzzled. Why was she picked up by the doctor in the medical center? Did she do it on purpose? Is there something wrong with this medical center too? As expected of someone from the Ministry of Justice, his logical reasoning was too strong. However, Xiao Heng didn't intend to tell him that Emo Qianxue came for Gu Jiao. It wasn't that he didn't trust Minister Xing's character, but that the time wasn't right. Now was definitely not the best time to investigate Emo Qianxue. Xiao Heng said without changing his expression, "There is nothing wrong with the medical center, but it is too famous. Even you, Minister Xing, came here. Other nobles will also come here when they have a headache or fever. Maybe she is waiting for someone here." Minister Xing said thoughtfully, "What you said makes sense. Or maybe she just wants to fake her death to hide her identity so that she can act in secret. After all, who would suspect a dead person? Then I am puzzled, is the owner of Xianle House dead or not? If he is not dead, where is he? If he is dead, who are they working for? There is also a young owner," Xiao Heng thought in his heart. Xiao Heng said, "My wife also works in this medical center. I will tell her later and ask her to send someone to keep an eye on Emo Qianxue. As long as we keep an eye on her, we can always find some clues." Minister Xing thought about it and said, "Okay, we will do as you say. Tell your wife to be careful. Emo Qianxue is good at fighting." Xiao Heng nodded. "I know." Minister Xing asked again, "Who else knows about this except you?" Empress Dowager. In the bedroom of Rinshou Palace, Eunuch Qin called Empress Dowager Zhuang softly, who was sitting by the window. Empress Dowager Zhuang came back to herself and lightly pinched the 2 candied fruits on the plate. "What's the matter?" Little Jing Kong was good at complaining, but whenever Empress Dowager Zhuang ate candied fruits, he was always the first one to complain to Gu Jiao. However, the little guy also felt Empress Dowager Zhuang's low mood and secretly gave her 2 candied fruits. Eunuch Qin said, "Nothing. Before Miss Gu left, she asked me to make some ginseng soup for you. When the soup is ready, I will serve it to you." "Bring it up," Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently. Eunuch Qin turned around and took the ginseng soup from the tray carried by the little eunuch. He walked over and gently put it on Empress Dowager Zhuang's table. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not move. Eunuch Qin smiled. "It is not hot. Drink it while it is hot. It will be cold soon." Empress Dowager Zhuang lazily took a sip of the soup. Eunuch Qin said embarrassedly, "Miss Gu asked me to reduce the salt. Will it be a bit bad?" Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. I have not eaten Liu Long's food. I am not qualified to say it is bad." Eunuch Qin, but to be honest, it was really bad. If she had not been poisoned by Xiao Heng's cooking skills, Empress Dowager Zhuang would not drink it. Although Empress Dowager Zhuang disliked it, she still forced herself to drink it. Eunuch Qin smiled from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, no matter how bad the food was, as long as it was Miss Gu's order, the Empress Dowager would accept it. "You were there when Ningyan was young, right?" Empress Dowager Zhuang suddenly asked. Qin Gonggong didn't know how the topic had turned to Princess Ningyan. He stilled and replied, Yes. When the Empress Dowager just entered the palace, this old servant came to serve you. Princess Ningyan was only born a few years later." Empress Dowager Zhuang looked out the window at the crabapple tree covered with a layer of snow and said, "Do you remember Ning An's temperament when she was young?" Yes. Eunuch Qin said as if he was familiar with her. She was sweet, lively, active, and couldn't calm down. Otherwise, how could she have bumped into your phoenix carriage in the imperial garden? Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, "It was concubine Jing's plan. How could she have bumped into my carriage? It was a pity that I was young and did not understand the dangers of the palace. I mistook her for a friend." Eunuch Qin observed her expression and asked, "Do you regret it, Empress Dowager?" Empress Dowager Zhuang tapped the table. Eunuch Qin's sharp eyes poured a cup of hot tea. Empress Dowager Zhuang picked up the cup. "What do you regret? Do you regret befriending concubine Jing or treating her 2 children well?" His Majesty was not concubine Jing's flesh and blood, but since he was under her name, he was indeed her child. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued, there is nothing to regret. The Emperor and Ning were indeed doted on when they were young. I lost my son and it was thanks to them that I was able to walk out of the shadows. Rather than saying that it was concubine Jing's plan, it was better to say that we each took what we needed. Then now you. What did she mean by saying all this? Eunuch Qin was a bit confused about what Empress Dowager Zhuang was doing. He felt that something was strange. First Princess Ning'an was strange. Now the Empress Dowager was strange as well. Empress Dowager Zhuang took a sip of tea and said, Ning'an is a paper tiger. Usually she relies on me to support her and is fearless. But in reality she is very timid. She is afraid of the dark, of thunder, of pain and of death. At the mention of this, Eunuch Qin seemed to see little Ning'an crying in front of him. He smiled and said, Princess Ning'an has to light a lamp when she sleeps. This habit is the same as His Majesty. Both siblings are afraid of the dark. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at little Jiao, who was flapping her wings and sweeping away the snow on the crabapple tree. She said, but one night she suddenly became fearless. I remember very clearly that it was when I was banished to the cold palace by the late emperor. You were punished to do hard labor in the dungeon and weren't by my side. I was sick for a few days. That night there was a thunderstorm and Ning'an came to the cold palace alone to see me. There was such a thing. Eunuch Qin was surprised. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued to drink the tea in her hand and said what was in her heart. Usually it is the two siblings together. If only one person came it would be Hong. So I was very surprised at the time. I asked her why she came. She said, Mother, I came to see you. You're sick. I didn't tell anyone that I was sick. I didn't know how this child knew, so I asked her, are you not afraid of the dark? He said no. Eunuch Qin smiled and said, the princess is sincere to you. For you she doesn't even care about being afraid. Little Jiao accidentally fell down while sweeping the snow. It flapped twice in the snow as if it was wronged. It flew over and squatted down by Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand. It seemed to be waiting for Empress Dowager Zhuang to touch its feathers. Empress Dowager Zhuang pushed little Jiao away with a cup with a look of disgust. Little Jiao, who was rejected, Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, I also think so. So I was really moved. I swore in my heart that I would love this child for the rest of my life. The more Eunuch Qin listened, the more confused he became. There was nothing wrong with the Empress Dowager's words, but the Empress Dowager's expression didn't seem right. Did Xiao Darren come over today and say something to the Empress Dowager? Xiao Heng sent Minister Xing to the carriage to return to the residence before heading back to Jishui Alley. The alley was filled with the sounds of little Jing Kong. Are you that excited? Xiao Heng shook his head and stepped over the threshold. When he entered the room he found that Gu Chongqing and Gu Qingfeng had come over. Gu Chongqing came to buy hair growth medicine, and Gu Qingfeng came to see his younger brother and sister. Gu Chongqing and Gu Jiao went to the frontier fortress, leaving Gu Yan alone here. Baby Yan expressed that he was very angry, but he couldn't bear to be angry at Gu Jiao. So Gu Chongqing endured all of his little temper. Gu Chongqing took Gu Yan to ride a horse and accompanied Gu Yan to shoot arrows. Finally he managed to coax Gu Yan. Then came Gu Xiaobao. When Gu Xiaobao was born, Gu Chongqing wasn't in the capital. After the war broke out he rushed to the frontier without stopping. So today was the first time he met Gu Xiaobao. However, Gu Xiaobao seemed to be very afraid of him. His little body trembled in his arms. Gu Qingfeng rarely saw his big brother in a good show. He laughed mockingly. Big brother, you can't do it. Xiaobao doesn't like you. Gu Chongqing said coldly, if you can do it, then do it. I'll do it. Gu Qingfeng took Gu Xiaobao without any pressure. As expected, Gu Xiaobao stopped trembling. Gu Chongqing's face darkened. Huh. I knew it. Gu Qingfeng laughed loudly. The next second he couldn't laugh anymore. Because Gu Xiaobao suddenly burrowed into his arms and opened his mouth to suck on his. Gu Qingfeng shuddered. I'm not a nanny. Chapter 549. The novel was updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels were free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that couldn't be found online were all available here. For the entire night, whenever Gu Qingfeng hugged Gu Xiaobao would snuggle into his arms and drink milk. Gu Qingfeng, who had just ridiculed his eldest brother, finally understood what it meant to be, a man can't be arrogant, or he'll get stabbed. The Gu brothers had dinner in Bishui Alley before returning home. Before they left, Gu Chongqing taught little Jing Kong a set of boxing techniques. Little Jing Kong learned with relish and practiced tirelessly in the backyard. He didn't even go to take a bath when Gu Chongqing asked him to. Forget it, let him play for a while. There's no school tomorrow anyway. Gu Jiao said to Yu Ye. Yu Ye said, then I'll send the hot water to Xiaoshun and Xiaoshun's room first so that Xiaoshun can take a bath first. The order of bathing at home was from young to old. Gu Xiaobao had already taken a bath. Go ahead. Gu Jiao said. Yu Ye went to take the hot water. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to help Nanny Fong tidy up, but Nanny Fong didn't let her do it. I'm not so old that I can't move. I'm doing this and that all day long. I'm just doing nothing. This wasn't an exaggeration. Everyone in the family was lazy. Even Gu Yen, who was the laziest, knew to peel corn and water the vegetable fields. Most of the chores at home had been shared, so Nanny Fong really wasn't tired at all. Gu Jiao didn't insist on going to the kitchen. She went back to the east room to pack up. She still had to go to the medical center later, so she wanted to say goodbye to her family before she left. Everyone else saw Xiao Heng, but he was neither in the study nor in the west room. Gu Jiao said, "That's strange, where did he go?" Xiao Heng went next door. In fact, Gu Chongqing was there as well. It was impossible for Gu Chongqing to not be alarmed when such a big thing happened at Immortal Music House. After Gu Qingfeng got on the carriage to return to the residence, he lied to Gu Qingfeng that he was going to the military camp, but in fact he was going next door. Lu Quan, go and guard outside. Don't let anyone hear you. The old chancellor said to Lu Quan. Yes, master. Lu Quan stood guard at the door. The three of them sat down in the study. The old chancellor said, Speak, what is it? Gu Chongqing glanced at Xiao Heng and said, Something happened at Immortal Music House. Is there any news from the Ministry of Justice? Yes. Xiao Heng was even more honest with Gu Chongqing than Xing Shongshu. Other than the fact that Imo Qianxue mistook him for someone else, he almost told Gu Chongqing everything, including the young master of Immortal Music House. He didn't say that Imo Qianxue was the one who told him about young master. Gu Chongqing thought that he found out through the means of the Ministry of Justice. Gu Chongqing was silent. He really didn't expect there to be such a shocking thing. I thought it was just a rumor. What is the purpose of Immortal Music House? Xiao Heng thought seriously and said, The ultimate purpose is not clear, but Jiao Jiao seems to be blocking the path of young master of Immortal Music House. Immortal Music House made a move on Jiao Jiao. Gu Chongqing's face suddenly became cold. Xiao Heng said, However, Immortal Music House made a mistake this time. The people they sent can't make a move on Jiao Jiao. For the time being, there is no need to worry about Jiao Jiao. Gu Chongqing's eyes were still cold. Is there anything I can help with? Xiao Heng said, Investigate the background of young master of Immortal Music House. All of her past, all of the people she knows, all of the things she has done. The more detailed, the better. Also investigate in secret. Don't let anyone find out. Gu Chongqing pondered for a moment and said, I will tell His Majesty that I will leave the capital to comfort the families of the soldiers who died in the line of duty in the Gu army. The old chancellor nodded approvingly. This was a good reason. After Gu Chongqing left, the old chancellor said to Xiao Heng, Is there anything you haven't said? The old chancellor knew Xiao Heng too well. Others couldn't see through Xiao Heng's emotions, but he wouldn't be so easily fooled. After all, Xiao Heng's black-bellied skills were taught by him. That group of people might be coming. That group of people? The old chancellor twisted his white brows and tried hard to think about who Xiao Heng called that group of people. After a while he frowned. You mean, the people of Yen Kingdom? Xiao Heng nodded slowly. He didn't block the path of the young master of Immortal Music House. If he was the young master of Immortal Music House, he would definitely try to subdue him. If he couldn't subdue him, then it wouldn't be too late to kill him. The one who wanted his life must be someone else. For him to sit in his current position, there were many people who were jealous of him, but there were too few who had the guts to touch him and the strength to enter the eyes of Immortal Music House. It could be said that there were almost none in the entire Zhao country. Didn't Grand Tutor Zhuang want to touch him? But Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't have the guts to challenge Empress Dowager Zhuang's bottom line. At most, Grand Tutor Zhuang used a bit of power to suppress him. Those who weren't as strong as Grand Tutor Zhuang, Immortal Music House looked down on them. Those who were favored by Immortal Music House had no enmity with Xiao Heng. After thinking about it, there was only one last possibility left. The old chancellor heaved a long sigh. Alas, now I finally understand why Princess Xinyang would rather let you wander among the common people and ignore you than bring you back to the capital. The power of Shangguan wasn't something that ordinary people could contend against. They hid it so well, but the other party still smelled Xiao Heng's scent. The old chancellor said earnestly, Princess Xinyang isn't in the capital these days, so you have to be more careful. Xiao Heng said, for the time being, they don't have the guts to touch me in the capital. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a big scheme to lure him out of the city. There was a problem that the old chancellor couldn't figure out. The power of Shangguan wants to kill you, but they don't dare to do it too openly. What are they afraid of? Marquis Xianping? The royal family of Zhao country? The old chancellor carefully analyzed the course of events and found that those people were becoming more and more careful. At first, when they assassinated Xiao Heng's mother, they dared to sneak into Marquis Xianping's residence. More than 10 years later, when they assassinated Xiao Heng, they only dared to borrow Prince Ning's hand. As for now, they didn't even dare to act rashly in the capital. There must be some reason behind this. The old chancellor said thoughtfully, I always feel that your mother isn't a female slave. Xiao Heng didn't have this knot in his heart, whose blood flowed in his body. To Jiao Jiao and his family he was Xiao Heng. He didn't care about his own situation and said, it's not important. What's important now is to solve the big problem of Immortal Music House. The old chancellor hesitated for a moment and asked, did you tell Zhuang Jin's about Immortal Music House? What's her attitude? Is she partial to Jiao Jiao or partial to that person? The next day at the first glimmer of dawn, Ning'an woke up early. She first went to Huang Fuxian's room. Huang Fuxian was still sleeping. She looked at the injuries on his cheek and the back of his hand and took out the golden sore medicine from the drawer to apply some on him. The golden sore medicine seemed to be different from the bottle she gave, but she didn't care too much about it. After that, she went to Rinshou Palace to pay respects to Empress Dowager Zhuang and accompanied her for breakfast. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't need to attend morning court now, so she had a lot of free time. While Empress Dowager Zhuang was washing up, Princess Ning'an quietly waited in Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. After a while, someone from the Imperial Household Department came and handed a tray covered with a silk cloth to Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin then sent the tray to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. What is this? Princess Ning'an asked softly. It's something sent by the Imperial Household Department. Eunuch Qin said. Let me see. Princess Ning'an took away the silk cloth covering it. She saw that on the tray was an imperial purple gold token, engraved with the 2 words protector of the country. Next to the token was a purple gold phoenix crown. This is the token and phoenix crown of the protector princess? Princess Ning'an was shocked speechless by this exquisite and peerless object. Not everyone could have the title of protector of the country. It could be said that no princess in this dynasty could bear this title. And now, Princess Ning'an was going to be crowned with the title of Protector Princess. How could this not make Ning'an happy? The calmness she had tempered in the frontier fortress completely disappeared at this moment. She excitedly reached out, picked up the phoenix crown and put it on her head. Then she grabbed the token on the tray and turned to look at herself in the bronze mirror. However, before she could see her majestic appearance, a figure wearing a royal blue phoenix robe walked over with a majestic aura. The owner of the figure took off the phoenix crown on her head. Everything happened so fast that Princess Ning'an didn't have time to react. She sat in the chair, her body and hair violently pulled. The originally exquisite bun was scattered. There was no pity in Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked down at her condescendingly, a powerful aura bursting out. This is something that Aijia prepared for Jiao Jiao. Who gave you the courage to touch it? Princess Ning'an looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in disbelief. She didn't know whether to be surprised by Empress Dowager Zhuang's appearance or her words. Clearly yesterday, how come today? This attitude really caught her off guard. Ning'an looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in shock and hurt. Mother. Empress Dowager Zhuang snatched the protector of the country token from her hand and said with a cold face, "Don't call Aija mother. You don't deserve it." Chapter 550. Ning'an wasn't the only one who was stunned by this sudden change. Even eunuch Qin, who had just cut a plate of fresh fruits, was stunned. What was going on? Why did mother and daughter suddenly turn against each other? To be exact, it was the Empress Dowager who turned against Princess Ning'an. The Empress Dowager had watched Princess Ning'an grow up, and she was no different from her own daughter. Princess Ning'an looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang as if she had been struck by lightning. Confusion, surprise, fear, and many other emotions flashed through her eyes. Just as her emotions gradually gathered and something seemed to be about to come out of her mind, her tears fell first. Imperial Mother, this son doesn't know what wrong this son has done to make Imperial Mother so angry? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her coldly. You don't know? Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Princess Ning'an's eyes flickered slightly. Empress Dowager Zhuang was unable to restrain her anger. Let me ask you, did you secretly pay respects to your mother? Princess Ning'an opened her mouth, and the flickering light in her eyes slowly settled down. She slowly relaxed her body, then stood up and took a step back. Kneeling in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang, she lowered her head and said, "Please forgive me, mother." Empress Dowager Zhuang clenched her fingers and looked at her with disappointment. So you admit it? Princess Ning'an admitted in a low voice, "I did go to the nunnery and I did remember mother there." Eunuch Qin sighed inwardly. He knew about this as well. It was the night Princess Ning'an returned to the palace. She secretly went to the nunnery where old concubine Jing used to live and stayed there for an hour before coming out. No matter what, concubine Jing was Princess Ning'an's birth mother. It was reasonable for Princess Ning'an to remember her. Didn't the Empress Dowager know about it early on? Didn't she say anything? Why did she suddenly bring up old scores today? Empress Dowager Zhuang's body seemed to tremble slightly from her suppressed anger. If I hadn't heard someone mention it last night, I wouldn't have known that you were constantly thinking about concubine Jing while calling her mother. Do you really not know how much I hate her? Ning'an kowtowed and placed his hands on the cold ground, his forehead pressed against the back of his hands. This son knows his mistake. Mother, please calm down. Eunuch Qin was even more confused. Did the Empress Dowager know the night Princess Ning'an went to the nunnery? How could he tell Princess Ning'an that he had just heard about it? Empress Dowager Zhuang's tone was cold. Since you want to recognize that poisonous woman as your mother, then don't recognize me as your mother. After saying that, she flicked her sleeves and left. Eunuch Qin didn't dare to stop her. It wasn't until she was far away that Eunuch Qin stepped into the bedchamber. He placed the fruit platter on the table and helped Princess Ning'an up with his other hand. Princess Ning'an looked at Eunuch Qin, her eyes full of hesitation and guilt. Eunuch Qin, alas. Eunuch Qin sighed again. So many things have happened. Can't the princess see how deeply concubine Jing hurt the Empress Dowager? She caused the Empress Dowager to fall out with His Majesty and took away the only princess the Empress Dowager loved. You are concubine Jing's own flesh and blood. I can understand that you can't hate her but to remember her and pay respects to her. Aren't you throwing the Empress Dowager's heart into a millstone? Princess Ning'an blamed herself. Eunuch Qin, I know I was wrong. Eunuch Qin said, forget it. The Empress Dowager was angry because she loved you too much. If it were someone else paying respects to concubine Jing, the Empress Dowager probably wouldn't care. You know the Empress Dowager's temperament. People she doesn't care about can never hurt her heart. Princess Ning'an said, what should I do to make mother forgive me? Eunuch Qin paused. The Empress Dowager is angry now. You should avoid her for now. Once she's calmed down, you can find a way to ask for her forgiveness. Princess Ning'an lowered her eyes. It seems that's the only way now. I can't be filial in front of mother. I'll have to trouble you to take care of her for me. Eunuch Qin smiled. I will. Don't worry, princess. Princess Ning'an said softly, then I'll leave first. I'll see you out. There's no need. Eunuch Qin should go serve mother. Yes, Eunuch Qin agreed. Watching Princess Ning'an's receding figure, Eunuch Qin suddenly said, Princess. Is there something else, Eunuch Qin? Princess Ningyan looked back at Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin said sincerely, "The Empress Dowager deliberately used Miss Gu to anger you. Princess, please don't take it to heart." Princess Ningyan was stunned. "Is that so? Imperial Mother really prepared those things for Dr. Gu?" Eunuch Qin smiled and said, "I serve the Empress Dowager. How can I not know who those things are made for?" Princess Ningyan revealed a knowing smile. It was as if spring had returned to the earth. "Eunuch Qin, thank you." Eunuch Qin smiled and bowed. "Take care, Princess." Princess Ningyan left Rinshou Palace. Eunuch Qin's smile disappeared. How would I know who those things are for? But he understood that he shouldn't draw any hatred for Jiao Jiao. Eunuch Qin went to the study. Empress Dowager Zhuang was sitting calmly on a chair. In front of her was the protector's token and the purple and gold phoenix crown. Empress Dowager. Eunuch Qin honestly recounted his conversation with Princess Ningyan without missing a word. This old servant doesn't know if it's right or not. He had served the Empress Dowager for so many years. The Empress Dowager didn't inform him of everything in advance. As a capable confidant, he couldn't drag his master down under any circumstances. What should be said, what shouldn't be said, what should be dealt with, he handled it clearly. In particular, he did an excellent job of erasing Gu Jiaojiao's hatred. There was a tacit understanding between Empress Dowager Zhuang and Eunuch Qin. She knew that if she stabbed the sword, Eunuch Qin could pull it back and put it back into the scabbard. Eunuch Qin was puzzled. "But Empress Dowager, why did you do this?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, "When it's time for you to know, I will tell you." Eunuch Qin replied, "Yes." As the saying went, don't guess the emperor's intentions. But the cruel thing was that if you couldn't guess the emperor's intentions, you might not be able to survive in the palace. Eunuch Qin thought about it carefully. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't tell him. Was it because she didn't trust him enough, or was it because she didn't want to talk about it? He thought it was the latter. It was too painful. Every time it was mentioned, it was like 1,000 arrows piercing through the heart. Empress Dowager Zhuang could wrap herself up in cold armor, but the heart under the armor was no different from a normal person's heart. Could be hurt and hurt. But the Empress Dowager had too many burdens on her shoulders. She couldn't wallow in her pain and could only endure it and move forward. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Keep an eye on her and find out what she took from the nunnery that night." Eunuch Qin was shocked. "What? Princess Ningyan took something from the nunnery? Didn't she go to pay respects to concubine Jing? Could it be that her act of paying respects to the dead was fake and taking something was real? Then it would explain why she went to the nunnery where concubine Jing lived, despite knowing that Empress Dowager Zhuang hated concubine Jing. Of course, the information revealed by this sentence wasn't as simple as Princess Ningyan going to the nunnery to take something. It also revealed why Princess Ningyan took it and why the Empress Dowager wanted to investigate. If it was an ordinary relic, the Empress Dowager didn't need to investigate. If it wasn't an ordinary relic, then it was a big deal. Eunuch Qin was someone who had followed Empress Dowager Zhuang through the wind and waves. After experiencing so many storms, his mental endurance had naturally become stronger. What could startle him? Right? But at this moment he couldn't help but want to curse. "I've lived long enough to see it." On the other side, little Jing Kong entered the palace again. He came by himself again this time. He sat in Lu Quan's carriage. He came to find Huang Fuxian. Because of the conflict with Huang Fuxian, his grandaunt didn't allow him to go to Bixiao Hall again. So he could only go there secretly. Huang Fuxian sat by the window in a daze. Liana was tidying up his clothes in his room. Liana looked at him strangely and thought, ever since the young master was injured that day, he liked to stare at the window in a daze. Such a cold day. Isn't he afraid of freezing? He was obviously a person who was afraid of the cold. "Young master," Lian asked him, "do you want me to close the window a little?" "No need," Huang Fuxian said indifferently. "Then I'll pour you a cup of hot tea." Lian put down the half-folded clothes and poured a cup of hot brown sugar ginger tea. Then she turned and walked toward Huang Fuxian. At this moment, a small round head suddenly popped out of the window. Huang Fuxian's eyes trembled. He reached out his hand and pressed the little round head down. "What's wrong, young master?" Huang Fuxian said calmly, "I'm hungry. Hurry up and get me something to eat." Liana looked at the cup in her hand. Then this tea, Huang Fuxian said impatiently. I don't want to drink it. Pour it out. Huang Fuxian was always so temperamental. Lian didn't find it strange and didn't suspect anything. She put down the ginger tea and walked out of the room. After making sure that she was far away, Huang Fuxian took back his hand that was pressing down on a certain someone's head. The small mushroom head really grew out like a mushroom. Little brother. Little Jing Kong tilted his head to kill cute. Huang Fuxian looked away. So ugly. Little Jing Kong looked up and down and picked up little Jio who was playing with snow on the ground and said regretfully, little brother said you're ugly. Little Jio who took the blame for no reason. Chapter 551. The windowsill was a little high but little Jing Kong was a smart kid. He moved a flower pot and stepped on it. He supported himself with both hands and stepped on the windowsill with one of his short legs. Then he slid up the windowsill. Huang Fuxian looked at Little Mushroom with disgust. Little Mushroom, who didn't know that he was being despised, turned around on the windowsill. He aimed his little butt at Huang Fuxian and slid down the windowsill. It was too high. He would get hurt if he jumped down, so he had no choice but to do so. Huang Fuxian looked at the little butt that almost hit his face. It took him a lot of effort to suppress the urge to poke him out of the windowsill. After landing, little Jing Kong turned around and greeted Huang Fuxian politely again. Little brother. Huang Fuxian snorted. Ordinary people would find Huang Fuxian annoying and unreasonable when they came here. However, little Jing Kong didn't feel that way at all. On the contrary, little Jing Kong felt that he was very amiable. After all, Gu Yan always gave people a hard time at home. However, Gu Yan wasn't as vicious as Huang Fuxian. Gu Yan was spoiled and had a small temper, but Huang Fuxian had always been living in the dark. His heart was very obscure. He was motionless and lifeless for the whole afternoon. Sometimes he was no different from a corpse. No one liked him. Or more accurately, no one was not afraid of him. Children would cry out loud when they saw him. As for his father and mother, as long as he showed his legs, he would always see an unexpected expression on their faces. That was really an expression that made him want to laugh ferociously. Little brother, are you waiting for me? Little Jing Kong pointed at the place where he was sitting. It was very close to the window and he could see the movements in the courtyard at a glance. What are you waiting for? Can you eat or drink? Huang Fuxian asked angrily. I have food. Here you go. Little Jing Kong took out a small paper bag from his purse and opened it to reveal a few shiny candied fruits. These are candied fruits made by my granduncle. They're really delicious. Huang Fuxian. Did this child not understand human language? Huang Fuxian hated eating such sweet and greasy things. He also hated beautiful children. Of course, he hated ugly people even more. In short, he didn't like anyone. Little brother, here you go. Little Jing Kong stuffed a paper bag of candied fruits into his hands. The child had just played in the snow. His fingertips were cold, but his palms were sweaty and soft. It was a wonderful feeling. Little Jing Kong retracted his little hand after giving him the candied fruit. He leaned on the armrest of his wheelchair and looked at him. Little brother, have you recovered from your injury? Yes, Huang Fuxian replied indifferently. Let me have a look. Little Jing Kong was a strict kid. Seeing was believing. Why are you so troublesome? Huang Fuxian muttered impatiently. He wouldn't take the initiative to show his injury to others. However, when little Jing Kong stretched out his soft little hand to grab his hand again, he didn't resist. He felt the soft touch of a cat's paw again. Little Jing Kong looked carefully. After a while he nodded seriously. Yes, you're recovering well. The scab will fall off in a few days. Don't scratch it. Huang Fuxian snorted coldly. I don't need you to tell me that. Little brother, your hands are so beautiful. Little Jing Kong grabbed his clean and slender hands and didn't hide the admiration in his eyes. Huang Fuxian's hands were indeed beautiful. The joints were distinct, slender, and fair. They were as delicate as jade carvings. This was the first time someone praised his good looks, even though it was only his hands. He was handicapped. Everyone who saw his legs would have a look of disbelief. He knew that his legs were ugly when he was young. Gradually he felt that his whole body was ugly. He was an extremely ugly person. He wasn't qualified to be a disgrace. You're really beautiful. Little Jing Kong held Huang Fuxian's hand with his two chubby hands and looked at it over and over again. It was said that children didn't know how to lie. In fact, it wasn't true. Children would even believe their own lies. However, no child would tell such an unnecessary lie to a handicapped person like him. He wouldn't be able to trick him into giving him food and toys. Little Jing Kong played with his hand. He watched as Little Jing Kong played with his hand. At this moment, Liana came back. Liana was shocked to see the little guy who appeared out of nowhere in the room. Huang Fuxian wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Princess Ning was nearby. She was alerted by Lianer's cry. What happened? Princess Ning stood at the door and asked. Lianer pointed into the room. A child. Princess Ning stepped into the room and took a closer look. She recognized Little Jing Kong. Huang Fuxian subconsciously withdrew his hand that Little Jing Kong was playing with. His face returned to its usual indifference. However, no one knew a son better than his mother. The moment Princess Ning entered the room, she saw a different Huang Fuxian. Princess Ning smiled and walked over. Are you Jing Kong? Do you know me? Yes. You are. Little Jing Kong had been to Rinshou Palace before. Of course, he had seen Princess Ning and knew that she was Huang Fuxian's mother. He rolled his eyes and greeted her politely. Princess Ning Princess Ning smiled gently and raised her hand to touch his cheek. Huang Fuxian said, Mother. Princess Ning's hand that was about to touch Little Jing Kong paused. She turned to look at him and smiled. What's wrong? Huang Fuxian said coldly, I'm tired. I want to rest. Princess Ning smiled helplessly and said to him, That's your fault. Why didn't you tell me that you have a new friend? Your friend just arrived. You can play with him for a while. There's no need to hurry to rest. I'm tired. Huang Fuxian's eyelashes fluttered after he said that. He quickly added, He's not my friend. His bird flew to my courtyard. He just came in to look for his bird. Little Jiao, who was teasing Huang Fuxian on his pillow, was speechless. Princess Ning smiled faintly. Since you're already here, there's no harm in making friends. Jing Kong is Dr. Gu's younger brother. The Empress Dowager loves him very much. It's not wrong for you to be friends. As she spoke, she bent down slightly and looked at Little Jing Kong gently. Jing Kong, are you willing to be friends with Brother Xianer? Little Jing Kong nodded. Princess Ning reached out to rub his little head. Little Jing Kong stepped back and held his head with his two little hands. He patted his palms gently and said, I can't let other women touch my head. Only Jiao Jiao can touch it. Princess Ning chuckled. I won't touch it. She turned to look outside the door. Lin, go get the chestnut cake from my room. Yes. Lian turned and left. Not long after, she came back with a plate of exquisite chestnut cake. Princess Ning took it and personally took a piece to Little Jing Kong. This is the chestnut cake I made myself. It tastes different from the ones in the palace. Jing Kong, try it. Little Jing Kong hesitated. But Jiao Jiao said that I can't eat other people's food. Princess Ning smiled. I'm not other people. I'm your grandaunt's daughter. We're family. Little Jing Kong thought about it seriously. Then you and I are family too? Princess Ning nodded. Of course you're family. It should be edible if it's family's food, right? Little Jing Kong swallowed his saliva and took the cake that Princess Ning handed to him. Unexpectedly, before he could put it into his mouth, Huang Fuxian slapped the back of his hand. He felt the pain on the back of his hand and loosened his grip, dropping the cake. Huang Fuxian said coldly, Who allowed you to eat our food? I'm not giving it to you. Princess Ning said, Huang Fuxian seemed to be very angry. In a fit of pique, he knocked over the plate in Princess Ning's hand and all the cakes fell to the ground. Princess Ning's face darkened. Huang Fuxian roared at Princess Ning, You can't let other people eat my food. I hate it when you're nice to others. Little Jing Kong looked at Huang Fuxian with hurt and said sullenly, I won't steal mother from you. I have Jiao Jiao. Huang Fuxian didn't seem to hear his explanation at all. He said with a disgusted face, Go away. I don't want to see you. In the future, if your bird dares to fly into my yard, I'll kill it and make a pot of eagle soup. Little Jiao, who was tearing down the house, suddenly felt that it wasn't delicious anymore. Little Jing Kong hung his head and pulled on Little Jio's wing as he left pitifully. Little Jio, who was sitting on the ground and being dragged around like a mop, was speechless. Princess Ning and looked at Huang Fuxian without blinking. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became strange. Liana felt that a storm was about to come. However, Princess Ning and only took a few deep breaths in the end. She slowly exhaled, turned around and walked out. You go out too, Huang Fuxian said. Liana, who had just stepped over the threshold, resentfully retracted her foot. Huang Fuxian was the only one left in the big room. He looked at the quiet courtyard as if no one had ever been there. It was as if he was the only one in the vast world from the beginning to the end. This was good. This was the best. He didn't need friends. He didn't need pity. He didn't need happiness. They approached him with pity and sympathy, but in the end, they all abandoned him with fear and disgust. He was already tired of it. Little brother. That little mushroom actually grew out from under the windowsill again. Huang Fuxian was so shocked that he staggered and rolled out of the wheelchair. Chapter 552. Novels with inner content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Huang Fuxian fell to the ground in a very embarrassing way. When little Jing Kong slid down from the windowsill to help him, he was rejected mercilessly. He supported himself with both hands and sat back in the wheelchair with difficulty. His cheeks were red, not knowing if it was because of anger or embarrassment. There was a strange feeling in his heart like a surging tide. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back, tilted his head and looked at him cutely. Little brother, are you shy? I'm not. Huang Fuxian's face was red and he said angrily. Little Jing Kong said, oh. Huang Fuxian thought, what's with that tone of disbelief? Huang Fuxian said coldly, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to leave? No, didn't the little guy leave already? Why did he come back after saying such hurtful words? Little Clear Sky said honestly, I did leave, but I remembered that there is something I forgot to tell you. Little Jing Kong was a child with a lot of plans. He would definitely do what he planned. Otherwise, sure, you wouldn't have been troubled every day because Gu Yan didn't follow his lunch plan. What's the matter? Huang Fuxian said coldly. Your leg. Little Jing Kong pointed at his stump under the blanket again. Huang Fuxian's pupils shrank. His leg was his taboo. No one could touch it, no one could look at it, and no one could mention it. Huang Fuxian's aura became cold. Little Jing Kong finished his words without being affected. Jiao Jiao has a way to help you stand up again. Huang Fuxian's eyes moved slightly. There was a very short moment when his heart suddenly tightened, but it was only for a moment. Soon his heart returned to the state of still water. He had heard such words too many times. There were countless witch doctors, and even legendary doctors in the frontier fortress who could cure him. It was laughable that the young him actually believed it. In the end, without exception, he was just coaxing him. In the end, he came to terms with the fact that his legs were not twigs. If they were broken in the winter, they would grow back in the spring. He would never have a pair of legs again in this lifetime, let alone the opportunity to stand up. Little Jing Kong said seriously, Jiao Jiao said that as long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to stand up again. How hard work? Huang Fuxian smiled coldly. Even if he could stand up, it must be in a dream. The funny thing was that he had been disabled for so long that he had even forgotten the feeling of standing up. He could not even dream of that kind of realistic feeling. Huang Fuxian did not seriously consider whether the Jiao Jiao mentioned by Little Jing Kong was a swindler or not. Perhaps he was just trying to deceive a child. He said indifferently, don't waste your time, little brat. I can't stand up. Little Jing Kong said confidently, if Jiao Jiao says you can do it, then you can. Next time I will bring Jiao Jiao to see you. After saying that, he jumped over the windowsill and skipped away. Little Jing Kong returned to Rinshou Palace. Eunuch Qin went to do some errands and Empress Dowager Zhuang was alone in the bedroom. Little Jing Kong walked in energetically and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. He put his hands on his hips and said, Great aunt. You stole food again. I'm going to tell Jiao Jiao. Empress Dowager Zhuang almost choked to death with a mouthful of candied fruit. Little Jing Kong came over and confiscated her candied fruit. Empress Dowager Zhuang grabbed the candied fruit box tightly. I saved these candied fruits these days. Little Jing Kong said seriously. Jiao Jiao said that candied fruits can't be saved. You can't eat what you didn't eat before either. Anyway, you can only eat 5 candied fruits a day. Great Aunt has already eaten 5 candied fruits. Empress Dowager Zhuang insisted on defending her candied fruits. Was it easy for her to save so much? Give it to me. Empress Dowager Zhuang said majestically. No. Little Jing Kong said without showing any weakness. The old woman and the young man each grabbed the 2 ends of the box and stared at each other. It seemed that an invisible contest had started in the bedroom. Empress Dowager, His Majesty has sent some snacks over. At the door, a little palace maid reported. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at Little Jing Kong fiercely. Let go. Little Jing Kong also looked at Great Aunt fiercely. No. Empress Dowager Zhuang took a deep breath and slowly let go. Okay, I will give it to you. I will give it to you. Little Jing Kong raised his eyebrows and showed a victorious smile. Go and see what snacks are there, Empress Dowager Zhuang said to Little Jing Kong. Okay. Little Jing Kong put the box on the table and ran to the door to take the snacks. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at Little Nine, who was sweeping the snow with his wings on the crabapple tree, and hid the candied fruit box. Little Nine took the candied fruits away. Little Nine, who took the blame for no reason, was speechless again. After the 15th day of the first lunar month of the Zhao nation, the imperial court would begin. For the upcoming imperial court, the emperor made meticulous preparations in the imperial study. He flipped through the memorials presented by the cabinet, as well as the various voices he had his spies gather from the people. Among them, there were many people who wanted to confer Princess Ning An as the first princess of the protector of the state. The people praised Princess Ning An as if she had become an indispensable force in this battle. The emperor doted on Ning An, so he naturally wouldn't dislike the people's praise of her. However, the emperor was hesitant when he thought of the ambitious Huang Fuxian. A little eunuch came to the door. Eunuch Wei went out quietly and heard the eunuch whisper a few words. He waved his hand and let the eunuch leave. Then he turned and went into the imperial study. Your Majesty, Prince Gu wants to see you. Let him in, the emperor said. Gu Chongqing had made a great contribution, so the emperor thought highly of him now. Gu Chongqing entered in a plain brocade robe. He cupped his hands and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. The emperor said pleasantly, no need to be so polite. Do you have something to report to me? Yes. Gu Chongqing said seriously. This humble subject wants to leave the capital for a few days to visit the families of Deputy General Zhao and General Qi. They made a great contribution in this battle and could have lived, but in order to save the soldiers under their command and the people of Lingguan City, they chose to die together with the generals of the state of Qin. This humble subject wants to personally bring their military plates back. Wrapped in horse hide, traveling 1,000 miles without returning, the only thing they could bring back to their hometowns was a military plate that could prove their identity. This was originally Gu Chongqing's plan. However, because of the incident at Immortal Delight residence, this trip was brought forward. After he paid his respects to the families of the two, he wanted to investigate the background of the young master of Immortal Delight residence. The emperor couldn't refuse such a request. The emperor sighed and nodded. You can go. We will reward you when you return to the capital. Gu Chongqing cupped his hands and said, this humble subject doesn't ask for a reward. I only ask that the state of Zhao be prosperous and the people be at peace, that the government be harmonious, that the people have enough food and clothing, that the men plow and the women weave, and that they no longer have to suffer the flames of war and be homeless. How could this not be the emperor's wish? The state of Zhao was a lower country. Whether it was its economy or military strength, it was far inferior to the 3 upper kingdoms. Don't look at how the people in the capital lived in peace. In fact, in such a bitter and cold place like the frontier, the people had to live frugally. It was not easy to even fill their stomachs. On the other hand, the state of Yen, which also had a cold ice field, was able to achieve a prosperous and populous life. The people did not suffer the pain of hunger and cold. If he could, he really wanted to go to the state of Yen to learn. He wanted to see how the emperor of the state of Yen managed to turn a lower country into the strongest country in the 6 countries in just a few decades. After Gu Chongqing obtained the emperor's permission, he left the capital on the same day. Accompanying him were 2 generals from the Gu army. Therefore no one suspected that he had other motives. Gu Chongqing's visit today set off a big wave in the emperor's heart. He suddenly felt that his reward was not enough. After thinking about it, the emperor called Eunuch Wei over. "How is the old marquis's injury?" Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "I heard that there are no major problems. He can get up and walk, but he is not as nimble as before." Miss Gu said that he would be completely healed in the future. The emperor made a sound of acknowledgement and said, "Send someone to the Marquis Ding'an Manor and bring the old marquis to the imperial palace. Zhen has something to discuss with him. Remember, the carriage should move slowly. Do not jolt the old marquis." "How about this servant go personally?" Eunuch Wei asked. "That is also fine," the emperor said. Eunuch Wei then personally went to the Marquis Ding'an Manor and brought the old marquis to the imperial palace. Although the old marquis could get up and walk, he could not walk for too long. His 4 limbs had been broken. Although they had grown back, they still needed to be nursed back. The emperor had him sit in the palanquin all the way to the imperial study. This was a supreme honor. After he entered the imperial study, the emperor immediately gave him a seat. "Your Majesty." The old marquis was overwhelmed by the favor and was about to stand up to reply. The emperor pressed his hand down. "Beloved official Gu, please sit. You are Zhen's right-hand official. At the border fortress, your contributions cannot go unnoticed." The emperor was very clear on the role the old marquis had played in this battle. If it was not for him, Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng would not have gone to the border fortress. And if the 2 of them did not go to the border fortress, Zhao country would have lost an outstanding general. The border fortress would have lost another city. The plague would have killed countless citizens. The emperor would also have lost Ningyan, this younger sister, forever. In short, it was all thanks to Gu Chao. Moreover, Gu Chongqing and the Gu family army were so brave. How could it not have been because Gu Chao had been captured? This official does not dare. The old marquis cupped his hands. The emperor said with emotion, "Gu Chao, ah Gu Chao. You are blessed. Your grandchildren are all outstanding." There was no need to mention Gu Chongqing. This child had never disappointed anyone since he was young. Gu Qingfeng and Gu Jiao were pleasantly surprised. "Your Majesty is too kind," the old marquis said modestly. "All right, you have been my monarch for many years. There is no need for such formalities." Today, I have summoned you to the palace to discuss with you the matter of awarding your grandchildren. Although the old marquis was a general, he was quite sensitive to numbers. But clearly, only 2 of his grandsons had gone to the border fortress. "I intend to promote your eldest grandson, Gu Chongqing, to 3rd-level Dingbei general, and your second grandson, Gu Qingfeng, to 6th-level Yuqi commandant." Hearing this, although the old marquis felt that the reward was a bit too big, he also understood that returning from battle was a way to pacify the soldiers and boost their morale. It was also a strategy to win over the hearts of the people. However, the emperor's next words puzzled the old marquis. "Your granddaughter is also not bad. I intend to confer her the title of Junju. The title will be decided by the Hanlin Academy." "Wait, Your Majesty, you just said this old official's granddaughter? Why is Your Majesty conferring this old official's granddaughter?" The emperor wanted to confer rewards to the Gu family's grandsons who had no merit. Shouldn't he start with Gu Qingfeng and Gu Yan? That girl was only a woman. What was the point of conferring her? The emperor smiled and said, "The little divine doctor has made great contributions to the border fortress. Of course I want to reward her." The old marquis was dumbfounded. "She made great contributions? That girl went to the border fortress?" The old marquis expressed that he did not understand at all. Yes, the people from the medical center had gone to the border fortress. She must have gone there with the medical team. What was Gu Chao's reaction? The emperor frowned slightly and said seriously, "She and Marshal Tang defended Yueqing City and waited for the Gu family's army to come to the rescue. Also, she saved you." The old marquis said excitedly, "That was clearly my little brother's credit. It was my little brother who fought for several days and nights in Yueqing City. It was also my little brother who went to the governor's office to rescue me. That's right, even my injuries were treated by my little brother. Just because the people from her medical center changed my medicine a few times, the credit can't be given to her." Your Majesty, if you want to reward someone, you should reward my little brother. No one could steal his little brother's credit. Not even his own granddaughter. Whoever made his little brother suffer, he would be angry with them. This time it was the emperor's turn to be confused. What little brother? Speak of the devil. Gu Jiao originally entered the palace to pick up little Jing Kong. Knowing that she was going to enter the palace, the old chancellor asked her to bring a memorial to the emperor. She was here to deliver the memorial to the emperor. Of course, Eunuch Wei would not stop her. After all, they were not talking about any important military matters. Eunuch Wei led her to the door of the imperial study. Your Majesty. The emperor turned his head and saw Gu Jiao at the door. He smiled and waved at Gu Jiao. Come in quickly. We were just talking about you. Gu Jiao stepped in. Who knew that as soon as she stepped into the threshold, she saw the old marquis sitting on a chair. He froze on the spot. The old marquis turned his head. He wanted to see who it was. At the critical moment, Gu Jiao took out a mask and put it on her face. However, Gu Jiao forgot that this was not the border fortress. She was wearing a woman's dress. Chapter 553. Strictly speaking, Gu Jiao couldn't be blamed for this. People have conditioned reflexes. Gu Jiao had spent several months with the old duke in the frontier fortress and on the way back to the capital. She was used to it and had long equated seeing the old duke with wearing a mask. It was too early to wear it. If she didn't wear it, could she still be Gu Jiao? If she wore it, she couldn't explain it clearly. Gu Jiao looked at the emperor in the room with hidden bitterness. He couldn't do anything, but he was the best at removing disguises. Why did he call her? If he didn't call her, her big brother wouldn't look back. She could still have some time to think. She was too careless. The emperor looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Gu, little brother? The old duke stood up and walked towards Gu Jiao with a blank and uncertain face. He recognized this mask. It belonged to his little brother. The feathers on the mask fell off in a battle. He personally asked someone to get 2 peacock feathers for his little brother's mask. The person's figure was similar to his little brother. The only difference was that he was wearing a woman's dress. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and held the old duke's hand. She was in character in a second. Big brother. The old duke looked at the hands. This was how they recognized each other in the frontier fortress. He looked at Gu Jiao's eyes again. It was a familiar look. The old duke suddenly became excited. Little brother. Is it really you? Gu Jiao nodded. Big brother. The emperor was even more confused. Who can tell me what happened? Why did Gu Jiao call his granddaughter little brother? Why did the little magic doctor cast a kind look and expression at him, the emperor? The emperor was in a complete mess, all right. Gu Jiao held Gu Jiao's hand tightly and asked, Little brother, why are you dressed like this? Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and pulled her hand back. She took out a small notebook that she always carried with her and scribbled, Someone is after me. I need to disguise myself so that I won't be targeted. Filled with righteous indignation, the old marquis said, Who dares to chase after my younger brother? Could it be that his little brother's military exploits were too great and he was an eyesore to some people? How about this, little brother? You move to the marquis's estate and big brother will protect you. Gu Jiao thought to herself, that won't do. If you move to the marquis's estate, how can you still secretly stir up trouble? Gu Jiao wrote solemnly, Don't worry, big brother. Everything is under control. The old marquis thought about his brother's skills and nodded thoughtfully. In the capital, unless it was against the Dragon Shadow Guard, no one could hurt his little brother. Even if he couldn't win, he could still run. The emperor stared blankly at this scene of brothers reuniting with each other. The old marquis thought of something and asked puzzledly, That's right, little brother. Why did you enter the palace? Gu Jiao finished writing without changing her expression and raised the small notebook. His Majesty summons me. The emperor, how can you fake an imperial edict in front of me? The old marquis pulled Gu Jiao's hand into the imperial study and cupped his hands to the emperor. Your Majesty, you summoned this subject's little brother to reward him, right? This subject knows that your Majesty is a wise ruler and has always been clear about rewards and punishments. The one who brought my unfilial grandson to sneak into the governor's estate to save me was this subject's sworn little brother. The one who fought a bloody battle with Marshal Tang and defended the Zhao country's flag and the border fortress was also this subject's sworn little brother. The one who cured the plague was this subject's little brother. The one who went to destroy the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty was also this subject's little brother. I hope that your majesty won't wrongly give the credit to others. The emperor. The reason why the old marquis knew that those things were done by his little brother was mainly because he asked Gu Qingfeng every day where his little brother went. Gu Qingfeng couldn't fabricate things out of thin air, so he could only tell him about Gu Jiao's whereabouts. For example, Gu Jiao went to Lingguan City, Gu Jiao saved the plague victims, and Gu Jiao accidentally destroyed the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty. However, Gu Qingfeng didn't use your granddaughter, but your brother. The old marquis was seriously injured and had been lying in the ward. His information basically came from Gu Qingfeng. In addition, Tang Yueshan and Gu Chongqing didn't say anything, so Gu Jiao's little identity was tightly covered. Your Majesty, this subject has heard a little about the rumors in the cabinet and among the people. They say that Princess Ning and made great contributions at the border fortress and should be conferred the title of Princess Protector. This subject doesn't mean to be disrespectful to Princess Ning, but this subject really doesn't understand where the word contribution comes from. This subject was imprisoned in the governor's residence at the time, so this subject is clear about the situation there. Princess Ning and didn't cooperate with this subject's second grandson. It was he who fearlessly barged into the governor's residence. It was he who took this subject's second grandson out of Lingguan City. It was also he who joined forces with Marshal Tang to fight off the pursuers. This subject was able to return safely to Yuelu City all thanks to this subject's sworn little brother. The one who guarded the city and fought the enemy was my sworn brother. The one who saved the princess and me was also my sworn brother. Princess Ning, and placed righteousness before her own family. This subject has no objection if your majesty wants to confer the title of Princess Protector. However, the title of Princess Protector is not something that anyone can bear. As the old marquis spoke, he didn't care how dark the emperor's face was. He lifted his hem, endured the pain and knelt down on one knee. He cupped his hands and said seriously, "This subject requests your majesty to confer little brother Gu the title of Princess Protector." The emperor. What the hell is this? The emperor spent a lot of effort to resist the urge to pull off Gu Jiao's little vest. Perhaps it was because he was old, he was more talkative. The old marquis rambled on for a while, but it didn't deviate from the original point. He wanted to confer the title of marquis on his sworn brother. The emperor's mouth twitched. You guys really share blessings and bear the burden of marquis together. After the old marquis left, Gu Jiao remained in the imperial study, blinking her big eyes. The emperor drank a mouthful of tea to calm the fire and glanced at her. Don't be delusional. I won't confer the title of marquis on you. Gu Jiao, oh. The emperor put down the teacup. I said I won't. Gu Jiao spread her hands. The emperor took a deep breath and asked, "Why did you come to find me?" Here. Gu Jiao took out a memorial from her arms. The emperor saw the handwriting and knew it was written by the old chancellor. He casually flipped through it and put the memorial on the table. Gu Jiao said goodbye and turned to walk out. The emperor looked at her small back, clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. I am the emperor. My words carry weight. I won't confer the title of marquis. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. In the medical center. Emo Qianxue was still not allowed to get out of bed. She leaned against the bed and weaved a red rope. Little Jiangli came to the medical center to work. She looked at the red rope in Emo Qianxue's hand and said, "Sister Emo, this is not how you weave a red rope." Emo Qianxue choked and said, "Why not? I think you made it up like this." Little Jiangli showed her the red rope she made. Your middle finger has to hook this line, then your index finger has to wrap it inwards, not outwards. Emo Qianxue muttered, "Why is it so complicated?" It was much harder than practicing martial arts. Little Jiangli said considerately, "If Sister Emo doesn't want to make this, we can do something else." Emo Qianxue said stubbornly, "No, I want this." Little Jiangli sighed. "Okay, I'll take it apart and weave it again for you to see." God knew that this was the 11th time little Zhongli had taken it apart. Emo Qinshua's hands were clearly praised by the lodge master as the god of hidden weapons, but she couldn't even weave a single rope. Emo Qinshu was angry with herself. Sister Emo watched carefully. Little Zhongli didn't sit on the stool anymore. Instead she lay on the bed and raised the red rope with 2 fingers. However, as soon as she tied a knot, a hidden weapon broke through the window and shot toward little Zhongli's shoulder. Emo Qinshua's eyes trembled and she caught the hidden weapon. Unexpectedly, there was knockout powder on the hidden weapon. Little Zhongli breathed it in and fell asleep on Emo Qinshua's body. This amount was useless to Emo Qinshu. Emo Qinshu threw the hidden weapon back out the window. There was a muffled sound. The hidden weapon hit something. Soon the window was pulled open from the outside and Hua Xiao rushed in. She pulled out the hidden weapon on the handle of her fan and smiled slowly. I was just joking with you. Why are you so angry? If I really wanted to kill her, I wouldn't use knockout powder but poison. Why are you here again? Emo Qinshu asked coldly. Hua Xiao waved her fan and smiled charmingly. I'm here to tell you that the 3-day deadline is up. When are you going to kill her? Emo Qinshua's expression didn't change. Go and tell the young master that I'll have the strength to kill her after I recover. Hua Xiao sneered. It takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. Do you want to recover until next year? Don't tell me you're too soft-hearted to kill her. You're living a good life here. You don't have to be a courtesan and you don't have to please those stinky men. You must be addicted to such a life, right? Emo Qinshu said rudely. When did I please those stinky men? Don't use your Hua Xiao's tricks on me. Hua Xiao's face darkened. The young master asked me to tell you that the plan has changed. Within 3 days, get her out of the capital. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.